Section 25 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Tracks, Trailing, and Signaling, Part 1. By Ernest Thompson Seton, Chief Scout. "I wish I could go west and join the Indians, so that I would have no lessons to learn," said an unhappy small boy who could discover no atom of sense or purpose in any one of the 3 R's. "You never made a greater mistake," said the scribe, "for the young Indians have many hard lessons from their earliest day, hard lessons and hard punishments. With them the dread penalty of failure is go hungry till you win, and no harder task have they than their reading lesson. Not 26 characters are there to be learned in this exercise, but 1,000. Not clear straight print are they, but dim, washed out, crooked traces, not indoors on comfortable chairs with a patient teacher always near, but out in the forest, often alone and in every kind of weather, they slowly decipher the letters and read sentences of the oldest writing on earth, a style so old that the hieroglyphs of Egypt, the cylinders of Nippur, and the drawings of the cavemen are as things of today in comparison, the one universal script, the tracks in the dust, mud, or snow. These are the inscriptions that every hunter must learn to read infallibly, and be they strong or faint, straight or crooked, simple or overwritten with many a puzzling diverse phrase, he must decipher and follow them swiftly, unerringly, if there is to be a successful ending to the hunt which provides his daily food. This is the reading lesson of the young Indians, and it is a style that will never become out of date. The naturalist also must acquire some measure of proficiency in the ancient art. Its usefulness is unending to the student of wild life. Without it he should know little of the people of the wood. There are still many wild animals. It is a remarkable fact that there are always more wild animals about than any but the expert has an idea of. For example, there are within 20 miles of New York City fully 50 different kinds, not counting birds, reptiles, or fishes, 1/4 of which at least are abundant. Or more particularly within the limits of Greater New York, there are at least a dozen species of wild beasts, half of which are quite common. Then how is it we never see any? Is the first question of the incredulous. The answer is, long ago the beasts learned the dire lesson: man is our worst enemy, shun him at any price. And the simplest way to do this is to come out only at night. Man is a daytime creature, he is blind in the soft half-light that most beasts prefer. While many animals have always limited their activity to the hours of twilight and gloom, there are not a few that moved about in daytime, but have given up that portion of their working day in order to avoid the arch-enemy. Thus they can flourish under our noses and eat at our tables without our knowledge or consent. They come and go at will, and the world knows nothing of them. Their presence might long go unsuspected but for one thing, well known to the hunter, the trapper, and the naturalist. Wherever the wild 4-foot goes, it leaves behind a record of its visit, its name, the direction whence it came, the time, the thing it did or tried to do, with the time and the direction of departure. These it puts down in the ancient script. Each of these dotted lines, called the trail, is a wonderful unfinished record of the creature's life during the time it made the same, and it needs only the patient work of the naturalist to decipher that record and from it learn much about the animal that made it, without that animal ever having been seen. Savages are more skillful at it than civilized folk, because tracking is their serious lifelong pursuit, and they do not injure their eyes with books. Intelligence is important here as elsewhere, yet it is a remarkable fact that the lowest race of mankind, the Australian blacks, are reputed to be by far the best trackers. Not only are their eyes and attention developed and disciplined, but they have retained much of the scent power that civilized man has lost, and can follow a fresh track partly at least by smell. It is hard to overvalue the powers of the clever tracker. To him the trail of each animal is not a mere series of similar footprints. It is an accurate account of the creature's life, habit, changing whims and emotions during the portion of life whose record is in view. These are indeed autobiographical chapters, and differ from other autobiographies in this: they cannot tell a lie. We may get wrong information from them, but it is our fault if we do. We misread the document that cannot falsify. When to learn tracking. The ideal time for tracking, and almost the only time for most folk, is when the ground is white. After the first snow, the student walks forth and begins at once to realize the wonders of the trail. A score of creatures of whose existence maybe he did not know are now revealed about him, and the reading of their autographs becomes easy. It is when the snow is on the ground, indeed, that we take our 4-foot census of the woods. How often we learn with surprise from the telltale white that a fox was around our hen house last night, a mink is living even now under the woodpile, and a deer, yes, there is no mistaking its sharp-pointed, unsheep-like footprint, has wandered into our woods from the farther wilds. Never lose the chance of the first snow if you wish to become a trailer. Nevertheless, remember that the first morning after a night's snowfall is not so good as the second. Most creatures lie up during the storm. The snow hides the tracks of those that do go forth, and some actually go into a cold sleep for a day or two after a heavy downfall. But a calm, mild night following a storm is sure to offer abundant and ideal opportunity for beginning the study of the trail. How to learn. Here are some of the important facts to keep in view when you set forth to master the rudiments. First, no two animals leave the same trail, not only each kind, but each individual, and each individual, at each stage of its life, leaves a trail as distinctive as the creature's appearance, and it is obvious that in that they differ among themselves just as we do, because the young know their mothers, the mothers know their young, and the old ones know their mates, when scent is clearly out of the question. Another simple evidence of this is the well-known fact that no two human beings have the same thumb mark. All living creatures have corresponding peculiarities, and all use these parts in making the trail. Second, the trail was begun at the birthplace of that creature and ends only at its death place. It may be recorded in visible track or perceptible odor. It may last but a few hours, and may be too faint even for an expert with present equipment to follow, but evidently the trail is made wherever the creature journeys afoot. Third, it varies with every important change of impulse, action, or emotion. Fourth, when we find a trail, we may rest assured that, if living, the creature that made it is at the other end. And if one can follow, it is only a question of time before coming up with that animal. And be sure of its direction before setting out. Many a novice has lost much time by going backward on the trail. Fifth, in studying trails one must always keep probabilities in mind. Sometimes one kind of track looks much like another. Then the question is, which is the likeliest in this place? If I saw a jaguar track in India, I should know it was made by a leopard. If I found a leopard in Colorado, I should be sure I had found the mark of a cougar or mountain lion. A wolf track on Broadway would doubtless be the doing of a very large dog, and a St. Bernard's footmark in the Rockies, 20 miles from anywhere, would most likely turn out to be the happen-so imprint of a gray wolf's foot. To be sure of the marks, then, one should know all the animals that belong to the neighborhood. These facts are well known to every hunter. Most savages are hunters, and one of the early lessons of the Indian boy is to know the tracks of the different beasts about him. These are the letters of the old writing. A first try. Let us go forth into the woods in one of the northeastern states, when there is a good tracking snow, and learn a few of these letters of the wood alphabet. Two at least are sure to be seen, the track of the blarina and of the deer mouse. They are shown on the same scale in figures 1 and 2, page 198. In figure 3 is the track of the meadow mouse. It is not unlike that of the blarina, because it walks, being a ground animal, while the deer mouse more often bounds. The delicate lace traceries of the masked shrew, shown in figure 4, are almost invisible unless the sun be low. They are difficult to draw and impossible to photograph or cast satisfactorily, but the sketch gives enough to recognize them by. The meadow mouse belongs to the rank grass in the lowland near the brook, and passing it toward the open running water, we may see the curious track of the muskrat. Its 5-toed hindfoot, its 4-toed front foot, and its long-keeled tail are plainly on record. When he goes slowly, the tail mark is nearly straight. When he goes fast, it is wavy in proportion to his pace. Page 193. The muskrat is a valiant beast. He never dies without fighting to the last, but he is in dread of another brookland creature whose tail is here, the mink. Individual tracks of this animal are shown in number 1, page 161. Here he was bounding. The forefeet are together, the hind feet track ahead, and tail mark shows, and but 4 toes in each track, though the creature has 5 on each foot. He is a dreaded enemy of poor Molly Cottontail, and more than once I have seen the records of his relentless pursuit. One of these fits in admirably as an illustration of our present study. A story of the trail. It was the winter of 1900. I was standing with my brother, a businessman, on Goat Island, Niagara, when he remarked, "How is it? You and I have been in the same parts of America for 20 years. Yet I never see any of the curious sides of animal life that you are continually coming across." "Largely because you do not study tracks," was the reply. "Look at your feet now. There is a whole history to be read." "I see some marks," he replied, "that might have been made by some animal." "That is the track of a cottontail," was the answer. "Now let us read the chapter of his life. See, he went in a general straight course as though making some well-known haunt. His easy pace, with 8 or 10 inches between each set of tracks, show unalarm. But see here, joining on is something else." "So there is, another cottontail." "Not at all. This new track is smaller, the forefeet are more or less paired, showing that the creature can climb a tree. There is a suggestion of toe pads, and there is a mark telling evidently of a long tail. These things combined with the size and the place identify it clearly. This is the trail of a mink. See, he has also found the rabbit track, and finding it fresh, he followed it. His bounds are lengthened now, but the rabbit's are not, showing that the latter was unconscious of the pursuit. After 100 yards, the double trail led us to a great pile of wood, and into this both went. Having followed his game into dense cover, the trailer's first business was to make sure that it did not go out on the other side. We went carefully around the pile. There were no tracks leading out. "Now," I said, "if you will take the trouble to move that woodpile, you will find in it the remains of the rabbit half devoured and the mink himself. At this moment he is no doubt curled up asleep." As the pile was large and the conclusion more or less self-evident, my brother was content to accept my reading of the episode. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Tracks, Trailing, and Signaling. Part 2. What about winter sleepers? Although so much is to be read in the wintry white, we cannot now make a full account of all the woodland forefoots, for there are some kinds that do not come out on the snow. They sleep more or less all winter. Thus, one rarely sees the track of a chipmunk or woodchuck in truly wintry weather, and never, so far as I know, have the trails of jumping mouse or mud turtle been seen in the snow. These we can track only in the mud or dust. Such trails cannot be followed as far as those in the snow, simply because the mud and dust do not cover the whole country, but they are usually as clear and in some respects more easy of record. How to make pictures of tracks. It is a most fascinating amusement to learn some creature's way of life by following its fresh track for hours in good snow. I never miss such a chance. If I cannot find a fresh track, I take a stale one, knowing that theoretically it is fresher at every step, and from practical experience that it always brings one to some track that is fresh. How often I have wished for a perfect means of transferring these wild life tales to paper, or otherwise making a permanent collection. My earliest attempts were in freehand drawing, which answers, but has this great disadvantage: it is a translation, a record discolored by an intervening personality, and the value of the result is likely to be limited by one's own knowledge at the time. Casting in plaster was another means attempted, but not one track in 10,000 is fit to cast. Nearly all are blemished or imperfect in some way, and the most abundant, those in snow, cannot be cast at all. Then I tried spreading plastic wax where the beasts would walk on it, in pathways or before dens. How they did scoff! The simplest ground squirrel knew too much to venture on my waxen snare. Around it, or if hemmed in, over it, with a mighty bound they went, but never a track did I so secure. Photography naturally suggested itself, but the difficulties proved as great as unexpected, almost as great as in casting. Not one track in 1,000 is fit to photograph. The essential details are almost always left out. You must have open sunlight, and even when the weather is perfect, there are practically but 2 times each day when it is possible, in mid-morning and mid-afternoon, when the sun is high enough for clear photographs and low enough to cast a shadow in the faint track. The coon that showed me how. Then a new method was suggested in an unexpected way. A friend of mine had a pet coon which he kept in a cage in his bachelor quarters uptown. One day during my friend's absence the coon got loose and set about a series of long-deferred exploring expeditions, beginning with the bachelor's bedroom. The first promising object was a writing desk. Mounting by a chair, the coon examined several uninteresting books and papers, and then noticed higher up a large stone bottle. He had several times found pleasurable stuff in bottles, so he went for it. The cork was lightly in and easily disposed of, but the smell was far from inviting, for it was merely a quarter of ink. Determined to leave no stone unturned, however, the coon upset the ink to taste and try. Alas! It tasted even worse than it smelt. It was an utter failure as a beverage. And the coon, pushing it contemptuously away, turned to a pile of fine, handmade, décollage, heraldry notepaper, the pride of my friend's heart, and when he raised his inky little paws, there were left on the paper some beautiful black prints. This was a new idea. The coon tried it again and again. But the ink held out longer than the paper, so that the fur-clad painter worked over sundry books and the adjoining walls, while the ink, dribbling over everything, formed a great pool below the desk. Something attracted the artist's attention, causing him to jump down. He landed in the pool of ink, making it splash in all directions. Some of the black splotches reached the white counterpane of the bachelor's bed. Another happy idea. The coon now leaped on the bed, racing around as long as the ink on his feet gave results. As he paused to rest, or perhaps to see if any places had been neglected, the door opened, and in came the landlady. The scene which followed was too painful for description. No one present enjoyed it. My friend was sent for to come and take his coon out of there forever. He came and took him away, I suppose, forever. He had only one other place for him, his office, and there it was I made the animal's acquaintance and heard of his exploit. An ink and paper, if not a literary, affair. This gave me the hint at the zoo I needed, a plan to make an authentic record of animal tracks. Armed with printer's ink and paper rolls, I set about gathering a dictionary collection of imprints. After many failures and much experiment, better methods were devised. A number of improvements were made by my wife. One was the substitution of black paint for printer's ink, as the latter dries too quickly. Another was the padding of the paper, which should be light and soft for very light animals, and stronger and harder for the heavy. Printing from a mouse, for example, is much like printing a delicate etching. Ink, paper, dampness, etc., must be exactly right, and furthermore you have this handicap, you cannot regulate the pressure. This is, of course, strictly a zoo method. All attempts to secure black prints from wild animals have been total failures. The paper, smell of paint, etc., are enough to keep the wild things away. In the zoo we spread the black pad and the white paper in a narrow temporary lane, and one by one drove, or tried to drive, the captives over them, securing a series of tracks that are life-size, properly spaced, absolutely authentic, and capable of yielding more facts as the observer learns more about the subject. As related here, all this sounds quite easy. But no one has any idea how cross, crooked, and contrary a creature can be until he wishes it to repeat for him some ordinary things that it has hitherto done hourly. Some of them balked at the paint, some at the paper, some made a leap to clear all, and thereby wreck the entire apparatus. Some would begin very well, but rush back when halfway over, so as to destroy the print already made. And in most cases the calmest, steadiest, tamest of beasts became utterly wild, erratic, and unmanageable when approached with tracheological intent. Trying it on the cat. Even domestic animals are difficult. A tame cat that was highly trained to do anything a cat could do was selected as promising for a black track study, and her owner's 2 boys volunteered to get all the cat tracks I needed. They put down a long roll of paper in the hall, painted Pussy's feet black, and proceeded to chase her up and down. Her docility vanished under the strain. She raced madly about, leaving long, useless splotches of black. Then, leaping to a fanlight, she escaped upstairs to take refuge among the snowy draperies, after which the boys' troubles began. Drawing is mostly used. These, however, are mere by-accidents, and illustrate the many practical difficulties. After these had been conquered with patience and ingenuity, there could be no doubt of the value of the prints. They are the best of records for size, spacing, and detail, but fail in giving incidents of wild life or the landscape surroundings. The drawings, as already seen, are best for a long series and for faint features. In fact, the drawings alone can give everything you can perceive, but they fail in authentic size and detail. Photography has this great advantage: it gives the surroundings, the essential landscape and setting, and therefore the local reason for any changes of action on the part of the animal. Also the aesthetic beauties of its records are unique, and will help to keep the method in a high place. Thus each of the 3 means may be successful in a different way, and the best, most nearly perfect alphabet of the woods would include all 3, and consist of a drawing, a pedoscript, and a photograph of each track, and a trail, i.e. a single footprint, and the long series of each animal. My practice has been to use all whenever I could, but still I find freehand drawing is the one of the most practical application. When I get a photograph I treasure it as an adjunct to the sketch. A story of the trail. To illustrate the relative value of records of sketch and photograph, I give a track that I drew from nature, but which could not at any place have been photographed. This was made in February 15, 1885, near Toronto. It is really a condensation of the facts, as the trail is shortened where uninteresting. Page 189, number 2. At A, I found a round place about 5 × 8 inches, where a cottontail had crouched during the light snowfall. At B he had leaped out and sat looking around. The small prints in front were made by his forefeet, the 2 long ones by his hind feet, and farther back is a little dimple made by the tail, showing that he was sitting on it. Something alarmed him, causing him to dart out at full speed towards C and D, and now a remarkable change is to be seen. The marks made by the front feet are behind the large marks made by the hind feet, because the rabbit overreaches each time. The hind feet track ahead of the front feet track. The faster he goes, the farther ahead those hind feet get. And what would happen if he multiplied his speed by 10, I really cannot imagine. This overreach of the hind feet takes place in most bounding animals. Now the cottontail began a series of the most extraordinary leaps and dodgings, as though trying to escape from some enemy. But what enemy? There were no other tracks. I began to think the rabbit was crazy, was flying from an imaginary foe, that possibly I was on the trail of a March hare. But at G I found for the first time some spots of blood. This told me that the rabbit was in real danger, but gave no due to its source. I wondered if a weasel were clinging to its neck. A few yards farther, at H, I found more blood. 20 yards more, at I, for the first time on each side of the rabbit trail, were the obvious marks of a pair of broad, strong wings. Aha! Now I knew the mystery of the cottontail running from the foe that left no track. He was pursued by an eagle, a hawk, or an owl. A few yards farther, and I found the remains of the cottontail partly devoured. This put the eagle out of the question. An eagle would have carried the rabbit off boldly. A hawk or an owl, then, was the assassin. I looked for something to decide which, and close by the remains found the peculiar two-paired track of an owl. A hawk's track would have been as a K, while the owl nearly always sets its feet in the ground, with 2 toes forward and 2 toes back. But which owl? There were at least 3 in the valley that might be blamed. I looked for more proof, and got it on the nearby sapling. One small feather, downy, as are all owl feathers, and bearing 3 broad bars, telling me plainly that a barred owl had been there lately, and that therefore he was almost certainly the slayer of the cottontail. As I busied myself making notes, what should come flying up the valley but the owl himself, back to the very place of the crime, intent on completing his meal, no doubt. He alighted on a branch 10 feet above my head, and just over the rabbit remains, and sat there muttering in his throat. The proof in this case was purely circumstantial, but I think that we can come to only one conclusion, that the evidence of the track in the snow was complete and convincing. Meadow mouse. The meadow mouse autograph illustrates the black track method. At first these dots look inconsequent and fortuitous, but a careful examination shows that the creature had 4 toes with claws on the forefeet and 5 on the hind, which is evidence, though not conclusive, that it was a rodent. The absence of tail marks shows that the tail was short or wanting. The tubercles on each palm show to what group of mice the creature belongs. The alternation of the track shows that it was a ground animal, not a tree climber. The spacing shows the shortness of the legs. Their size determines the size of the creature. Thus we come near to reconstructing the animal from its tracks, and see how, by the help of these studies, we can get much light on the bygone animals whose only monuments are the tracks in the sedimentary rocks about us, rocks that, when they received these imprints, were the muddy margin of these long-gone creatures' haunts. What the trail gives, the secrets of the woods. There is yet another feature of trail study that gives it exceptional value. It is an account of the creature pursuing its ordinary life. If you succeed in getting a glimpse of a fox or a hare in the woods, the chances are 100 to 1 that it was aware of your presence first. They are much cleverer than we are at this sort of thing, and if they do not actually sight or sense you, they observe, and are warned by the action of some other creature that did sense us, and so cease their occupations to steal away or hide. But the snow story will tell of the life that the animal ordinarily leads, its method of searching for food, its kind of food, the help it gets from its friends, or sometimes from its rivals, and thus offers an insight into its home ways that is scarcely to be attained in any other way. The trailer has the key to a new storehouse of nature's secrets. Another of the Sibylline books is opened to his view. His fairy godmother has indeed conferred on him a wonderful gift in opening his eyes to the footwriting of the trail. It is like giving sight to the blind man, like the rolling away of fogs from a mountain view, and the trailer comes closer than others to the heart of the woods. Dowered with a precious power is he drinks where others sipped, and wild things write their lives for him in endless manuscript. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Tracks, Trailing, and Signaling. Part 3. Horse's track. NB. The large tracks represent the hind feet. Walking, trotting, canter, galloping. Lame horse walking. Which leg is he lame in? These are the tracks of two birds on the ground. One lives generally on the ground, the other in trees and bushes. Which track belongs to which bird? From Sir Robert Baden-Powell's book. The American Morse Telegraph Alphabet. Signals. 4. Start me. 5. Have you anything for me? 9. Train order, or important military message. Give away. 13. Do you understand? 25. Busy. 30. Circuit closed, or closed station. 73. Accept compliments. 92. Deliver. Delivered. Abbreviations. AHR. Another. ANS. Answer. CK. Check. COL. Collect. DH. Dead head. GA. Go ahead. GE. Good evening. GM. Good morning. GN. Good night. GR. Government rate. NM. No more. MIN. Wait a moment. OB. Official business. OK. All right. OPR. Operator. PD. Paid. QK. Quick. SIG. Signature. Rememberable Morse or Remorse alphabet. By this method, it is possible to learn the Morse alphabet in less than an hour. From A to B in both figures illustrates method of making a dot. A complete swing from A to C in both figures indicates method of making a dash. Wigwag or Mayer code. Instructions for using the system. The whole number opposite each letter or numeral stands for that letter or numeral. Convenient signals. End of word. 3. Wait a moment. 1111 3. End of sentence. 33. Repeat after parenthesis word. End of parenthesis. 121 121 3223. Word. End of message. 333. XX3. Numerals follow or numerals end. Repeat last word. 121 121 33. Repeat last message. 121 121 121 333. Sig 3. Signature follows. Error. 12 12 3. Move a little to right. 211 2113. Acknowledgement or I understand. 22223. Move a little to left. 221 221 3. Cease signaling. 2222 22 333. Signal faster. 2212 3. Abbreviations. A after. B before. C can. H have. N not. R are. T the. U you. You are your. W word. WI with. Y yes. Rememberable Meyer code. The elements a thick and a thin, i.e. 2 and 1. To signal with flag or torch wigwag. There is but one position and 3 motions. The first motion is with a flag or other appliance held vertically, the signalman facing squarely toward the station with which it is desired to communicate. The first motion, 1 or 1, is to the right of the sender and will embrace an arc of 90 degrees, starting with the vertical and returning to it, and will be made in a plane at right angle to the line connecting the 2 stations. The second motion, 2 or 2, is a similar motion to the left of the sender. The third motion, front, 3 or 3, is downward, directly in front of the sender and instantly returned upward to the first position. Numbers which occur in the body of a message must be spelled out in full. Numerals may be used in signaling between stations having naval books, using the code calls. To break or stop the signals from the sending station, make with a flag or other signal 1 2 1 2 1 2 continuously. To send a message. To call a station, signal its letter until acknowledged. If the call letter be not known, signal E until acknowledged. To acknowledge a call, signal I understand, followed by the call letter of the acknowledging station. Make a slight pause after each letter, and also after front. If the sender discovers that he has made an error, he should make 3, followed by 1 2 1 2 3, after which he begins the word in which the error occurred. The semaphore signal code. The scout may learn the correct angles at which to hold the flags from the diagram. The easiest method of learning the alphabet is by grouping the various letters together, as follow. For all the letters from A to G, one arm only is used, making a quarter of a circle for each letter in succession. The letters from H to N, except J, the right arm stands at A, while the left moves round the circle for the other letters. For O to S, the right arm stands at B, the left arm moves around as before. For T, U, Y, and the anal, the right arm stands at C, the left moving to the next point of the circle successively. The numerical sign J, or alphabetical sign, and V, the right arm stands at position for letter D, the left arm only being moved. W and X, the left arm stands at position for letter E, the right in this case moving down 45 degrees to show letter X. For the letter Z, the left arm stands at position G. The right arm crosses the breast, taking the position F. The letters A to I also stand for the figures 1 to 9, K standing for 0. If you make the numerical sign to show that you're going to send numbers, followed by the alphabetical sign J when the figures are finished. They will be checked by being repeated back by the receiving station. Should figures be wrongly repeated by the receiving station, the sending station will send the anal sign, which is answered by the same sign, and then send the group of figures again. The sender must always face the station to which he is sending. On a word failing to make sense, the writer down will say "no," when the reader will at once stop the sending station by raising both arms horizontally to their full extent, letter R. This demand for repetition the sending station will acknowledge by making J. The signaller receiving the message will then send the last word he has read correctly, upon which the sender will continue the message from that word. Whistle signs. 1. One long blast means silence, alert, look out for my next signal, also approaching a station. 2. Two short blasts mean all right. 3. A succession of long, slow blasts mean go out, get farther away, or advance, extend, scatter. 4. A succession of short, sharp blasts means rally, close in, come together, fall in, danger, alarm. 5. 3 short blasts followed by one long one from Scoutmaster calls up the patrol leaders, i.e., leaders come here. Any whistle signal must be instantly obeyed at the double, as fast as you can run, no matter what other job you may be doing at the time. Hand or flag signals. Hand signals, which can also be made by patrol leaders with their patrol flags when necessary. Hand waved several times across the face from side to side, or flag waved horizontally from side to side opposite the face means no, never mind, as you were. Flag held high and waved as though pushing forward at full extent of arm, or whistle a succession of slow blasts means extend, go farther out, scatter. Hand or flag held high and waved rapidly from side to side at full extent of arm, or a succession of short quick blasts on the whistle means close in, rally, come here, danger, cattle on track. Hand or flag pointing in any direction means go in that direction. Clenched hand or flag jumping rapidly up and down several times means hurry, run. The movement pushing or beckoning indicates whether hurry here or hurry there. Hand or flag held straight up overhead, palm forward means stop, halt. When a leader is shouting an order or message to a scout who is some way off, the scout, if he hears what is being said, should hold up his hand level with his head all the time. If he cannot hear, he should stand still, making no sign. The leader will then repeat louder, or beckon to the scout to come in nearer. The following signals are made by a scout with his staff when he is sent out to reconnoiter within sight of his patrol, and they have the following meaning. Staff held up horizontally, that is, level, with both hands above the head means I have found. The same, out with staff moved up and down slowly means I have found, but a long way off. The same, staff moved up and down rapidly means I have found and close by. The staff held straight up over the head means nothing in sight. Indian signs and blazes. Shaking a blanket, I want to talk to you. Holding up a tree branch, I want to make peace. Hold up a weapon means war. I am ready to fight. Hold up a pole horizontally with hands on it. I have found something. This is good water. Good water not far in this direction. A long way to good water, go in direction of arrow. We camped here because one of us was sick. War or trouble about. Peace. Road to be followed. Letter hidden 3 paces from here in the direction of arrow. This path not to be followed. I have gone home. Wireless telegraphy. The Boy Scout Wireless Club, YMCA, Newark, NJ. The following directions are given for an up-to-date wireless apparatus for stationary use in the home or at the meeting place of each patrol. We will consider the receiving apparatus first. The first thing to do is to build an aerial. First find out how long your location will allow you to build it, and how high. It ought to be at least 50 to 60 feet high and about 70 to 100 feet long. The main point in building an aerial is to have it well insulated from the ground, and all connections in wire perfectly solid. It is advisable to solder every connection and to make your aerial strong, as it has a great deal to do with the working qualities of the station. After this is completed, the inside work on instruments should begin. 1. A pair of watch case receivers having a resistance of 1000 ohms each, manufactured by a reliable firm. 2. A loose coupler tuning coil of about 800 meters. 3. One of Murdoch's metal detectors or one of similar design. 4. A variable condenser of about 5 to 10 plates. 5. A fixed condenser so arranged that its capacity can be changed if desired. With these instruments the receiving set is complete, so we next take up the sending apparatus. 1. A 2-inch induction coil. 2. A heavy spark gap, zinc preferable. 3. One wireless key with heavy contacts. 4. A plate condenser which can be easily made by any Scout. Good glass is the main point. 5. A triple pole, double throw aerial switch. Can be made by Scouts. Now you have everything necessary to go ahead and assemble your station. The next thing is to connect them up. Above is a diagram, which will make a good station for a Scout. This station, if the aerial is of the proper height, is capable of sending messages from 8 to 10 miles. The receiving set. Perhaps the most fundamentally important part of a wireless telegraph station is the aerial. The construction varies with each station, but a few general suggestions may be of use. The builder should aim to get as high and as long an aerial as possible, height being the more important factor. In a stationary set the aerial may be fastened to a tree or pole or high building, while in a field set a tree or an easily portable pole must be used. The aerial itself should be made of copper wire, and should be hung between spreaders as long as convenient and insulated from them by 2 cleat insulators in series at each end. The experimenter should see that his leading in wire is placed conveniently and comes in contact with the walls, etc. as little as possible. All points of contact must be well insulated with glass, porcelain, or hard rubber. The tuning coil is very simple in construction. A cardboard tube, about 3 inches in diameter, is mounted between 2 square heads. This tube is wound with No. 24 insulated copper wire and very well shell-laced to avoid loosening of the wire. 2 pieces of 1/4 inch square brass rod to be fastened between the heads are secured, and a slider, as shown in drawing, is made. The rods are fastened on the heads and the insulation in the path of the sliders is then well scraped off. Binding posts are then fastened to the rods and coil ends. The detector, although the most important of the instruments, is perhaps the simplest. It is constructed of a hardwood base with a small brass plate fastened on by means of a binding post. On the other end of the base is fastened a double binding post which holds a brass spring as in the drawing. On the end of this spring is fastened a copper point made by winding a few inches of No. 36 or 40 wire on it, and allowing about 3/16 of an inch to project. This completes the detector, but for use in this instrument, lead sulfide or galena crystals must be secured. The condenser is made of 2 pieces of tin foil, 4 by 10, and 3 pieces of waxed paper a little larger than the foil. A piece of wire is twisted into the end of each piece of foil, and then 1 sheet of foil is laid on a sheet of paper. This is then covered by another sheet of paper upon which is laid the second sheet of foil. On top of this is laid the third sheet of paper, and the whole is folded into a convenient bundle. The sheets of foil must be well insulated from each other and the wires must project from the condenser. The ground connection is made by soldering a wire to a cold water pipe. In the case of a portable set, the ground may be made by driving a metal rod into the ground or sinking metal netting into a body of water. The telephone receivers cannot well be made and must therefore be bought. The type of phones used will therefore depend entirely on the builder's purse. The sending set. The same aerial and ground are used for sending as were used for receiving, and for the experimenter it will be far cheaper to buy a spark coil for his sending set than to attempt to make one. For a field set there will be very little need of a sending helix, as close tuning will be hardly possible, but for the stationary set this is very useful. A helix is made by building a drum with square heads fastened together by 6 or 8 uprights, arranged on the circumference of a circle. On this then are wound 10 or 12 turns of No. 10 or 12, brass or copper wire. Binding posts are fastened to the ends of the wire, and variable contact made on the turns by means of metal spring clips. The spark gap is made of a hardwood base with two uprights to which are fastened strips of brass. Under these strips are placed two pieces of battery zincs, so as to make the gap between their ends variable. Binding posts are fastened to the strips for contact. The sending condenser is the same as the receiving in construction, but different in material. The dielectric is glass, while the conducting surfaces are tinfoil, arranged in a pile of alternate sheets of glass and foil. The foil is shaped as in drawing, and alternate sheets have their lugs projecting on opposite sides, all lugs on same side being connected together. For a 1-inch coil but a few of these plates are needed, but for higher power a greater number are necessary. All that now remains is the setting up of the instruments. They are arranged as in the drawing, a double point, double throw switch being used to switch from sending to receiving. After having connected up the receiving instruments, the receiver is placed at the ear and the point of the detector placed on the various parts of the mineral until the signals are clearly heard. Then the tuning coil is adjusted until the signals are loudest. The sending apparatus is set up, the key and batteries having been bought or made and used to call some other station. The clip is put on various twins of the helix until the other station signals that the signals are loudest. The station is then ready for actual operation. End of section 27.
Section 28 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leo Mann. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 28, Health and Endurance, Part 1. Chapter 5, Health and Endurance. George J. Fisher, M.D., Secretary, Physical Department International Committee, Young Men's Christian Association. Fitness. Two things greatly affect the conditions under which a boy lives in these days. One is that he lives indoors for the greater part of the time, and the other is that he must attend school, which is pretty largely a matter of sitting still. Two things, therefore, are needs of every boy: outdoor experience and physical activity. To secure endurance, physical power, physical courage, and skill, the first thing needful is to take stock of one's physical makeup, then put the body in the best possible condition for doing its work, and then keep it in good order. Proper carriage. Head up, chin in, chest out, and shoulders back is a good slogan for a Boy Scout who desires an erect figure. One can scarcely think of a round-shouldered scout, yet there are such among the boys who desire to be scouts. There is no particular exercise that a boy can take to cure round shoulders. The thing to remember is that all exercise that is taken should be done in the erect position. Then the muscles will hold the body there. An erect body means a deeper chest, room for the important organs to work, and thus affords them the best chance to act. A few setting up exercises each day in the erect position will help greatly to get this result. Illustration. Exercise 1. Position. Heels together, arms down and at sides, palms in. Movement. Swing arms, sideways, upward to vertical, and return. Illustration. Exercise 2. Same as exercise 1, except that arms are swung forward, upward to vertical. Illustration. Exercise 3. Position. Arms extended to side, horizontal. Movement. Swing forward and return. Emphasis upon backward movement. Illustration. Exercise 4. Position. Arms at side, horizontal, back slightly arched. Movement. Circle arms backward. Setting up exercises. Illustration. Exercise 5. Position. Forearms flexed at side of chest. Movement. Thrust arms forward and return. Illustration. Exercise 6. Position. Arms at front, horizontal, forearms flexed, fingers on shoulders. Movement. Swing backward to side, horizontal in position. Illustration. Exercise 7. Position. Same as exercise 6. Movement. Swing downward, forward, bringing arms beyond sides of body. Rise on toes with end of backward swing. Illustration. Exercise 8A. Position. Arms at vertical, thumbs locked, head fixed between arms. Illustration, Exercise 8B. Movement. Bend forward as far as possible, without bending knees, and return. Setting up exercises. Illustration, Exercise 9. Position. Arms at vertical. Repeat Exercise 8B. Illustration, Exercise 9B. Movement. Arms circle, downward, inward, across chest. Reverse the movement. Illustration, Exercise 10. Position. Arms on hips. Movement, forward bend. Illustration, Exercise 11. Position, same as Exercise 10. Movement, backward bend. Illustration, Exercise 12. Position, same as Exercise 10. Movement, sideward bend, right and left. Setting up exercises. Illustration, Exercise 13. Movement, same as Exercise 10. Movement, rotate body of waist. Illustration, Exercise 14. Position, same as Exercise 10. Movement, raise high on toes. Hold shoulders back firmly. Illustration, Exercise 15. Position, same as Exercise 10. Movement, full knee bend. Setting up exercises. Growth. The chief business of a boy is to grow. He may have other affairs, but this is his chief concern. He should, therefore, have a few simple rules for living and make them a part of his daily life. Outdoor exercises. Each day should have its outdoor exercises. Walking is a splendid form of exercise. Walk to school or business. Don't ride unless absolutely necessary because of unusual distance. Walk with a good swinging stride with chest well up and spine fairly straight. Slow running across country is great. It lacks strain and yet affords splendid stimulation to heart and lungs. Cross-country running and hiking should be favorite sport for scout patrols and troops. A boy ought to have at least 2 hours of sport daily and some good, vigorous game, such as baseball or tennis, and, if he can possibly afford it, at least 2 periods a week, of an hour each, in a gymnasium, where he can receive guidance in bodybuilding. Boys under 16 should avoid exercise of strain, such as weightlifting or sprint running over 100 yards, or long-distance racing. They should have careful guidance in all gymnastic work. Work on apparatus may prove harmful unless of the right sort. The horse and parallel bars should be used largely to jump over rather than perform upon. Exercises demanding a sustained support of the body with the arms are not helpful, but may be harmful. The chief activity should be of the legs, to strengthen heart and lungs. A boy should be careful not to overdo. In his excitement to win in a contest, he is likely to do this unless cautioned. A boy should never try to reduce his weight. Now that there are weight classes in sports for boys, there is a temptation to do this, and it may prove very serious. Severe training for athletics should be avoided. All training should be in moderation. Medical examinations. Every boy ought to have, as he takes up his Boy Scout work, a thorough medical examination. Some physician who is interested in boys will be willing to act as examiner for patrol or troop. The boy should know the condition of his heart and lungs before entering any contest. If he has any defect in his breathing apparatus, nose, throat, or lungs, these should be attended to or they will seriously interfere with his endurance test. Baths. Besides exercises, a boy should have simple, workable rules for living. A boy ought to take a good soap bath at least twice a week and always after he has played a hard game or performed work of a nature that has caused him to perspire freely. Each morning a quick sponge bath should be the first order of the day, in water as cool as he can stand it, followed by a good rub with a coarse towel. If there is a feeling of warmth after the bath, it is helpful. If not, the water should be slightly warm, or only a portion of the body should be bathed at a time. Pain. One thing that should be regarded seriously is pain in any form in any part of the body. If there is a dull headache frequently, find out what causes it. Pain in the knee, the arch of the foot, or at any point should be taken seriously. Pain means something wrong. It may be brave to bear it, but it is not wise. It may mean something serious. Remember that pain felt in one part of the body may be the result of something wrong in another part. See a wise doctor about it. Eating. And now in reference to what one shall eat. The average boy ought to have, and usually does have, an appetite like an ostrich. 3 points to remember are: don't eat too much. Most healthy boys do. Don't eat meat more than once a day. And third, don't eat anything that you always taste for several hours after you have eaten it, even though you like it. Digestion. The fact that you taste it is an indication that your stomach is having a wrestling match with the food. Some people can't digest onions. Others thrive upon them. Some can't eat cucumbers. Others can do so readily. The one must give them up. The other can continue to eat them. Each person has some peculiarity of diet and must observe it to be happy. Many a race has been lost through failure to obey this rule. A simple diet is best. Most boys eat too much of a mixed nature. They mix pickles, soda water, frankfurters, and chocolate without fear or favor. No wonder there is so much stomach ache. In boys' camp, the chief trouble is indigestion caused by this riot of eating. Such boys are laying up for themselves for the future some beautiful headaches and bilious attacks, which, when they become chronic later, will cry out against them and seriously impair their value. Don't eat when very tired. Lie down a while and get rested. Don't eat heavily before exercising, or better, put it the other way around. Don't exercise immediately after eating. Never eat when excited or angry, and very lightly when worried or when expecting to study hard. We should learn to eat slowly and chew the food thoroughly, remembering that all food, before it can be taken up in the blood, must be as thin as pea soup. Chewing well will help the digestive organs greatly. Always wash the hands before eating. Be careful about eating food that has been exposed to the dust, unless it has been washed. Drink freely of clean water between meals. Never use a public drinking cup without thoroughly rinsing it. Don't touch your lips to the rim of the cup. Boys who cook their own meals when in camp should be careful to have their food well done. Half-baked and soggy food proves indigestible. Coffee and tea. Should a boy drink coffee or tea? This is a question often asked by boys. Coffee and tea are the greatest stimulants known. But does a strong boy need a stimulant? What is a stimulant and what does it do? A stimulant is a whip, making the body do more at a given time than it ordinarily would. It doesn't add any fiber to the tissues, doesn't add any strength, isn't a food, but merely gets more out of the tissues or nervous system than they would ordinarily yield. Of course there is a reaction, because the tissues have nothing to feed on. Herbert Fisher says that Perry's men, who drank lots of tea on their voyage north, during the most trying time of their trip, showed it in their haggard faces and loss of tissue. Their own tissues had turned cannibal and fed on their own material. Stimulants are not foods. They add no strength to the body. They exact of the body what ought not to be exacted of it. There is always a reaction, and one is always worse off as a result. Growing boys especially should have nothing to do with tea, coffee, or any stimulant. Alcohol and tobacco. Alcohol is not a stimulant, but is really a narcotic that is very depressing. It dulls rather than stimulates. The same is true of nicotine and tobacco. No growing boy should use either. The first athletes to drop out of a race are usually drinkers, and all trainers know that smoking is bad for the wind. Constipation. Those boys who find their digestion sluggish and are troubled with constipation may find the following plan helpful in overcoming the condition. Drink a cool, copious draught of water upon arising. Then take some body-bending exercises. Follow this with a sponge bath. Then, if possible, take a walk around the block before breakfast. After school, play some favorite game for at least an hour. In the absence of this, take a good hike of 3 or 4 miles or a longer bicycle ride. At least twice a week, if possible, enter gymnasium class and make special emphasis of body-bending exercises. Have a regular time for going to stool. A good plan is to go just before retiring and immediately upon arising. Go even though you feel no desire to do so. A regular habit may be established by this method. Always respond quickly to any call of nature. Toasted bread and graham bread and the coarser foods and fruit will be found helpful. The teeth. Closely related to the matter of eating is the proper care of the teeth. Perhaps, without care, the mouth is the filthiest cavity of the body. We spend a great deal of energy trying to keep food clean and water pure, but what is the use if we place them in a dirty cavity as they enter the body? Full 90% of the children examined in our schools have decayed and dirty teeth. These decayed teeth provide cavities in which food particles decay and germs grow, and through which poisons are absorbed. These conditions need not exist. Now, just a few suggestions about the care of the teeth. Every boy should own his own toothbrush. The teeth should be scrubbed at least twice a day. At night, they should receive most careful cleansing, using a good toothpaste or powder. Then again in the morning they should be rinsed, at which time simply clean water is sufficient. Time should be taken in the cleansing of the teeth. The gums should be included in the scrubbing, as this acts as a good stimulant to the circulation of the blood to the teeth. Not only should the teeth be brushed with a backward and forward stroke, as we ordinarily do, but also upward and downward the length of the teeth. In addition to the scrubbing, particles of food which are lodged between the teeth should be removed after meals, or at least after the last meal of the day. This is most safely done by the use of a thread of a fair degree of thickness. Dentists and druggists furnish this thread in spools. Hard toothpicks often cause bleeding and detached fillings. A dentist should be visited once every 6 months so as to detect decay immediately. Never have a tooth pulled unless absolutely necessary. End of Section 28, Health and Endurance, Part 1. Section 29 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leo Mann. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 29, Health and Endurance, Part 2. Care of the eyes. Most trouble with the eyes come from eye strain. Styes and red lids are usually due to this cause. See how foolish, therefore, it is to treat these conditions as causes when really they are only the result of something else. Of course, there are exceptions. Sometimes wild hairs and skin disease affect the eyes. Eye strain should be removed by wearing well-fitting glasses, and then these other conditions will disappear. If constant headache is experienced, or the eyes itch or become tired easily, there is possibly eye strain. One way to test the eye is for vision. Place the following letters 15 feet from you. If you cannot read them clearly with both eyes, and with each eye separately, consult a first-class oculist. First row of letters: C, L, V, F, O, T. Second row of letters: E, A, C, F, D, L, O, T. Third row of letters: D, V, C, L, A, E, O, T, F. Never buy eyeglasses unless fitted by an expert. Such glasses should be worn in proper relation to the eyes. They should not be permitted to slide forward on the nose or tilt. They may need to be changed often as the eyes grow better. For reading, a good steady light is needed. Never sit in front of a window facing it to read. Always have the light come from the rear and over the left shoulder preferably. The book should be held on a level with the face and not too close. Sit erect. Reading when lying down or from the light of a fireplace is unwise. Care of the ears. Affections of the ears are exceedingly serious and may lead to grave results. Any trouble with them should be given very prompt attention and a good specialist consulted. Pain in the ear, or ringing or hissing sounds, and particularly any discharge from the ear, should not be neglected. Any sign of deafness must be heeded. Sometimes deafness occurs in reference to some particular sounds while hearing is normal to others. No matter what the degree of deafness may be, do not neglect to see a physician about it. Ordinarily, the tick of a watch can be heard at a distance of 30 inches. If you cannot hear it at that distance, and can hear it at, say, 15 inches, then you are just 1/2 from the normal in your hearing. The test should be made with one ear closed. Ear troubles are often caused by sticking foreign objects in the ear, such as hairpins, pins, matches, toothpicks, and lead pencils. Never pick the ear with anything. Often the eardrum is pierced in this way. The normal ear does not require anything more than the usual cleansing with the wash rag over the end of the finger. If wax to any extent accumulates in the ear, it should be removed by syringing, but ought to be done by a physician. In camp, an insect might crawl into the ear and, if alive, cause pain. Putting oil or other fluids in the ear to drown it is unwise. If a foreign body should get in the ear, it should not cause great alarm unless attended with severe pain. If a physician is not available at once, such objects may remain for a day or two without serious results. Syringing usually removes them, but it should be remembered that some objects like peas or beans swell if made wet. In swimming, water is apt to get into the ear and cause annoyance. A rubber ear stop can be secured and placed in the ear at the time of swimming, thus keeping the water out. Cotton should not be stuffed into the ear to keep water out, as it may get inside. One thing to keep in mind is that catarrh of the nose and throat often extends into the ear passages through a tube which reaches from the throat to the ear, and that syringing of the nose and throat frequently causes trouble in the ear. Care of the nose and throat. Always breathe through the nose. Air passing through the nose is warmed and moistened and cleansed. Thus it gets to the lungs in a better condition. If you cannot breathe clearly through the nose, have it examined. There may be a growth present which needs to be removed. To become a good runner, this is important. Adenoids, which are growths far back in the mouth, often interfere with nose breathing and are serious in other ways. Don't stick anything in the nose, and nose picking is not cleanly. If crusts form in the nose, use a little Vaseline to soften them. Don't blow the nose too vigorously. It may cause trouble. Frequent sore throat may be due to enlarged tonsils, which either need treatment or removal. To one who has frequent colds in the head, the out-of-door life and morning sponge bath and moderate eating will be of help. Care of the feet. This is an important matter with Scouts, as they will make frequent hikes and tramps. The first thing to do is to walk right. The straight foot is the normal foot. The normal foot is broad at the ball with space between the toes. How different from the awful feet we see with toes twisted upon each other and crowded together. Walk with feet pointing straight forward. The feet that turn outward are weak feet. Shoes, therefore, should be straight on the inner border, broad across the ball, and have a low, broad heel. The shoe adopted by the Scout movement is a good design. When a foot is normal, the inner border does not touch the floor. By wetting the foot, one can see readily whether he is flat-footed by the imprint made. The following exercises are good to strengthen the arches of the foot if there is a tendency to flat feet. 1. Turn toes in, raise the heels, and come down slowly on the outer borders of the feet. 2. Walk with heels raised and toes pointing inward, or walk on the outer borders of the foot, inner borders turned up. Shoes should fit the feet comfortably. Tight shoes or shoes that fit loosely will cause calluses or corns. The way to get rid of these is to remove the cause, namely, the bad-fitting shoes. Soft corns are due to pressure between the toes. The toes in such cases should be kept apart with cotton. Pointed shoes should be avoided. Patent leather shoes are non-porous and hot. Ingrown toenails are exceedingly painful. The pain comes from the nail piercing the soft parts. Allowing the nail to grow long and beyond the point of the tender spot will help, and on the side of the nail and under it cotton should be inserted to protect the soft parts. Hot foot baths will generally relieve tired feet. Boys should be very careful in trimming corns for fear of blood poisoning. Never buy plates at a store for flat feet. They may not be adapted to your needs. Always consult a foot specialist for treatment and buy plates if needed on his order. Only severe cases need plates. Many boys have trouble with perspiring feet and are frequently annoyed by the odor resulting. Those who are thus troubled should wash the feet often and carefully, especially between the toes. By dusting the feet with boric acid, the odor will disappear. At first, it may be necessary to change the stockings daily. In severe cases, 2 pairs of shoes should be used, changing alternately. Care of the fingernails. The chief thing in the care of the fingernails is to keep them clean. Each boy should possess and use a nail brush. Always wash the hands thoroughly before eating, and use the end of a nail file to remove the accumulation still remaining under the nails. Keep the nails properly trimmed. They should not be too long nor too short. If long, they are liable to break, and if short, to be sensitive. Biting the nails is a filthy practice and mutilates the fingers dreadfully and makes them unsightly. It is a very hard habit to overcome ofttimes, and will require persistent effort in order to succeed. By keeping the nails smooth, the tendency to bite them will to some extent be overcome. A bitter application to the nails will often remind one of the habit, as often the biting is done unconsciously. The nails should never be pared with a knife. A curved pair of scissors is best, as the cutting should be done in a curved direction, but the best method is to use the file. The skin overhanging the nails should be pressed back once a week to keep them shapely. Rubbing the nails with a nail buffer or cloth will keep them polished. Sleep. One thing a growing boy wants to be long on is sleep, and yet he is most apt to be careless about it. It is during sleep that a boy grows most and catches up. During his waking hours he tears down and burns up more tissue than he builds. Good, sound, and sufficient sleep is essential to growth, strength, and endurance. A Boy Scout should have at least 9 or 10 hours sleep out of every 24. If you lose out on this amount on one day, make it up the next. Whenever unusually tired or when you feel out of trim, stay in bed a few hours more if it is possible. A boy should wake up each morning feeling like a fighting cock. When he doesn't, he ought to get to bed earlier that night. Sleep is a wonderful restorative and tonic. It helps to store up energy and conserve strength. Sleeping out of doors. The conditions under which one sleeps are as important as the length of time one sleeps. Many people are finding it wonderfully helpful and invigorating to sleep out of doors. Often a back porch can be arranged, or in summer a tent can be pitched in the yard. But by all means, the sleeping room should be well ventilated. Windows should be thrown wide open. Avoid drafts. If the bed is in such a relation to the windows as to cause the wind to blow directly on it, a screen can be used to divert it, or a sheet hung up as protection. Good, fresh, cool air is a splendid tonic. In winter, open windows are a splendid preparation for camping out in the summer. Conservation. In this chapter, much has been said of the active measures which a boy should take in order to become strong and well. We should be equally concerned in saving and storing up natural forces we already have. In the body of every boy who has reached his teens, the Creator of the universe has sown a very important fluid. This fluid is the most wonderful material in all the physical world. Some parts of it find their way into the blood, and through the blood give tone to the muscles, power to the brain, and strength to the nerves. This fluid is the sex fluid. When this fluid appears in a boy's body, it works a wonderful change in him. His chest deepens, his shoulders broaden, his voice changes, his ideals are changed and enlarged. It gives him the capacity for deep feeling, for rich emotion. Pity the boy, therefore, who has wrong ideas of this important function, because they will lower his ideals of life. These organs actually secrete into the blood material that makes a boy manly, strong, and noble. Any habit which a boy has that causes this fluid to be discharged from the body tends to weaken his strength, to make him less able to resist disease, and often, unfortunately, fastens upon him habits which later in life he cannot break. Even several years before this fluid appears in the body, such habits are harmful to a growing boy. To become strong, therefore, one must be pure in thought and clean in habit. This power which I have spoken of must be conserved, because this sex function is so deep and strong that there will come times when temptation to wrong habits will be very powerful. But remember that to yield means to sacrifice strength and power and manliness. For boys who desire to know more of this subject, we would suggest a splendid book by Dr. Winfred S. Hall, entitled From Youth into Manhood. Every boy in his teens who wants to know the secret of strength, power, and endurance should read this book. End of Section 29, Health and Endurance, Part 2.
Section 30 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Oxenhandler. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Chapter 6, Chivalry, by John L. Alexander, Boy Scouts of America. Ancient Knighthood. A little over 1,500 years ago, the great order of knighthood and chivalry was founded. The reason for this was the feeling on the part of the best men of that day that it was the duty of the stronger to help the weak. These were the days when might was right, and the man with the strongest arm did as he pleased, often oppressing the poor and riding roughshod without any regard over the feelings and affections of others. In revolt against this, there sprang up all over Europe a noble and useful order of men who called themselves knights. Among these great-hearted men were Arthur, Gareth, Lancelot, Bedivere, and Alfred the Great. The desire of these men was, quote, to live pure, speak true, right wrong, follow the king, unquote. Of course, in these days there also lived men who called themselves knights, but who had none of the desire for service that inspired Arthur and the others. These false knights, who cared for no one but themselves and their own pleasure, often brought great sorrow to the common people. Chivalry, then, was a revolt against their brutal acts and ignorance, and a protest against the continuation of the idea that might was right. Nowhere in all the stories that have come down to us have the acts of chivalry been so well told as in the tales of the Round Table. Here it was that King Arthur gathered about him men like Sir Bors, Sir Gawain, Sir Pelleas, Sir Geraint, Sir Tristram, Sir Launcelot, and Sir Galahad. These men, moved by the desire of giving themselves in service, cleared the forests of wild animals, suppressed the robber barons, punished the outlaws, bullies, and thieves of their day, and enforced, wherever they went, a proper respect for women. It was for this great service that they trained themselves, passing through the degree of page, esquire, and knight, with all the hard work that each of these meant, in order that they might the better do their duty to their God and country. Struggles for freedom. Of course, this struggle of right against wrong was not confined to the days in which chivalry was born. The founding of the order of knighthood was merely the beginning of the age-long struggle to make right the ruling thought of life. Long after knighthood had passed away, the struggle continued. In the birth of the modern nations, England, Germany, France, and others, there was the distinct feeling on the part of the best men of these nations that might should and must give way to right, and that tyranny must yield to the spirit of freedom. The great struggle of the English barons under King John and the wresting from the king of the Magna Carta, which became the basis of English liberty, was merely another development of the idea for which chivalry stood. The protest of the French Revolution and the terrible doings of the common people in these days, although wicked and brutal in method, were symptoms of the same revolt against oppression. The Pilgrim Fathers. When the Pilgrim Fathers founded the American colonies, the work of Arthur and Alfred and the other great men of ancient days was renewed and extended and fitted to the new conditions and times. With the English settlements of Raleigh and Captain John Smith, we might almost say that a new race of men was born and a new kind of knight was developed. All over America an idea made itself felt that in the eyes of the law every man should be considered just as good as every other man, and that every man ought to have a fair and square chance at all the good things that were to be had in a land of plenty. It was this spirit that compelled the colonists to seek their independence, and that found its way into our Declaration of Independence as follows: "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." The fight of the colonists was the old-time fight of the knights against the oppression and injustice and the might that dared to call itself right. American Pioneers. No set of men, however, showed this spirit of chivalry more than our pioneers beyond the Alleghanies. In their work and service, they paralleled very closely the Knights of the Round Table, but whereas Arthur's knights were dressed in suits of armor, the American pioneers were dressed in buckskin. They did, however, the very same things which ancient chivalry had done, clearing the forests of wild animals, suppressing the outlaws and bullies and thieves of their day, and enforcing a proper respect for women. Like the old knights, they often were compelled to do their work amid scenes of great bloodshed, although they loved to live in peace. These American knights and pioneers were generally termed backwoods men and scouts, and were men of distinguished appearance, of athletic build, of high moral character, and frequently of firm religious convictions. Such men as Appleseed Johnny, Daniel Boone, George Rogers Clark, Simon Kenton, and John James Audubon are the types of men these pioneers were. They were noted for their staunch qualities of character. They hated dishonesty, and were truthful and brave. They were polite to women and old people, ever ready to rescue a companion when in danger, and equally ready to risk their lives for a stranger. They were very hospitable, dividing their last crust with one another, or with the stranger whom they happened to meet. They were ever ready to do an act of kindness. They were exceedingly simple in their dress and habits. They fought the Indians not because they wished to, but because it was necessary to protect their wives and children from the raids of the savages. They knew all the things that scouts ought to know. They were acquainted with the woods and the fields, knew where the best fish were to be caught, understood the trees, the signs and blazes, the haunts of animals and how to track them, how to find their way by the stars, how to make themselves comfortable in the heart of the primeval forest, and such other things as are classed under the general term of woodcraft. And with all this, they inherited the splendid ideas of chivalry that had been developed in the 1,000 years preceding them, and fitted these ideas to the conditions of their own day, standing solidly against evil and falsehood whenever they lifted their head among them. They were not perfect, but they did their best to be of service to those who came within their reach, and worked conscientiously for their country. Modern knighthood. 100 years have passed since then, and the conditions of life which existed west of the Alleghanies are no more. Just as the life of the pioneers was different from that of the Knights of the Round Table, and as they each practiced chivalry in keeping with their own surroundings, so life today is different from both. But the need of chivalry is very much the same. Might still tries to make right, and while there are now no robber barons or outlaws with swords and spears, their spirit is not unknown in business and commercial life. Vice and dishonesty lift their heads just as strongly today as in the past, and there is just as much need of respect for women and girls as there ever was. So today there is a demand for a modern type of chivalry. It is for this reason that the Boy Scouts of America have come into being. For there is need of service in these days, and that is represented by the good turn done to somebody every day. Doing the good turn daily will help to form the habit of useful service. A Boy Scout, then, while living in modern times, must consider himself the heir of ancient chivalry and of the pioneers, and he must, for this reason, give himself to ever-renewed efforts to be true to the traditions which have been handed down to him by these great and good leaders of men. The Boy Scout movement is a call to American boys today to become in spirit members of the order of chivalry, and a challenge to them to make their lives count in the communities in which they live, for clean lives, clean speech, clean sport, clean habits, and clean relationships with others. It is also a challenge for them to stand for the right against the wrong, for truth against falsehood, to help the weak and oppressed, and to love and seek the best things of life. Abraham Lincoln. Perhaps there is no better example of chivalry than the life and experience of Abraham Lincoln, the greatest of all our American men. Every boy ought to read the story of his life and come to understand and appreciate what it means. Lincoln was born in the backwoods of Kentucky. He was a tall, spare man of awkward build, and knew very little of the schoolroom as a boy. He fought for his education. He borrowed books wherever he could. Many long nights were spent by him before the flickering lights of the log cabin, gleaning from his borrowed treasures the knowledge he longed to possess. He passed through all the experiences of life that other scouts and pioneers have experienced. He split rails for a livelihood, and fought his way upward by hard work, finally achieving for himself an education in the law, becoming an advocate in the courts of Illinois. Wherever he went, he made a profound impression on the lives and minds of the people, and won over his political opponents by his strength, sympathy, and breadth of mind. At the period when storms threatened to engulf our ship of state, he became president of our country. Although Lincoln was an untried pilot, he stood by the helm like a veteran master. A man of earnest and intense conviction, he strove to maintain the glory of our flag and to keep the Union unbroken. Hundreds of stories are told of his great heart and almost boundless sympathy for others. The generals of the Civil War were deeply attached to him, and the rank and file of the soldiers who fought under these generals loved and revered him. He was familiarly known as Honest Abe. He could always be relied upon to give help and encouragement. His smile cheered the defenders of the Union, and his wise counsel gave heart to the men who were helping him to shape the destinies of the nation. At the close of the war, which saw the Union more firmly established than ever, he fell by the hand of the assassin, mourned deeply both by his own country and by the world at large. The further we get from the scene of his life and work, the more firmly are we, his countrymen, convinced of his sincerity, strength, wisdom, and bigness of heart. The two men who stand out preeminently in history among great Americans are Washington and Lincoln, the former as the founder of the Union, and the latter as the man who gave it unbreakable continuity and preserved it, as we hope and believe, for all time. Lincoln's life and career should be the study and inspiration of every Boy Scout. He became familiar with all of the things for which the Boy Scouts of America stand. He was a lover of the wild things in the woods, and loved and lived the life of the out of doors. He had a high sense of honor and was intensely chivalrous. as the many hundred stories told about him testify. He did many times more than one good turn a day. He sincerely loved his country. He lived, fought, and worked for it, and finally he sealed his loyalty by giving his life. The path that he traveled from the log cabin to the White House clearly shows that an American boy who has well-defined ideas of truth and right, and then dares to stand by them, can become great in the councils of the nation. The life, then, of Abraham Lincoln should be a steady inspiration to every boy who wishes to call himself a scout. Challenge of the present. Thus we see that chivalry is not a virtue that had its beginning long ago and merely lived a short time, becoming a mere story. Chivalry began in the far distant past out of the desire to help others, and the knights of the olden days did this as best they could. Later, the new race of men in America took up the burden of chivalry and did the best they could. Now, the privilege and responsibility comes to the boys of today, and the voices of the knight of the olden time and of the hardy pioneers of our own country are urging the boys of today to do the right thing in a gentlemanly way for the sake of those about them. All of those men, whether knights or pioneers, had an unwritten code, somewhat like our scout law, and their motto was very much like the motto of the Boy Scouts: be prepared. Good manners. The same thing that entered into the training of these men, knights, pioneers, and Lincoln, then must enter into the training of the Boy Scouts of today. Just as they respected women and served them, so the tenderfoot and the scout must be polite and kind to women, not merely to well-dressed women, but to poorly dressed women, not merely to young women, but to old women, to women wherever they may be found, wherever they may be. To these a scout must always be courteous and helpful. When a scout is walking with a lady or a child, he should always walk on the outside of the sidewalk, so that he can better protect them against the jostling crowds. This rule is only altered when crossing the street, when the scout should be between the lady and the traffic, so as to shield her from accident or mud. Also, in meeting a woman or child, a scout, as a matter of course, should always make the way for them, even if he himself has to step off the sidewalk into the mud. When riding in a streetcar or train, a scout should never allow a woman, an elderly person, or a child to stand, but will offer his seat, and when he does it, should do it cheerfully and with a smile. When on the street, be continually on a quest, on the lookout to help others, and always refuse any reward for the effort. This kind of courtesy and good manners is essential to success. It was the unselfish desire to protect and help that made these men of olden time such splendid fellows. Good manners attract and please, and should be cultivated by every boy who expects to win success and make his life interesting to others. In the home, on the street, in the school, in the workshop or the office, or wherever one may be, his relationship to others should be characterized as gentle, courteous, polite, considerate, and thoughtful. These are the virtues and graces that make life easier and pleasanter for all. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Oxenhandler. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Chapter 6. Continued. Cheerfulness. As has been said, whatever a scout does should be done with cheerfulness, and the duty of always being cheerful cannot be emphasized too much. Why don't you laugh and make us all laugh too, and keep us mortals all from getting blue? A laugh will always win. If you can't laugh, just grin. Go on, let's all join in. Why don't you laugh? Benjamin Franklin said, quote, "Money never yet made a man happy, and there is nothing in its nature to produce happiness. One's personal enjoyment is a very small thing, but one's personal usefulness is a very important thing." Unquote. Those only are happy who have their minds fixed upon some object other and higher than their own happiness. Dr. Raffles once said, quote, "I have made it a rule never to be with a person 10 minutes without trying to make him happier." Unquote. A boy once said to his mother, quote, "I couldn't make little sister happy, know how I could fix it, but I made myself happy trying to make her happy." Unquote. There was once a king who had a tall, handsome son whom he loved with his whole heart, so he gave him everything that his heart desired: a pony to ride, beautiful rooms to live in, picture books, stories, and everything that money could buy. And yet, in spite of this, the young prince was unhappy, and wore a wry face and a frown wherever he went, and was always wishing for something he did not have. By and by a magician came to the court, and seeing a frown on the prince's face, said to the king, quote, "I can make your boy happy and turn his frown into a smile, but you must pay me a very large price for the secret." Unquote. "All right," said the king, quote, "whatever you ask I will do." Unquote. So the magician took the boy into a private room, and with white liquid wrote something on a piece of paper. Then he gave the boy a candle, and told him to warm the paper and read what was written. The prince did as he was told. The white letters turned into letters of blue, and he read these words, quote, "Do a kindness to someone every day." Unquote. So the prince followed the magician's advice and became the happiest boy in all the king's realm. To be a good scout, one must remain cheerful under every circumstance, bearing both fortune and misfortune with a smile. Character. If the scout is cheerful, follows the advice of the magician to the king's son, and does a good turn to someone every day, he will come into possession of a strong character, such as the knights of the Round Table had, for, after all, character is the thing that distinguishes a good scout from a bad one. Character is not what men say about you. A great writer once said, quote, "I can't hear what you say for what you are." Unquote. And another one said, quote, "Your life speaks louder than your words." Unquote. It was not the words of the knights of old that told what they were, it was their strong life and fine character that gave power to their words and the thrust to their spears. It is necessary that a boy should live right and possess such a character as will help him to do the hardest things of life. Every boy should remember that he is in reality just what he is when alone in the dark. The great quests of the knights were most often done singly and alone. Will. Another thing that entered into the makeup of a knight was an iron will. He had staying powers because he willed to stick, and the way he trained his will to do the hard things was to keep himself doing the small things. Not long ago there was a lad whom the boys nicknamed Blocky and Wooden Man. When they played ball in the school playground, Blocky never caught the ball. When they worked together in the gymnasium, Blocky was always left out of the game because he couldn't do things and was slow and unyieldly in his motions. But one day a great change came over Blocky, and he began to train his will. He worked hard in the gymnasium. He learned to catch the ball, and by sticking to it was not only able to catch the ball, but became proficient. Then there came a time when the first one chosen upon the team was Blocky, and it all came about because he had trained his will so that when he made up his mind to do a thing, he did it. Thrift. Another thing which entered into the training of a knight was his readiness to seize his opportunities. The motto of the Scouts is, quote, "Be prepared." Unquote. He should be prepared for whatever opportunity presents itself. An interesting story is told by Orison Swett Marden. He says that a lad who later became one of the millionaires of one of our great western cities began his earning career by taking advantage of an opportunity that came to him as he was passing an auction shop. He saw several boxes of a kind of soap which his mother was accustomed to buy from the family grocer. Hastening to the grocery store, he asked the price of the soap. Quote, 12 cents a pound, unquote, was the reply. On being pressed for a lower figure, the shopkeeper remarked in a bantering tone that he would buy all that the boy could bring to his store at 9 cents a pound. The boy hurried back to the auction and bought the soap at 6 cents a pound. It was in this way that he made his first money in trade and laid the foundation for his fortune. The knight never waited for opportunity to come to him. He went out looking for it, and wore his armor in order that he might be ready for it when it came. There is a story of a Greek god who had only one lock of hair upon his forehead. The remainder of his head was shining bald. In order to get this ancient god's attention, it was necessary to grip him by his forelock, for when he had passed, nothing could check his speed. So it is with opportunity, and the hour of opportunity. A good scout is ready for both and always grips time by the forelock. Individuality. If the foregoing qualities enter into a scout's training, an individuality will be developed in him which will make itself known and felt. Every scout should read over the following list of scout virtues, and should strive at all times to keep them before him in his training, thus making them a part of his life. Unselfishness, the art of thinking of others first and one's self afterward. Self-sacrifice, the giving up of one's comfort, desires, and pleasures for the benefit of someone else. Kindness, the habit of thinking well of others and doing good to them. Friendliness, the disposition to make everyone you meet feel at ease and to be of service to him if possible. Honesty, the desire to give everyone a square deal and the fair chance that you yourself wish to enjoy. It means also respect for the property and rights of others, the ability to face the truth and to call your own faults by their right name. Fair play, scorning to take unfair advantage of a rival and readiness even to give up an advantage to him. Loyalty, the quality of remaining true and faithful not only to your principles but also to your parents and friends. Obedience, compliance with the wishes of parents or those in places of authority. Discipline, the self-restraint and self-control that keeps a boy steady and help him in teamwork. Endurance, a manly moderation which keeps a boy fit and strong and in good condition. Self-improvement, the ambition to get on in life by all fair means. Humility, that fine quality which keeps a scout from boasting and which generally reveals a boy of courage and achievement. Honor, that great thing which is more sacred than anything else to scouts and gentlemen, the disdain of telling or implying an untruth, absolute trustworthiness and faithfulness. Duty to God, the greatest of all things, which keeps a boy faithful to his principles and true to his friends and comrades, that gives him a belief in things that are high and noble, and which makes him prove his belief by doing his good turn to someone every day. This list of virtues a scout must have, and if there are any that stand out more prominently than the others, they are the following. Courage. It is horrible to be a coward. It is weak to yield to fear and heroic to face danger without flinching. The old Indian who had been mortally wounded faced death with a grim smile on his lips and sang his own death song. The soldier of the Roman legions laughed in the face of death, and died often with a Hail Imperator for the Roman Caesar upon his lips. One of the stories connected with the battle of Agincourt tells us that 4 fair ladies had sent their knightly lovers into battle. One of these was killed, another was made prisoner, the third was lost in the battle and never heard of afterward. The fourth was safe, but owed his safety to shameful flight. "Ah, woe is me," said the lady of this base knight, "for having placed my affections on a coward. He would have been dear to me dead, but alive he is my reproach." A scout must be as courageous as any knight of old, or any Roman soldier, or any dying Indian. Loyalty. Loyalty is another scout virtue which must stand out prominently, because it is that which makes him true to his home, his parents, and his country. Charles VIII, at the battle of Foranovo, picked out 9 of his bravest officers, and gave to each of them a complete suit of armour, which was a counterpart of his own. By this device he outwitted a group of his enemies who had leagued themselves to kill him during the fight. They sought him through all the ranks, and every time they met one of these officers they thought they had come face to face with the king. The fact that these officers hailed such a dangerous honour with delight and devotion is a striking illustration of their loyalty. The scout should be no less loyal to his parents, home, and country. Duty to God. No scout can ever hope to amount to much until he has learned a reverence for religion. The scout should believe in God and God's word. In the olden days, knighthood, when it was bestowed, was a religious ceremony, and a knight not only considered himself a servant of the king, but also a servant of God. The entire night preceding the day upon which the young esquire was made knight was spent by him on his knees in prayer, in fast and vigil. There are many kinds of religion in the world. One important point, however, about them is that they all involve the worship of the same God. There is but one leader, although many ways of following him. If a scout meets one of another religion, he should remember that he too is striving for the best. A scout should respect the convictions of others in matters of custom and religion. A Boy Scout's religion. The Boy Scouts of America maintain that no boy can grow into the best kind of citizenship without recognizing his obligation to God. The first part of the Boy Scouts oath, or pledge, is therefore, quote, "I promise on my honor to do my best to honor my God and my country." Unquote. The recognition of God as the ruling and leading power in the universe, and the grateful acknowledgment of his favors and blessings, is necessary to the best type of citizenship, and is a wholesome thing in the education of the growing boy. No matter what the boy may be, Catholic or Protestant or Jew, this fundamental need of good citizenship should be kept before him. The Boy Scouts of America, therefore, recognize the religious element in the training of a boy, but it is absolutely non-sectarian in its attitude toward that religious training. Its policy is that the organization or institution with which the Boy Scout is connected shall give definite attention to his religious life. If he be a Catholic Boy Scout, the Catholic Church of which he is a member is the best channel for his training. If he be a Hebrew boy, then the synagogue will train him in the faith of his fathers. If he be a Protestant, no matter to what denomination of Protestantism he may belong, the church of which he is an adherent or a member should be the proper organization to give him an education in the things that pertain to his allegiance to God. The Boy Scouts of America, then, while recognizing the fact that the boy should be taught the things that pertain to religion, insists upon the boy's religious life being stimulated and fostered by the institution with which he is connected. Of course, it is a fundamental principle of the Boy Scouts of America to insist on clean, capable leadership in its scout masters, and the influence of the leader on the Boy Scout should be of a distinctly helpful character. Work, not luck. Life, after all, is just this. Some go through life trusting to luck. They are not worthy to be scouts. Others go through life trusting to hard work and clear thinking. These are they who have cleared the wilderness and planted wheat where forests once grew, who have driven back the savage and have fostered civilization in the uncultivated places of the earth. The good scout is always at work, working to improve himself and to improve the daily lot of others. The thing that is to be noticed in all of these men, those of the Round Table and those of American pioneers' days, is the fact that they were ever ready to do a good turn to someone. The Knights of the Round Table did theirs by clash of arms, by the jousts and the tourney, and by the fierce hand-to-hand fights that were their delight in open battle. The old scouts, our own pioneers, very often had to use the rifle and the hatchet and the implements of war. However, those days have passed, and we are living in a non-military and peace-loving age, and the glory of it is that, whereas these men took their lives in their hands and by dint of rifle and sword did their part in helping others, our modern civilization gives the Boy Scouts of America an opportunity to go out and do their good turn daily for others in the 1,000 ways that will benefit our American life the most. Sometimes they will have to risk their lives, but it will be in case of fire or accident or catastrophe. At other times they will be given the privilege of showing simple deeds of chivalry by their courteous treatment of their elders, cripples, and children, by giving up their seats in streetcars, or by carrying the bundles of those who are not as physically strong as themselves, and in it all will come the satisfying feeling that they are doing just as much and perhaps a great deal more than the ironclad men or the buckskin-clothed scouts in making their country a little safer and a little better place to live in. Chivalry and courtesy and being a gentleman mean just as much now as they ever did, and there is a greater demand in these days to live pure, to speak true, and to help others by a good turn daily than ever before in the world's history. End of section 31.
Section 32 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pierce Waltz. The Boy Scout Handbooks by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 32. Chapter 7. First Aid and Life Saving. Major Charles Lynch, Medical Corps, USA. Acting for the American Red Cross. Prevention of Accidents. General. Considerably, over 1 million persons are seriously injured in the United States each year. The enormous loss of life and the great suffering involved certainly demand that every Boy Scout do what he can to improve conditions in this respect. Some accidents happen under all circumstances, but on the other hand, a great many accidents are avoidable. and probably quite 1/2 of the injuries which occur in the United States yearly could be prevented if common care were exercised. Panics and their prevention. In case of a panic at an indoor assembly, Scouts, if they live up to their motto, "Be prepared," will be able to save hundreds of lives. There is usually plenty of time for people to get out of a building if the exits are not blocked by too many people crowding them at once. One should, if possible, try to arrange to have the performance go on, and the others could reassure the people and get them to go out quietly through the exits provided. Almost all Scouts know how quickly and safely our school buildings are cleared by means of the fire drill. Fires. Fires constitute a danger as great as panics, and Scouts should be equally well informed what to do in case of a fire. It is the duty of a Scout to know how to prevent fires. Many fires are caused by carelessness. Never throw away a lighted match, for it may fall on inflammable material and start a fire. Reading in bed by the light of a lamp or candle is dangerous, for if the reader goes to sleep, the bedclothing is likely to catch fire. A Scout may often have to dry his clothes before a fire, and if so, they should be carefully watched. Hot ashes in wooden boxes or in barrels are responsible for many fires. In camp, dry grass should be cut away from the locality of the campfire, and not to put out a campfire on leaving a camp is criminal. Many of the great fires in our forests have been due to carelessness in this respect. Fires also result frequently from explosions of gas or gunpowder. A room in which the odor of gas is apparent should never be entered with a light, and in handling gunpowder, a Scout should have no matches loose in his pockets. How to put out burning clothing. If your own clothing should catch fire, do not run for help, as this will fan the flames. Lie down and roll up as tightly as possible in an overcoat, blanket, or rug. If nothing can be obtained in which to wrap up, lie down and roll over slowly at the same time, beating out the fire with the hands. If another person's clothing catches fire, throw him to the ground and smother the fire with a coat, blanket, or rug. What to do in case of fire. A fire can usually be put out very easily when it starts, and here's an occasion when a Scout can show his presence of mind and coolness. At first, a few buckets of water or blankets or woolen clothing thrown upon a fire will smother it. Sand, ashes, or dirt, or even flour will have the same effect. Transcriber's note: flour dust suspended in the air is explosive. If a Scout discovers a building to be on fire, he should sound the alarm for the fire department at once. If possible, he should send someone else, as the Scout will probably know better what to do before the fire engine arrives. All doors should be kept closed so as to prevent drafts. If you enter the burning building, close the window or door after you if possible, and leave some responsible person to guard it so it will not be opened and cause a draft. In searching for people, go to the top floor and walk down, examining each room as carefully as possible. If necessary to get air while making the search, close the door of the room, open a window, and stick the head out until a few breaths can be obtained. Afterwards, close the window to prevent a draft. If doors are found locked and you suspect people are asleep inside, knock and pound on the doors to arouse them. If this produces no results, you will have to try to break down the door. While searching through a burning building, it will be best to tie a wet handkerchief or cloth over the nose and mouth. You will get a little air from the water. Remember, the air within 6 inches of the floor is free from smoke, so when you have difficulty in breathing, crawl along the floor with the head low, dragging anyone you have rescued behind you. If you tie the hands of an insensible person together with a handkerchief and put them over your head, you will find it fairly easy to crawl along the floor dragging him with you. Never jump from a window unless the flames are so close to you that this is the only means of escape. If you are outside a building, put bedding in a pile to break the jumper's fall, or get a strong carpet or rug to catch him, and have it firmly held by as many men and boys as can secure handholds. In country districts, Scouts should organize a bucket brigade, which consists of 2 lines from the nearest water supply to the fire. Scouts in one line pass buckets, pitchers, or anything else that will hold water from one to another, till the last Scout throws the water on the fire. The buckets are returned by the other line. Drowning. Drowning accidents are very common. Every Scout should know how to swim and to swim well, but this is not all that is necessary. He should also know how to prevent accidents that may result in drowning, In summer, boating and bathing accidents are common. Remember, a light boat is not intended for heavy seas. Do not change seats except in a wide and steady boat. And above all things, do not put yourself in the class of idiots who rock a boat. At the seashore, unless you are a strong swimmer, do not go outside the lifeline. And if the undertow is strong, be careful not to walk out where the water is so deep it will carry you off your feet. Very cold water and very long swims are likely to exhaust even a strong swimmer, and are therefore hazardous unless a boat accompanies the swimmer. Rescue of the drowning. See pages 279 to 285. Ice rescue. To rescue a person who has broken through the ice, you should first tie a rope around your body and have the other end tied or held on shore. Then, secure a long board or a ladder or limb of a tree, crawl out on this, or push it out, so that the person in the water may reach it. If nothing can be found on which you can support your weight, do not attempt to walk out toward the person to be rescued, but lie down flat on your face and crawl out, as by doing this much less weight bears at any one point on the ice than in walking. If you yourself break through the ice, remember that if you tried to crawl up on the broken edge, it will very likely break again with you. If rescuers are near, it would be much better to support yourself on the edge of the ice and wait for them to come to you. Restoring the drowning and artificial respiration. See pages 286 to 288. Electric accidents. For his own benefit and that of his comrades, the scout should know how to avoid accidents from electricity. The third rail is always dangerous, so do not touch it. Swinging wires of any kind may somewhere in their course be in contact with live wires, so they should not be touched. A person in contact with a wire or rail carrying an electric current will transfer the current to the rescuer. Therefore, he must not touch the unfortunate victim unless his own body is thoroughly insulated. The rescuer must act very promptly, for the danger to the person in contact is much increased the longer the electric current is allowed to pass through his body. If possible, the rescuer should insulate himself by covering his hands with a mackintosh, rubber sheeting, several thicknesses of silk, or even dry cloth. In addition, he should, if possible, complete his insulation by standing on a dry board, a thick piece of paper, or even on a dry coat. Rubber gloves and rubber shoes or boots are still safer, but they cannot usually be procured quickly. If a live wire is under a person and the ground is dry, it will be perfectly safe to stand on the ground and pull him off the wire with bare hands, care being taken to touch only his clothing, and this must not be wet. A live wire lying on a patient may be flipped off with safety with a dry board or stick. In removing the live wire from the person, or the person from the wire, do this with one motion, as rocking him to and fro on the wire will increase the shock and burn. A live wire may be safely cut by an axe or hatchet with dry wooden handle. The electric current may be short-circuited by dropping a crowbar or poker on the wire. These must be dropped on the side from which the current is coming, and not on the farther side, as the latter will not short-circuit the current before it has passed through the body of the person in contact. Drop the metal bar, do not place it on the wire, or you will then be made a part of the short circuit and receive the current of electricity through your body. What to do for electric shocks? Always send for a doctor, but do not wait for him. Treatment should be given even if the man appears to be dead. Loosen the clothing around neck and body. Proceed to restore breathing by artificial respiration as in drowning. Gas accidents. The commonest gas encountered is the ordinary illuminating gas. To prevent such gas from escaping in dangerous quantities, leaks in gas pipes should be promptly repaired. Be careful in turning off gas to make sure that gas is actually shut off. It is dangerous to leave a gas jet burning faintly when you go to sleep, as it may go out if pressure in the gas pipe becomes less, and if pressure is afterward increased, gas may escape into the room. Coal gas will escape through red-hot cast iron, and very big fires in such stoves are dangerous, especially in sleeping rooms. Charcoal burned in open vessels in tight rooms is especially dangerous. In underground sewers and wells, other dangerous gases are found. If a lighted candle or torch will not burn in such a place, it is very certain the air will be deadly for any person who enters. To rescue an unconscious person in a place filled with gas, move quickly and carry him out without breathing yourself. Take a few deep breaths before entering, and if possible, hold breath while in the place. Frequently, less gas will be found near the floor of a building, so one may be able to crawl where it would be dangerous to walk. What to do for gas poisoning. Proceed to restore breathing by artificial respiration as in drowning. Runaway horses. The method for checking a horse running away is not to run out and wave your arm in front of him, as this will only cause him to dodge to one side and to run faster, but to try to run alongside the vehicle with one hand on the shaft to prevent yourself from falling, seizing the reins with the other hand and dragging the horse's head toward you. If, when he has somewhat slowed down by this method, you can turn him toward a wall or a house, and he will probably stop. Mad dog. The first thing to do is to kill the mad dog at once. Wrap a handkerchief around the hand to prevent the dog's teeth from entering the flesh, and grasp a club of some kind. If you can stop the dog with a stick, you should hit him hard over the head with it, or kick him under the jaw. A handkerchief held in front of you in your outstretched hands will generally cause the dog to stop to paw it before he attempts to bite you. This will give you an opportunity to kick him under the lower jaw. Another way suggested is to wrap a coat around the left arm and let the dog bite it. Then, with the other hand, seize the dog's throat and choke him. End of section 32. Recording by Pierce Waltz. Section 33 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pierce Waltz. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 33. First aid for injuries. General directions. Keep cool. There is no cause for excitement or hurry. In not one case in 1,000 are the few moments necessary to find out what is the matter with an injured man going to result in any harm to him. And of course, in order to treat him intelligently, you must first know what is the matter. Common sense will tell the scout that he must waste no time, however, when there is severe bleeding or in case of poisoning. If possible, always send for a doctor, unless the injury is a trivial one. Don't wait until he arrives, however, to do something for the injured person. A crowd should always be kept back, and tight clothing should be loosened. If the patient's face is pale, place him on his back with his head low. If his face is flushed, fold your coat and put it under his head so as to raise it slightly. In case of vomiting, place the patient on his side. Do not give an unconscious person a stimulant, as he cannot swallow, and it will run down his windpipe and choke him. If the injury is covered by clothing, remove it by cutting or tearing, but never remove more clothing than necessary, as one of the results of injury is for a person to feel cold. Shoes and boots should be cut in severe injuries about the feet. Shock. For example, a scout is riding on a trolley car. The car runs into a loaded wagon. The wagon is overturned and the driver thrown to the pavement. Part of the load falls upon his body, and when you reach him, he is unconscious. So far as you can find out, nothing else is the matter with him. This is called shock. It accompanies all serious injuries and is itself serious, as the person may die without ever recovering from shock. Of course, there are different degrees of shock. In severe shock, the person is completely unconscious, or he may be only slightly confused and feel weak and uncertain of what happened. In shock, always send for a doctor when you can. Before he comes, warm and stimulate the patient in every possible way. Place him on his back with his head low and cover him with your coat or a blanket. Rub his arms and legs toward his body, but do not uncover him to do this. If you have ammonia or smelling salts, place them before the patient's nose so he may breathe them. This is all you can do when unconsciousness is complete. When the patient begins to recover a little, however, and as soon as he can swallow, give him hot tea or coffee or half a teaspoonful of aromatic spirits of ammonia in a quarter glass of water. Warning. Remember always that a person with shock may have some other serious injuries. These you should always look for and treat if necessary. Injuries in which the skin is not broken. Fractures. A fracture is the same thing as a broken bone. When the bone pierces or breaks through the skin, it is called a compound fracture, and when it does not, a simple fracture. A scout is in the country with a comrade. The latter mounts a stone wall to cross it. The wall falls with him, and he calls out for help. When the other scout reaches him, he finds the injured scout lying flat on the ground with both legs stretched out. One of these does not look quite natural, and the scout complains of a great deal of pain at the middle of the thigh, and thinks he felt something break when he fell. He cannot raise the injured leg. Carefully rip the trousers and the underclothing at the seam to above the painful point. When you have done this, the deformity will indicate the location of the fracture. You must be very gentle now or you will do harm, but if one hand is put above where you think the break occurred and the other below it, and it is lifted gently, you will find there is movement at the broken point. Send for a doctor first, if you can, and if you expect him to arrive very soon, let your comrade lie where he is, putting his injured leg in the same position as the sound one and holding it there by coats or other articles piled about the leg. But if the doctor cannot be expected for some time, draw the injured limb into position like the sound one and hold it there by splints. Splints can be made of anything that is stiff and rigid. Something flat like a board is better than a pole or staff. Limbs broken off of a tree will do if nothing else can be found. Shingles make excellent splints. In applying splints, remember that they should extend beyond the next joint above and the next joint below. Otherwise, movements of the joint will cause movement at the broken point. With a fracture of the thigh, such as that described, the outer splint should be a very long one, extending below the feet from the armpit. A short one, extending just below the knee, will do for the inner splint. Splints may be tied on with handkerchiefs, pieces of torn cloth from the clothing, or the like. Tie firmly, but not tight enough to cause severe pain. In a fracture of the thigh, it will also be well to bound the injured leg to the sound one by 1 or 2 or 3 pieces of cloth around both. The clothing put back into place will serve as padding under the splint, but with thin summer clothing it is better to use straw, hay, or leaves in addition. Fractures of the lower leg and of the upper and lower arm are treated in the same way with the splint on the inner and outer sides of the broken bone. A sling will be required for a fracture of the arm. This may be made of the triangular bandage or of a triangular piece of cloth torn from your shirt. The Red Cross first aid outfit is very convenient to use in fractures as well as in other injuries. The gauze bandage may be used for the strips to tie on the splints, and the triangular bandage for an arm sling, or if a sling is not needed, for strips to fix the splints firmly in place. Compound fractures. The edges of a broken bone are very sharp and may cut through the skin at the time of an injury, more often afterward if the person moves about or if the splints are not well applied so as to prevent movement at the point where the bone is broken. If a compound fracture has occurred, the wound produced by the sharp bone must always be treated first. The treatment is the same for any other wound. Warning: you will not always be able to tell whether or not a fracture has occurred. In this case, do not pull and haul the limb about to make sure, but treat it as a fracture. There will always be a considerable amount of shock with fracture, and this must also be treated. Bruises. Everybody has suffered from a bruise at some time in his life and knows just what it is. A slight bruise needs no treatment. For a severe one, apply very hot or very cold water to prevent pain and swelling. Sprains. A scout slips and twists his ankle and immediately suffers severe pain, and in a little while the ankle begins to swell. The sprained joint should be put in an elevated position, and cloths wrung out in very hot or very cold water should be wrapped around it and changed very frequently. Movement of any sprained joint is likely to increase the injury, so this ought not to be permitted. Walking with a sprained ankle is not only exceedingly painful, but it generally increases the hurt. Dislocation. A dislocation is an injury where the head of a bone has slipped out of its socket at a joint. A scout is playing football. He suddenly feels as though his shoulder has been twisted out of place. Comparison with the other side will show that the injured shoulder does not look like the other one. Being longer or shorter, and contrary to the case with a fracture, there will not be increased movement at the point of injury, but a lessened movement. Do not attempt to get a dislocated joint back in place. Cover the joint with cloths wrung out in very hot or very cold water, and get the patient into the hands of a doctor as soon as possible. Injuries in which the skin is broken. Such injuries are called wounds. There is one very important fact which must be remembered in connection with such injuries. Any injury in which the skin is unbroken is much less dangerous, as the skin prevents germs from reaching the injured part. The principle to be followed in treating a wound is to apply something to prevent germs from reaching the injury. All wounds, unless protected from germs, are very liable to become infected with matter or pus. A blood poisoning or even death may result from infection. To prevent infection of wounds, the scout should cover them promptly with what is called a sterilized dressing. This is a surgical dressing, which has been so treated that it is free from germs. A number of dressings are on the market and can be procured in drugstores. In using them, be very careful not to touch the surface of the dressing, which is to be placed in contact with the wound. The Red Cross first aid dressing is so made that this accident is almost impossible. In taking care of a wound, do not handle it or do anything else to it. Everyone's hands, though they may appear to be perfectly clean, are not so in the sense of being free from germs, nor is water, so a wound should never be washed. It will be a good thing for a scout always to carry a Red Cross first aid outfit, or some similar outfit, for with this he is ready to take care of almost any injury. Without it, he will find it very difficult to improvise anything to cover a wound with safety to the injured person. If no prepared dressing is procurable, boil a towel if possible for 15 minutes. Squeeze the water out of it without touching the inner surface, and apply that to the wound. The next best dressing, if you cannot prepare this, will be a towel or handkerchief which has been recently washed and has not been used. These should be held in place on the wound with a bandage. Do not be afraid to leave a wound exposed to the air. Germs do not float around in the air, and such exposure is much safer than water or any dressing which is not free from germs. Of course, you can bind up a wound with a towel not boiled, or a piece of cotton torn from your shirt, but you cannot do so without the liability of a great deal of harm to the injured person. Snake bites. While snake bites are wounds, the wounds caused by venomous snakes are not important as such, because the venom is quickly absorbed, and by its action on the brain may cause speedy death. The rattlesnake and the moccasin are the most dangerous snakes in the United States. In order to prevent absorption of the poison, immediately tie a string, handkerchief, or bandage above the bite. This can only be done in the extremities, but nearly all bites are received on the arms or legs. Then, soak the wound in hot water and squeeze or suck it to extract the poison. Sucking a wound is not dangerous unless one has cuts or scrapes in the mouth. Then, burn the wound with strong ammonia. This is not aromatic spirits of ammonia, but what is commonly known as strong ammonia in any drugstore. Aromatic spirits of ammonia should also be given as a stimulant. If you have nothing but a string to tie off the wound, be sure to do that, and to get out as much poison as you can by squeezing or sucking the wound. A doctor should of course always be sent for when practicable in any injury as severe as a snake bite. Leave your string or bandage in place for an hour. A longer period is unsafe, as cutting off the circulation may cause mortification. Loosen the string or bandage after an hour's time so that a little poison escapes into the body. If the bitten person does not seem to be much affected, repeat at the end of a few moments and keep this up until the band has been entirely removed. If, however, the bitten person seems to be seriously affected by the poison you have allowed to escape into his body, you must not loosen the bandage again, but leave it in place and take the chance of mortification. End of section 33. Recording by Pierce Waltz.
Section 34 of the Boy Scout Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Clemens. The Boy Scout Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 34. Wounds without severe bleeding. These constitute the majority of all wounds. Use the Red Cross outfit as described in the slip contained in the outfit. The pressure of a bandage will stop ordinary bleeding if firmly bound into place. Wounds with severe bleeding. A scout must be prepared to check severe bleeding at once, and he should then dress the wound. Bleeding from an artery is by far the most dangerous. Blood coming from a cut artery is bright red in color and flows rapidly in spurts or jets. As the course of the blood in an artery is away from the heart, pressure must be applied on the heart side, just as a rubber pipe which is cut must be compressed on the side from which the water is coming in order to prevent leakage at a cut beyond. The scout must also know the course of the larger arteries in order that he may know where to press on them. In the arm, the course of the large artery is down the inner side of the big muscle in the upper arm, about in line with the seam of the coat. The artery in the leg runs down from the center of a line from the point of the hip to the middle of the crotch and is about in line with the inseam of the trousers. Pressure should be applied about 3 inches below the crotch. In making pressure on either of these arteries, use the fingers and press back against the bone. You can often feel the artery beat under your fingers, and the bleeding below will stop when you have your pressure properly made. Of course, you cannot keep up the pressure with your fingers indefinitely in this way, as they will soon become tired and cramped. Therefore, while you are doing this, have some other scout prepare a tourniquet. The simplest form of a tourniquet is a handkerchief tied loosely about the limb. In this handkerchief, a smooth stone or a cork should be placed just above your fingers on the artery. When this is in place, put a stick about a foot long under the handkerchief at the outer side of the limb and twist around till the stone makes pressure on the artery in the same way your fingers have. Tie the stick in position so it will not untwist. Warning: when using a tourniquet, remember that cutting off the circulation for a long time is dangerous. It is much safer not to keep on a tourniquet more than an hour. Loosen it, but be ready to tighten it again quickly if bleeding recommences. Another method to stop bleeding from an artery when the wound is below the knee or elbow is to place a pad in the bend of the joint and double the limb back over it, holding the pad in tightly. Tie the arm or leg in this position. If these means do not check the bleeding, put a pad into the wound and press on it there. If you have no dressing and blood is being lost very rapidly, make pressure in the wound with your fingers. Remember, however, that this should only be resorted to in the case of absolute necessity, as it will infect the wound. Blood from veins flows in a steady stream back toward the heart and is dark in color. From most veins, a pad firmly bandaged on the bleeding point will stop the bleeding. If a vein in the neck is wounded, blood will be lost so rapidly that the injured person is in danger of immediate death, so you must disregard the danger of infection and jam your hand tightly against the bleeding point. Keep the patient quiet in all cases of severe bleeding, for even if it is checked, it may start up again. Do not give any stimulants until the bleeding has been checked unless the patient is very weak. The best stimulant is aromatic spirits of ammonia, 1 teaspoon in half a glass of water. Unconsciousness and poisoning. Unconsciousness, of course, means lack of consciousness, or in other words, one who is unconscious knows nothing of his surroundings or of what is happening. A person may, however, be partially, as well as wholly, unconscious. Unconsciousness may be due to so many causes that, in order to give the best treatment, the scout should first know the cause. Always try to find this out if you can. If you cannot do this, however, you should at least determine whether unconsciousness is due to poison, to bleeding, to sunstroke, or to freezing, for each of these demand immediate, special treatment. If it is not due to one of these causes, and the patient is pale and weak, have him placed with his head low, and warm and stimulate him in every possible way. If the face is red and the pulse is pounding and strong, that patient should have his head raised on a folded coat. No stimulant should be given to him, and cold water should be sprinkled on his face and chest. The common causes of unconsciousness are shock, electric shock, fainting, apoplexy, and injury to the brain, sunstroke and heat exhaustion, freezing, suffocation, and poisoning. The first two have already been described in the treatment of any form of suffocation and artificial respiration. Fainting. Fainting usually occurs in overheated, crowded places. The patient is very pale and partially or completely unconscious. The pupils of the eye are natural. The pulse is weak and rapid. The patient should be placed in a lying down position with the head lower than the rest of the body so that the brain will receive more blood. Loosen the clothing, especially about the neck. Keep the crown back and open the windows if indoors so that the patient may get plenty of fresh air. Sprinkle the face and chest with cold water. Apply smelling salts or ammonia to the nose. Rub the limbs toward the body. A stimulant may be given when the patient is so far recovered that he is able to swallow. Apoplexy and injury to the brain. Apoplexy and unconsciousness from injury to the brain are due to the pressure of blood on the brain, so that they may be described together. Apoplexy is of course much harder to distinguish than injury to the brain, as in the latter the scout can always see that the head has been hurt. With both, unconsciousness will usually be complete. Pupils are large and frequently unequal in size. Breathing is snoring, and the pulse is usually full and slow. One side of the body will be paralyzed. Test this by raising arm or leg. If paralyzed, it will drop absolutely helpless. Send for a doctor at once. Keep patient quiet and in a dark room if possible. Put in lying down position with head raised by pillows. Apply ice or cold cloths to head. No stimulants. Drunkenness is sometimes mistaken for apoplexy. If there is any doubt on this point, always treat for apoplexy. Sunstroke and heat exhaustion. Anyone is liable to sunstroke or heat exhaustion if exposed to excessive heat. A scout should remember not to expose himself too much to the sun, nor should he wear too heavy clothing in the summer. Leaves in the hat will do much to prevent sunstroke. If the scout becomes dizzy and exhausted through exposure to the sun, he should find a cool place, lie down, and bathe the face, hands, and chest in cold water, and drink freely of cold water. Sunstroke and heat exhaustion, though due to the same cause, are quite different and require different treatment. In sunstroke, unconsciousness is complete. The face is red, pupils large, the skin is very hot and dry, with no perspiration. The patient sighs and the pulse is full and slow. The treatment for sunstroke consists in reducing the temperature of the body. A doctor should be summoned whenever possible. The patient should be removed to a cool place and his clothing loosened, or better, the greater part of it removed. Cold water or ice should be rubbed over the face, neck, chest, and in armpits. When consciousness returns, give cold water freely. Heat exhaustion is simply exhaustion or collapse due to heat. The patient is greatly depressed and weak, but not usually unconscious. Face is pale and covered with clammy sweat. Breathing and pulse are weak and rigid. While this condition is not nearly as dangerous as sunstroke, a doctor should be summoned if possible. Remove the patient to a cool place and have him lie down with his clothing loosened. Don't use anything cold externally, but permit him to take small sips of cold water. Stimulants should be given just as in fainting. Freezing. The patient should be taken into a cold room, and the body should be rubbed with rough cloths wet in cold water. The temperature of the room should be increased, if possible. This should be done gradually, and the cloth should be wet in warmer and warmer water. As soon as the patient can swallow, give him stimulants. It will be dangerous to place him before an open fire or in a hot bath until he begins to recover. You will know this by his skin becoming warmer, by his better color, and by his generally improved appearance. Frostbite. Remember that you are in danger of frostbite if you do not wear sufficient clothing in cold weather, and that rubbing any part of the body which becomes very cold helps to prevent frostbite because it brings more warm blood to the surface. The danger is when, after being cold, the part suddenly has no feeling. The object of the treatment is gradually to restore warmth to the frozen part. To do this, the part should be rubbed first with snow or cold water. The water should be warmed gradually. The use of hot water at once would be likely to cause mortification of the frozen part. Poisoning. For all poisons, give an emetic. Send for a doctor at once, and if possible, have the messenger tell what poison has been taken so that the doctor may bring the proper antidote. Do not wait for him to arrive, but give an emetic to rid the stomach of the poison. Good emetics are mustard in water, salt water, or lukewarm water alone in large quantities. Never mind the exact dose, and if vomiting is not profuse, repeat the dose. Fits. A person in a fit first has convulsive movements of the body, then he usually becomes unconscious. A scout should have no difficulty in making out what is the matter with a person in a fit. Put the sufferer on the floor or the ground where he cannot hurt himself by striking anything. Loosen tight clothing and do not try to restrain the convulsive movements. A wad of cloth thrust in the mouth will prevent biting the tongue. When he becomes quiet, do not disturb him. End of section 34. Recording by Rick Clemens.
Section 35 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adele Parry. Injuries due to heat and cold. Burns and scalds. For slight burns, in order to relieve the pain, some dressing to exclude the air is needed. Very good substances of this character are pastes made with water and baking soda, starch or flour. Carbolized Vaseline, olive or castor oil, and fresh lard or cream are all good. One of these substances should be smeared over a thin piece of cloth and placed on the burned part. A bandage should be put over this to hold the dressing in place and for additional protection. Severe burns and scalds are very serious injuries which require treatment from a physician. Pending his arrival, the scout should remember to treat the sufferer for shock as well as to dress the wound. Burns from electricity should be treated like other burns. Do not attempt to remove clothing which sticks to a burn. Cut the cloth around the part that sticks and leave it on the burn. First aid for emergencies. Besides the accidents which have been mentioned, certain emergencies may demand treatment by a scout. The commonest of these are described here. Something in the eye. No little thing causes more pain and discomfort than something in the eye. Do not rub to remove a foreign body from the eye, as this is likely to injure the delicate covering of the eyeball. First, close the eyes so that tears will accumulate. These may wash the foreign body into plain view so that it may be easily removed. If this fails, pull the upper lid over the lower 2 or 3 times, close the nostril on the opposite side and have the patient blow his nose hard. If the foreign body still remains in the eye, examine first the lower and then the upper lid. For the former, have the patient look up, press lower lid down, and if the foreign body is seen, lift it out gently with the corner of a clean handkerchief. If it is not so easy to see the upper lid, seat the patient in a chair with his head bent backwards. Stand behind him and place a match or thin pencil across the upper lid 1/2 inch from its edge. Turn the upper lid back over the match and lift the foreign body off as before. A drop of castor oil in the eye after removing the foreign body will soothe it. Sunburn. This is simply an inflammation of the skin due to the action of the sun. It may be prevented by hardening the skin gradually. Any toilet paper or boric acid will protect the skin to a considerable extent. The treatment consists of soothing applications such as ordinary or carbolized Vaseline. Ivy poisoning. Poison ivy causes a very intense inflammation of the skin. Better avoid, even though it has not harmed you before. Baking soda made in a thick paste with water or carbolized Vaseline are good remedies. In severe cases, a doctor should be consulted. Bites and stings. Ammonia should be immediately applied. Wet salt and wet earth are also good applications. Nosebleed. Slight nosebleed does not require treatment as no harm will result from it. When more severe, the collar should be loosened. Do not blow the nose. Apply cold to the back of the neck by means of a key or cloth wrung out in cold water. A roll of paper under the upper lip between it and with the gum will also help. When the bleeding still continues, shove a cotton or gauze plug into the nostrils and leave it there until the bleeding stops. Earache. This is likely to result seriously, and a doctor should be consulted in order to prevent bad results with possible loss of hearing. Hot cloths, a bag of heated salt, or a hot bottle applied to the ear will often cure earache. A few drops of alcohol on a hot cloth so placed that the alcohol fumes enter the ear will often succeed. If neither is effective, heat a few drops of sweet oil as hot as you can stand, put a few drops in the ear and plug with cotton. Be careful that it is not too hot. Toothache. Remember that toothache indicates something seriously wrong with the teeth which can only be permanently corrected by a doctor. In toothache, if you can find a cavity, clean it out with a small piece of cotton or a toothpick, then plug it with cotton on which a drop of castor oil of cloves has been put if you have it. If no cavity is found, soak a piece of cotton in camphor and apply it to the outside of the gum. Hot cloths and hot bottles or bags will help in toothache, just as they do in earache. Inflammation of the eye. Cover with a cloth wrung out in cold water and change cloths from time to time when they get warm. See a doctor in order to safeguard your sight. Cramp or stomachache. This is usually due to the irritation produced by undigested food. A hot bottle applied to the stomach and rubbing will also give relief. A little peppermint in hot water and ginger tea are both excellent remedies. The undigested matter should be gotten rid of by vomiting or a cathartic. Remember, this kind of pain is sometimes due to something serious, and if it is very severe and continues for some time, it is much safer to be sent for a doctor. Hiccup. This is due to indigestion. Holding the breath will often cure, as will also drinking a full glass of water in small sips without taking a breath. If these fail, vomiting is an almost certain remedy. Chills. In order to stop a chill, drink hot milk or hot lemonade and get into bed. Plenty of covers should be used, and hot water bottles or hot milk or hot lemonade help to warm one quickly. Carrying injured. A severely injured person is always best carried on a stretcher. The easiest stretcher for a scout to improvise is the coat stretcher. For this, 2 coats and a pair of poles are needed. The sleeves of the coats are first turned inside out. The coats are then placed on the ground with their lower sides touching each other. The poles are passed through the sleeves of each side. The coats are buttoned up with the button side down. A piece of carpet, a blanket, or sacking can be used in the same way as the coat, rolled out in a portion at each side. Shutters and doors make fair stretchers. In order not to jounce the patient in carrying him, the bearers should break step. The bearers in front steps off with the left foot, and the one in the rear with the right. A number of different methods for carrying a patient by 2 bearers are practiced. The 4-handed seat is a very good one. To make this, each bearer grasps his left wrist with the right hand, and the other bearer's right wrist with his left hand on the back of the hands uppermost. The bearers then stoop and place the chair under the sitting patient, who steadies himself by placing his arms around their neck. It will sometimes be necessary for one scout to carry an injured comrade. The scout should first turn the patient on his face. He then steps astride his body, facing towards the patient's head, and with hands under his armpits, lifts him to the knees, and then, clasping hands over the abdomen, lifts him to his feet. He then, with his left hand, seizes the patient by the left wrist and draws his left arm around the bearer's neck, and holds it against his left chest. The patient's left side resting against his body and supports him with his right arm around the waist. The scout, with his left hand, seizes the right side of the patient and draws the arm over his head and down upon his shoulders. Then, shifting himself in front, stoops and clasps the right thigh with his right arm passed between the legs, his right hand seizing the patient's right wrist. Lastly, the scout, with his left hand, grasps the patient's left hand and steadies it against his side when he arises. End of section 35.
Section 36 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marty on the Central Coast of California. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Water accidents. Wilbert E. Longfellow, United States Volunteer Life Saving Corps. The Scouts' motto, "Be prepared," is more than usually applicable to the work of caring for accidents which happen in the water. To save lives, the scout must know first how to swim, to care for himself, and then to learn to carry another, and to break the clutch, the death grip, which we read so much about in the newspaper accounts of drowning accidents. By constant training, a boy, even though not a good swimmer, can be perfectly at home in the water, fully dressed, undressed, or carrying a boy of his own size or larger. In fact, 2 boys of 12 or 14 years can save a man. Swimming. For physical development, the breaststroke is useful, for it is one that is used in carrying a tired swimmer, and is used to go to the bottom for lost articles, and to search for a person who has sunk before help has reached him. It is possible, you know, to go to the bottom and bring a body to the surface and swim with it to shore before life is extinct, and to restore consciousness by well-directed efforts. The body of an unconscious person weighs little when wholly or partially submerged, and in salt water weighs less than in fresh water, and is consequently more readily carried. Training makes a small boy the equal or superior of an untrained boy much larger and of greater strength, and the way to learn to carry a drowning person is to carry a boy who is not drowning, to get used to handling the weights. A little struggle now and then lends realism to the work and increases the skill of the scout candidate for a life-saver's rating. Speed swimming for itself alone is a very selfish sport, so that the scout should develop his ability to make it generally useful to others. Floating. After the breaststroke is learned, floating on the back for rest and swimming on the back, using feet only for propulsion, leaving the hands free to hold a drowning person, should be learned. This can be readily acquired with a little practice. Carrying the hands on the surface of the water, arms half bent, with the elbows close to the sides at the waistline. To carry a man this way, the hands are placed at either side of the drowning man's head, and he is towed floating on his back, the rescuer swimming on his back, keeping the other away. It is well to remember to go with the tide or current, and do not wear your strength away opposing it. Other ways of carrying are to place the hands beneath the arms of the drowning man, or to grasp him firmly by the biceps from beneath, at the same time using the knee in the middle of his back to get him into a floating position, the feet acting as propellers. Methods which enable the rescuer's use of one arm in addition to the feet are known as the German Army and the cross shoulder. In the first, the swimmer approaches the drowning person from the back, passes the left arm under the other's left arm, across in front of the chest, and firmly grasps the right arm, either by the biceps or below the elbow, giving him control. This leaves the right arm to swim. The other one-arm hold mentioned is one in which the rescuer passes an arm over the shoulder of the one to be carried, approaching from the back as before, and getting a hold under the other's arm, which makes the drowning man helpless. The breaststroke carry previously mentioned is used only for helping a tired swimmer, and one in possession of his faculties who will not try to grasp the rescuer. The tired swimmer lies on the back, and, extending his arms fully in front, rests a hand on either shoulder of the swimmer, who rests facing him in the regular breast position allowing the feet of the other to drop between his own. Quite good speed can be made in this way, and all of these methods are practical, as a trial will show. A little practice will enable the beginner to see which he can do most readily, and then he can perfect himself in it for instant use. Breaking death grips. If one uses care in approaching a frightened or drowning person in the water, there will be no use for the release methods. But the best of swimmers get careless at times, and all swimmers need to know how to get clear when gripped. Wrist grip. Of these, the simplest is the one where the wrists of the swimmer have been grasped by the drowning man in his struggles. The swimmer throws both hands above his head, which forces both low in the water, and then turns the leverage of his arms against the other's thumbs, breaking the hold easily. It should be borne in mind that a drowning man grasps what he can see above the surface of the water, so he will not attempt to grasp his rescuers below the points of the shoulders. Remember also that a tall man and a short man would have about the same amount of their body projecting above the surface of the water. Neck grip. For the grip around the swimmer's neck from the front, for both arms around the shoulders, and for a grip in which the drowning man had the other over one shoulder and under the other arm, the break is much the same. As soon as the rescuer feels the hold, he covers the other's mouth with the palm of his hand, clasping the nostrils tightly between his first two fingers, at the same time pulling the drowning man to him with the left hand in the small of the back, treading water in the meantime. Then, taking a full breath, he applies his knee in the other's stomach, forcing him to expel the air in his lungs, and at the same time preventing him from getting more by pressure on the nostrils and mouth. Should the pressure of the grip around the body be too great to allow freedom of the arms, the preliminary move in that case would be to bring both arms to the level of the shoulder, thus sliding the other's arms to the neck, leaving the rescuer's arms to cover the nose. Back strangle. The back strangle hold is an awkward one to break, and one which must be broken without an instant's delay, or the would-be rescuer himself will be in great need of help. In practice, it will be found that by grasping the encircling arms at the wrists and pushing back with the buttocks against the other's abdomen, room to slip out can be obtained. In a life and death struggle, sharper measures are needed, and if the rescuer throws his head suddenly back against the nose of the drowning man, he will secure his freedom very readily and have him under control by the time he has recovered from his dazed condition. Rescue from shore or boat. It is not always necessary to go into the water to attempt a rescue, and in many cases when someone has fallen off a bridge or dock, a line or buoy or boat can be used to advantage without placing more lives in danger than the one in the water. Discretion in such matters is worthy of recognition rather than too much recklessness in swimming out. Use a boat when possible. Practice in throwing a life buoy should be indulged in where possible, and a good scout should always leave the line coiled over pegs and the buoy hanging on top to bind it in place for instant use in an emergency. Diving from the surface. When a bather or victim from a boating accident sinks to the bottom of a river or pond of from 7 to 20 feet in depth, prompt rescue methods may bring him to the surface, and resuscitation methods, promptly applied, will restore breath. If there is no current in the pond or lake, bubbles from the body will indicate its whereabouts directly beneath the place where it sank. Should there be tide or currents, the bubbles are carried at an angle with the streams, and the searcher must go from the spot where the person disappeared and look along the bottom, going with the current. When a drowning man gives up his struggle and goes down, his body sinks a little way and is brought up again by the buoyancy within it, and the air is expelled. It sinks again and next rises less high and air is expelled again. This happens several times until enough water is taken into the stomach and air passages to offset the floating capacity. The floating capacity is barely overcome, so the body weighs but little. It is very simple, as almost any youthful swimmer knows. To go to the bottom, if one can dive from a float, pier, or boat, but to be able to dive down 10 feet from the surface requires practice. In most cases, to go deeper would require a weight, after the manner of the southern sponge and pearl fishers. Grasp a 10 or 15-pound stone and dive in. To come up, the swimmer lets go and rises to the top. Diving for lost objects. In covering a considerable area in search for bodies or lost objects, several ropes can be anchored with grapnels or rocks in squares, and a systematic search thus maintained by divers. Going down from the surface is not so simple, and the knack is attained by practice, especially by athletic lads. The secret is to swim to a point where a sounding is to be made, and to plunge the head and shoulders under, elevating the hips above the surface to drive the shoulders deep and give chance for a few strokes, breaststroke preferred, until the whole body in a vertical position is headed for the bottom. The elevation of the feet and lower legs in the air gives the body additional impetus downward, and when the object is attained, a push off from the bottom with both feet sends the swimmer to the surface in quick order. To carry any weight ashore, it is necessary to carry it low on the body, hugged close to the waistline, allowing one hand and both feet for swimming, or if on the back, hold by both hands, using the feet as propellers. Restoring breathing. Knowledge of resuscitation of the apparently drowned is an important part of the equipment of a first-class scout, and a great many lives could have been saved had it been more general. To be effective, no time must be lost in getting the apparently drowned person out of the water and getting the water out of him. The Schaefer or prone method requires but one operator at a time and no waste of time in preliminaries. When taken from the water, the patient is laid on the ground face downward, arms extended above the head, face a little to one side, so as not to prevent the free passage of air. The operator kneels astride or beside the prone figure and lets his hands fall into spaces between the short ribs. By letting the weight of the upper body fall upon his hands, resting on the prone man, the air is forced out of the lungs. By relaxing the pressure, the chest cavity enlarges and air is drawn in to take the place of that forced out. By effecting this change of air, pressing and relaxing 12 to 15 times a minute, time it by watch at first, and then count, artificial breathing is performed. Sometimes it is necessary to work an hour or two before the flicker of an eyelid or a gasp from the patient rewards the life-saver's efforts, and then he must carefully piece in the breathing until natural breathing is resumed. When breathing starts, then promote circulation by rubbing the legs and the body toward the heart. Do not attempt to stimulate by the throat until the patient can swallow. Give a teaspoon of aromatic spirits of ammonia in half a glass of water. Remember that by laying the patient face downwards, fluids in the air passages will run or be forced out, and the tongue will drop forward and require no holding, always an awkward task. Treatment after respiration begins. The after treatment is important. Put the patient to bed, keep quiet and warm. Always get the services of a physician as soon as possible, but do not wait for him to come to. Start work instantly. The patient needs oxygen, so keep spectators away. They are robbing the man of life-giving properties of the air. For this reason, in all but the most severe weather, it is well to work on the patient in the open. Life buoys. If one is to place a life buoy for instant use in emergencies, it should be hung upon 4 pegs driven into holes in 2 pieces of wood nailed together in the form of the diameter of a 2-foot square, or 3 pegs in strips of wood arranged in the form of a T, about 18 or 20 inches high, the 2 pegs at either side of the top of the bar of the T, and the other one on the upright near the bottom. Most life buoys used on shore have 50 or 75 feet of light line attached to draw the rescued person ashore, or to recover the buoy after a faulty throw. Commencing at the free end of the line, where a small wooden float is often attached, the rope should first be coiled on the pegs, hanging the buoy outside the coil to bind it in place so wind or jars will not loosen it. Then, when the buoy is needed, the ring is grasped by the throwing hand, which clasps the buoy itself, and the coil is clasped in the free hand, the end of the rope being secured ashore by standing upon it with 1 foot. After each use or practice, the buoy line should be restored to its pegs for instant use. End of section 36. Recorded by Marty on the Central Coast of California.
Section 37 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 37, Games and Athletic Standards. The Games, Part 1. Chapter 8, Games and Athletic Standards. The Games. By Ernest Thompson Seton, Chief Scout. Deer hunting. The deer hunt has proved one of our most successful games. The deer is a dummy, best made with a wire frame on which soft hay is wrapped till it is of proper size and shape. Then all is covered with open burlap. A few touches of white and black make it very realistic. If time does not admit of a well-finished deer, one can be made of a sack stuffed with hay, decorated at one end with a smaller sack for head and neck, and set on 4 thin sticks. The side of the deer is marked with a large oval, and over the heart is a smaller one. Bows and arrows only are used to shoot this deer. A pocket full of corn, peas, or other large grain is now needed for scent. The boy who is the deer for the first hunt takes the dummy under his arm and runs off, getting 10 minutes start, or until he comes back and shouts ready. He leaves a trail of corn, dropping 2 or 3 grains for every yard, and making the trail as crooked as he likes, playing such tricks as a deer would do to baffle his pursuers. Then he hides the deer in any place he fancies, but not among rocks or on top of a ridge, because in one case many arrows would be broken and in the other lost. The hunters now hunt for this deer, just as for a real deer, either following the trail or watching the woods ahead. The best hunters combine the two. If at any time the trail is quite lost, the one in charge shouts, "Lost trail." After that, the one who finds the trail scores 2. Anyone giving a false alarm by shouting deer is fined 5. Thus they go till someone finds the deer. He shouts deer and scores 10 for finding it. The others shout second, third, etc., in order of seeing it, but they do not score. The finder must shoot at the deer with his bow and arrow from the very spot whence he saw it. If he misses, the second hunter may set up 5 paces and have his shot. If he misses, the third goes 5, and so on till someone hits the deer, or until the 10-yard limit is reached. If the finder is within 10 yards on sighting the deer and misses his shot, the other hunters go back to the 10-yard limit. Once the deer is hit, all the shooting must be from the exact spot whence the successful shot was fired. A shot in the big oval is a body wound. That scores 5. A shot outside that is a scratch. That scores 2. A shot in the small oval or heart is a heart wound. It scores 10 and ends the hunt. Arrows which do not stick do not count, unless it can be proved that they passed right through, in which case they take the highest score that they pierced. If all the arrows are used, and none in the heart, the deer escapes, and the boy who was deer scores 25. The one who found the dummy is deer for the next hunt. A clever deer can add greatly to the excitement of the game. Originally, we used paper for scent, but found it bad. It littered the woods. Yesterday's trail was confused with that of today, etc. Corn proved better, because the birds and the squirrels kept it cleaned up from day to day, and thus the ground was always ready for a fresh start. But the best of all is the hoof mark for the shoe. These iron hoof marks are fast to a pair of shoes, and leave a trail much like a real deer. This has several advantages. It gives the hunter a chance to tell where the trail doubled, and which way the deer was going. It is more realistic, and the boy who can follow this skillfully can follow a living deer. In actual practice, it is found well to use a little corn with this on the hard places, a plan quite consistent with realism, as every hunter will recall. It is strictly forbidden to any hunter to stand in front of the firing line. All must be back of the line on which the shooter stands. There is no limit to the situations and curious combinations in this hunt. The deer may be left standing or lying. There is no law why it should not be hidden behind a solid tree trunk. The game develops as one follows it. After it has been played for some time with the iron hoof marks as above, the boys grow so skillful on the trail that we can dispense with even the corn. The iron mark, like a deer hoof, leaves a very realistic slot, or track, which the more skillful boys readily follow through the woods. A hunt is usually for 3, 5, or more deer, according to agreement, and the result is reckoned by points on the whole chase. The bear hunt. This is played by half a dozen or more boys. Each has a club about the size and shape of a baseball club, but made of straw, tied around 2 or 3 switches, and tightly sewn up in burlap. One big fellow is selected for the bear. He has a school bag tightly strapped on his back, and in that a toy balloon fully blown up. This is his heart. On his neck is a bear claw necklace of wooden beads and claws. See cut. He has 3 dens about 100 yards apart in a triangle. While in his den, the bear is safe. If the den is a tree or rock, he is safe while touching it. He is obliged to come out when the chief hunter counts 100, and must go the rounds of the 3 till the hunt is settled. The object of the hunters is to break the balloon or heart, that is, to kill the bear. He must drop dead when the heart bursts. The hunter who kills him claims the necklace. But the bear also has a club for defense. Each hunter must wear a hat, and once the bear knocks a hunter's hat off, that one is dead and out of this hunt. He must drop where his hat falls. Tackling of any kind is forbidden. The bear wins by killing or putting to flight all the hunters. In this case, he keeps the necklace. The savageness of these big bears is indescribable. Many lives are lost in each hunt, and it has several times happened that the whole party of hunters has been exterminated by some monster of unusual ferocity. This game has also been developed into a play. Spearing the great sturgeon. This water game is exceedingly popular, and is especially good for public exhibition, being spectacular and full of amusement and excitement. The outfit needed is: Number 1. A sturgeon roughly formed of soft wood. It should be about 3 feet long and nearly a foot thick at the head. It may be made realistic, or a small log pointed at both ends will serve. Number 2. 2 spears with 6-inch steel heads and wooden handles, about 3 feet long. The points should be sharp, but not the barbs. Sometimes the barbs are omitted altogether. Each head should have an eye to which is attached 20 feet of 1/4 inch rope. On each rope, 6 feet from the spearhead, is a fathom mark made by tying on a rag or cord. Number 3. 2 boats with crews. Each crew consists of a spearman, who is captain, and 1 or 2 oarsmen or paddlers, of whom the after one is the pilot. All should be expert swimmers, or else wear life belts during the game. The game. Each boat has a base or harbor. This is usually part of the shore opposite that of the enemy, or it obviates all danger of collision if the boats start from the same side. The sturgeon is left by the referee's canoe at a point midway between the bases. At the word go, each boat leaves its base, and making for the sturgeon, tries to spear it, then drag it by the line to his base. When both get their spears into it, the contest becomes a tug of war until one of the spears pulls out. The sturgeon is landed when the prow of the boat that has it in tow touches its proper base, even though the spear of the enemy is then in the fish, or it is landed when the fish itself touches base. The boats change bases after each heat. Matches are usually for 1, 3, or 5 sturgeon. Points are counted only for the landing of the fish, but the referee may give the decision on a foul or succession of fouls, or the delinquent may be set back 1 or more boat lengths. Sometimes the game is played in canoes or boats, with one man as spearman and crew. Rules. It is not allowable to push the sturgeon into a new position with the spear or paddle before striking. It is allowable to pull the sturgeon under the boat or pass it around by using the line after spearing. It is allowable to lay hands on the other boat to prevent a collision, but otherwise it is forbidden to touch the other boat or crew or paddle or spear or line, or to lay hands on the fish, or to touch it with the paddle or oar, or touch your own spear while it is in the fish, or to tie the line around the fish, except so far as this may be accidentally done in spearing. It is allowable to dislodge the enemy's spear by throwing your own over it. The purpose of the barbs is to assist in this. It is allowable to run on the sturgeon with the boat. It is absolutely forbidden to throw the spear over the other boat or over the heads of your crew. In towing the sturgeon, the fathom mark must be over the gunwale. At least 6 feet of line should be out when the fish is in tow. It is not a foul to have less, but the spearman must at once let it out if the umpire or the other crew cries fathom. The spearman is allowed to drop the spear and use the paddle or oar at will, but not to resign his spear to another of the crew. The spearman must be in his boat when the spear is thrown. If the boat is upset, the referee's canoe helps them to right. Each crew must accept the backset of its accidents. End of section 37. Games and Athletic Standards. The Games Part 1. Section 38 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 38. Games and Athletic Standards. The Games Part 2. Tilting in the water. For this, we usually have 2 boats or war canoes manned by 4 men each. These are a spearman, who is also a captain, a pilot, and 2 oarsmen. The spearman is armed with a light pole or bamboo, 8 or 10 feet long, with a soft pad on each end. Sometimes this is further provided with a hook. This is a forked branch with limbs a foot long. One is lashed to the bamboo, the other projecting out a foot and slightly backward. The end of the spear and the fork are now thoroughly padded with burlap to the shape of a duck's head and bill, and it must be cased and waterproof to keep it from getting wet and heavy. The object of the hook is to change suddenly from pushing and to pull the enemy by hooking round his neck. Each boat should have a quarter deck or raised platform at one end on which the spearman stands. Tilting spear. The battle is fought in rounds and by points. To put your opponent back into the canoe with 1 foot counts you 5. 2 feet, 10. If he loses his spear, you count 5, excepting when he is put overboard. If you put him down on 1 knee on the fighting deck, you count 5. 2 knees, 10. If you put him overboard, it counts 25. 100 points is a round. A battle is for 1 or more rounds, as agreed on. It is forbidden to hook or strike below the belt. The umpire may dock for fouls. Canoe tag. Any number of canoes or boats may engage in this. A rubber cushion, a hot water bag full of air, any rubber football, or a cotton bag with a lot of corks in it is needed. The game is to tag the other canoe by throwing this into it. The rules are as in ordinary cross tag. Scouting. Scouts are sent out in pairs or singly. A number of points are marked on the map at equal distances from camp, and the scouts draw straws to see where each goes. If one place is obviously hard, the scout is allowed a fair number of points as handicap. All set out at same time, go direct, and return as soon as possible. Points are thus allowed. Last back, 0 for traveling. The others count 1 for each minute they are ahead of the last. Points up to 100 are allowed for their story on return. Sometimes we allow 10 points for each turtle they have seen, 10 for each owl seen and properly named, 5 for each hawk, and 1 each for other wild birds. Also 2 for a cat, 1 for a dog. No information is given the scout. He is told to go to such a point and do so and so, but this is fine points if he hesitates or asks how or why, etc. Quicksight game. The game of quicksight. Make 2 boards about a foot square. Divide each into 25 squares. Get 10 nuts and 10 pebbles. Give to one player 1 board, 5 nuts, and 5 pebbles. He places these on the squares in any pattern he fancies, and when ready, the other player is allowed to see it for 5 seconds. Then it is covered up, and from memory of what he saw, the second player must reproduce the pattern on his own board. He counts 1 for each that was right, and takes off 1 for each that was wrong. They take turn and turn about. This game is a wonderful developer of the power to see and memorize quickly. Farsight, or spot the rabbit. Take 2 6-inch squares of stiff white pasteboard or whitened wood. On each of these draw an outline rabbit, one an exact duplicate of the other. Make 20 round black wafers or spots, each ½ an inch across. Let one player stick a few of these on one rabbit board and set it up in full light. The other, beginning at 100 yards, draws near till he can see the spots well enough to reproduce the pattern on the other, which he carries. If he can do it at 75 yards, he has wonderful eyes. Down even to 70, done 3 times out of 5, he counts high honor. From 70 to 60 counts honor. Below that does not count at all. Pole star. Each competitor is given a long straight stick in daytime and told to lay it due north and south. In doing this, he may guide himself by sun, moss, or anything he can find in nature. Anything, indeed, except a compass. The direction is checked by a good compass, corrected for the locality. The one who comes nearest wins. It is optional with the judges whether the use of a timepiece is to be allowed. Rabbit hunt. The game of rabbit hunting is suited for 2 hunters in limited grounds. 3 little sacks of brown burlap, each about 8 inches by 12, are stuffed with hay. At any given place in the woods, the 2 hunters stand in a 10-foot circle with their bows and arrows. One boy is blindfolded. The other, without leaving the circle, throws the rabbits into good hiding places on the ground. Then the second hunter has to find the rabbits and shoot them without leaving the circle. The lowest number of points wins, as in golf. If the hunter has to leave the circle, he gets 1 point for every step he takes outside. After he sees the rabbit, he must keep to that spot and shoot till it is hit once. 1 shot kills it, no matter where struck. For every shot he misses, he gets 5 points. After his first shot at each rabbit, the hider takes alternate shots with him. If it is the hider who kills the rabbit, the hunter adds 10 points to his score. If the hunter hits it, he takes 10 off his score. If the hunter fails to find all the rabbits, he scores 25 for each one he gives up. The hider cannot score at all. He can only help his friend into trouble. Next time the 2 change places. A match is usually for 2 brace of rabbits. Hostile spy. Hanging from the token pole is a red or yellow horsetail. This is the grand medicine scalp of the band. The hostile spy has to steal it. The leader goes around on the morning of the day and whispers to the various braves, "Look out, there's a spy in camp." At length he gets secretly near the one that he has selected for spy and whispers, "Look out, there's a spy in camp, and you are it." He gives him at the same time some bright-colored badge that he must wear as soon as he has secured the medicine scalp. He must not hide the scalp on his person, but keep it in view. He has all day till sunset to get away with it. If he gets across the river or other limit, with warriors in close pursuit, they give him 10 arrowheads, 2 1/2 cents each, or other ransom agreed on. If he gets away safely and hides it, he can come back and claim 15 arrowheads from the council as ransom for the scalp. If he is caught, he pays his captor 10 arrowheads ransom for his life. The manhunt. This is played with the scout and 10 or more hostiles or hounds, according to the country, more when it is rough or wooded. The scout is given a letter addressed to the military commandant, usually the lady of the house that he gets to, of any given place a mile or 2 away. He is told to take the letter to any one of 3 given houses, and get it endorsed, with the hour when he arrived, then return to the starting point within a certain time. The hostiles are sent to a point halfway, and let go by a starter at the same time as the scout leaves the camp. They are to intercept him. If they catch him before he delivers the letter, he must ransom his life by paying each 2 arrowheads, or other forfeit, and his captor keeps the letter as a trophy. If he gets through, but is caught on the road back, he pays half as much for his life. If he gets through, but is over time, it is a draw. If he gets through successfully on time, he claims 3 arrowheads from each hostile and keeps the letter as a trophy. They may not follow him into the house, that is, the fort, but may surround it at 100 yards distance. They do not know which 3 houses he is free to enter, but they do not know that these are within certain limits. The scout should wear a conspicuous badge, hat, shirt, coat, or feather, and may ride a wheel or go in a wagon, etc., as long as his badge is clearly visible. To tag the scout is not to capture. The blockade to be binding must be effectual. Hunt the coon. This is an indoor game, founded on the familiar hunt the thimble. We use a little dummy coon, either make it or turn a ready-made toy rabbit into one by adding tail and black mask and cropping the ears. All the players but one go out of the room. That one places the coon anywhere in sight, high or low, but in plain view. All come in and seek. The first to find it sits down silently and scores 1. Each sits down on seeing it, giving no clue to the others. The first to score 3 coons is winner, usually. Sometimes we play till everyone but one has a coon. That one is a booby. The others are first, second, etc. Sometimes each is given his number in order of finding it. Then, after 7 or 8 coons, these numbers are added up, and the lowest is winner. If no coon is available, use a thimble. Spear fights. This is an indoor game with outdoor weapons. The soft-headed, 8-foot spears of the tilting match are used. The contestants stand on barrels 8 feet apart. Each tries to put the other off his barrel. It is well to have a catcher behind each player to save him if he falls. Games are for 7, 11, or 13 points. Navajo feather dance. An eagle feather hung on a horsehair so as to stand upright is worked by a hidden operator so as to dance and caper. The dancer has to imitate all its motions. A marionette may be used. It is a great fun maker. Feather football or feather blow. This is an indoor, wet weather game. The players hold a blanket on the knees or on the table. A soft feather is put in the middle. As many may play as can get near. They may be in sides, 2 or 4, or each for himself. At the signal go, each tries to blow the feather off the blanket at the enemy's side, and so count 1 for himself. A game is usually best out of 7, 11, or 13. Cockfighting. Get 2 stout sticks, each 2 feet long. Broomsticks will do. Pad each of these on the end with a ball of rag. These are the spurs. Make an 8-foot ring. The two rivals are on their hunkers, each with a stick through behind his knees, his hands clasped in front of the knees and the arms under the ends of the spurs. Now they close, each aiming to upset the other, to make him lose his spurs, or to put him out of the ring, any of which ends that round and scores one for the victor. If both fall, or lose a spur, or go out together, it is a draw. Battle is for 7, 11, or 13 rounds. Hand wrestling. This is a jiu-jitsu game introduced by Dr. L. H. Gulick. The two contestants stand right toe to right toe, each right hand clasped, left feet braced, left hand free. At the word go, each tries to unbalance the other, that is, make him lift or move one of his feet. A lift or a shift ends the round. Battles are for best out of 5, 7, 11, or 13 rounds. Badger pulling. The two contestants, on hands and knees, face each other. A strong belt or strap is buckled into one great loop that passes round the head of each, that is, crosses his nape. Halfway between them is a dead line. The one who pulls the other over this line is winner. The contestant can at any time end the bout by lowering his head so the strap slips off, but this counts one against him. The game is best out of 5, 7, 11, or 13 points. Poison. This is an ancient game. A circle about 3 feet across is drawn on the ground. The players holding hands make a ring around this and try to make one of the numbers step into the poison circle. He can evade it by sidestepping, by jumping over, or by dragging another fellow into it. First to make the misstep is it for the time or for next game. End of section 38. Games and Athletic Standards. The Games Part 2. Section 39 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 39. Games and Athletic Standards. The Games Part 3. Hatball. When I was among the Chippewayan Indians of Great Slave Lake in 1907, I made myself popular with the young men, as well as boys, by teaching them the old game of hatball. The players, about a dozen, put their hats in a row near a house, fence, or log, hollows up. A dead line is drawn 10 feet from the hats. All must stand outside of that. The one who is it begins by throwing a soft ball into one of the hats. If he misses the hat, a chip is put into his own, and he tries over. As soon as he drops the ball into a hat, the owner runs to get the ball. All the rest run away. The owner must not follow beyond the dead line, but must throw the ball at someone. If he hits him, a chip goes into that person's hat. If not, a chip goes into his own. As soon as someone has 5 chips, he wins the booby prize. That is, he must hold his hand out steadily against the wall, and each player has 5 shots at it with the ball as he stands on the dead line. Duck on a rock. This is a good grandfather game. Each player has a large, smooth, roundish stone, about 5 or 6 inches through. This is his duck. He keeps it permanently. Toe rock is any low boulder, block, stump, bump, or hillock on ground level. A dead line is drawn through the rock, and another parallel, 15 feet away, for a firing line. The fellow who is it, or keeper, perches his duck on the rock. The others stand at the firing line and throw their ducks at his. They must not pick them up or touch them with their hands when they are beyond the dead line. If one does, then the keeper can tag him, unless he reaches the firing line, and send him to do duty as keeper at the rock. But they can coax their ducks with their feet up to the dead line, not beyond, then watch for a chance to dodge back to the firing line, where they are safe at all times. If the duck is knocked off by anyone in fair firing, the keeper is powerless till he has replaced it. Meantime, most of the players have secured their ducks and got back safely to the firing line. Roadside cribbage. This is a game we often play in the train to pass the time pleasantly. Sometimes one party takes the right side of the road with the windows there, and the other the left. Sometimes all players sit on the same side. The game is, whoever is first to see certain things agreed on scores so many points. Thus, a crow or a cow counts 1, a cat 2, a hawk 3, an owl 4, a sheep 5, a goat 6, a horse 7. The winner is the one who first gets 25 or 50 points as agreed on. When afoot, one naturally takes other things for points, as certain trees, flowers, etc. Lion hunting. The games from lion hunting to hare and hounds are from General Baden-Powell. A lion is represented by one scout, who goes out with tracking irons on his feet, and a pocket full of corn or peas, and 6 long tennis balls or rag balls. He is allowed half an hour's start, and then the patrol go after him, following his spoor, each armed with 1 tennis ball with which to shoot him when they find him. The lion may hide or creep about or run, just as he feels inclined, but whenever the ground is hard or very greasy, he must drop a few grains of corn every few yards to show the trail. If the hunters fail to come up to him, neither wins the game. When they come near to his lair, the lion fires at them with his tennis balls, and the moment a hunter is hit, he must fall out dead and cannot throw his tennis ball. If the lion gets hit by a hunter's tennis ball, he is wounded, and if he gets wounded 3 times, he is killed. Tennis balls may only be fired once. They cannot be picked up and fired again in the same fight. Each scout must collect and hand in his tennis balls after the game. In winter, if there is snow, this game can be played without tracking irons and using snowballs instead of tennis balls. Plant race. Start off your scouts either cycling or on foot to go in any direction they like to get a specimen of any ordered plant, say a sprig of yew, a shoot of ilex, a horseshoe mark from a chestnut tree, a briar rose, or something of that kind, whichever you may order, such as will tax their knowledge of plants and will test their memory as to where they noticed one of the kind required, and will also make them quick in getting there and back. Throwing the assegai. Target a thin sack, lightly stuffed with straw, or a sheet of cardboard, or canvases stretched on a frame. Assegais to be made of wands, with weighted ends sharpened, or with iron arrowheads on them. Flag raiding. 2 or more patrols on each side. Each side will form an outpost within a given tract of country to protect 3 flags, or at night 3 lanterns 2 feet above the ground, planted not less than 200 yards, 100 yards at night, from it. The protecting outposts will be posted in concealment, either all together or spread out in pairs. It will then send out scouts to discover the enemy's position. When these have found out where the outpost is, they try to creep round out of sight till they can get to the flags and bring them away to their own line. One scout may not take away more than 1 flag. This is the general position of a patrol on such an outpost. Any scout coming within 50 yards of a stronger party will be put out of action if seen by the enemy. If he can creep by without being seen, it is all right. Scouts posted to watch as outposts cannot move from the ground, but their strength counts as double, and they may send single messages to their neighbors or to their own scouting party. An umpire should be with each outpost and with each scouting patrol. At a given hour, operations will cease, and all will assemble at the given spot to hand in their reports. The following points might be awarded. For each flag or lamp captured and brought in, 5. For each report or sketch of the position of the enemy's outposts, up to 5. For each report of movement of the enemy's scouting patrols, 2. The side which makes the biggest total wins. The same game may be played to test the scouts in stepping lightly, the umpire being blindfolded. The practice should preferably be carried out where there are dry twigs lying about, and gravel, etc. The scout may start to stalk the blind enemy at 100 yards distance, and he must do it fairly fast, say in 1 minute and a half, to touch the blind man before he hears him. Stalking and reporting. The umpire places himself out in the open and sends each scout or pair of scouts away in different directions about half a mile off. When he waves a flag, which is the signal to begin, they all hide, and then proceed to stalk him, creeping up and watching all he does. When he waves the flag again, they rise, come in, and report each in turn all that he did, either by handing in a written report or verbally, as may be ordered. The umpire meantime has kept a lookout in each direction, and every time he sees a scout, he takes 2 points off that scout's score. He, on his part, performs small actions, such as sitting down, kneeling, looking through glasses, using handkerchief, taking hat off for a bit, walking round in a circle a few times, to give scouts something to note and report about him. Scouts are given 3 points for each act reportedly corrected. It saves time if the umpire makes out a scoring card beforehand, giving the name of each scout, and a number of columns, showing each act of his, and what mark that scout wins, also a column of deducted marks for exposing themselves. Spider and fly. A bit of country or section of the town about a mile square is selected as the web, and its boundaries described, and an hour fixed at which operations are to cease. One patrol, or half-patrol, is the spider, which goes out and selects a place to hide itself. The other patrol, or half-patrol, go a quarter of an hour later, as the fly, to look for the spider. They can spread themselves about as they like, but must tell their leader anything that they discover. An umpire goes with each party. If within the given time, say about 2 hours, the fly has not discovered the spider wins. The spiders write down the names of any of the fly patrol that they may see. Stalking. Instructor acts as a deer, not hiding, but standing, moving a little now and then if he likes. Scouts go out to find, and each in his own way tries to get up to him unseen. Directly the instructor sees a scout, he directs him to stand up as having failed. After a certain time, the instructor calls time, all stand up at the spot which they have reached, and the nearest wins. Demonstrate the value of adapting color of clothes to background by sending out one boy about 500 yards to stand against different backgrounds in turn, till he gets one similar in color to his own clothes. The rest of the patrol to watch and to notice how invisible he becomes when he gets a suitable background, e.g., a boy in a gray suit standing in front of dark bushes, etc., is quite visible, but becomes less so if he stands in front of a gray rock or house. A boy in a dark suit is very visible in a green field, but not when lie stands in an open doorway against dark interior shadow. Scout hunting. One scout is given time to go out and hide himself. The remainder then start to find him. He wins if he is not found, or if he can get back to the starting point within a given time without being touched. Relay race. One patrol pitted against another to see who can get a message sent a long distance in shortest time by means of relays of runners, or cyclists. The patrol is ordered out to send in 3 successive notes or tokens, such as sprigs of certain plants, from a point 2 miles distant or more. The leader, in taking his patrol out to the spot, drops scouts at convenient distances, who will then act as runners from one post to the next and back. If relays are posted in pairs, messages can be passed both ways. Track memory. Make a patrol sit with their feet up so that other scouts can study them. Give the scouts, say, 3 minutes to study the boots. Then, leaving the scouts in a room or out of sight, let one of the patrol make some footmarks in a good bit of ground. Call up the scouts one by one and let them see the track and say who made it. Spot the thief. Get a stranger to make a track unseen by the scouts. The scouts study his track so as to know it again. Then put the stranger among 8 or 10 others, and let them all make their tracks for the boys to see, going by in rotation. Each scout then in turn whispers to the umpire which man made the original track, describing him by his number in filing past. The scout who answers correctly wins. If more than one answers correctly, the one who then draws the best diagram from memory of the footprint wins. End of section 39. Games and Athletic Standards. The Games, Part 3. Section 40 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 40. Games and Athletic Standards. The Games, Part 4. Smugglers over the border. The border is a certain line of country, about 400 yards long, preferably a road or wide path or bit of sand on which foot tracks can easily be seen. One patrol watches the border, with sentries posted along this road, with a reserve posted farther inland. This latter, about halfway between the border and the town. The town would be a base marked by a tree, building, or flags, etc., about half a mile distant from the border. A hostile patrol of smugglers assemble about half a mile on the other side of the border. They will all cross the border in any formation they please, either singly or together or scattered, and make for the town, either walking or running or at scout's pace. Only one among them is supposed to be smuggling, and he wears tracking irons, so that the sentries walk up and down their beat. They may not run till after the alarm, waiting for the tracks of the smuggler. Directly a sentry sees the track, he gives the alarm signal to the reserve and starts himself to follow up the track as fast as he can. The reserves thereupon cooperate with him and try to catch the smuggler before he can reach the town. Once within the boundary of the town, he is safe and wins the game. Shop window, outdoors in town. Umpire takes a patrol down a street past 6 shops, gives them half a minute at each shop, then, after moving them off to some distance, he gives each boy a pencil and card, and tells him to write from memory, or himself takes down what they noticed in, say, the 3rd and 5th shops. The one who sets down most articles correctly wins. It is useful practice to match one boy against another in heats, the loser competing again till you arrive at the worst. This gives the worst scouts the most practice. Similar game indoors. Send each scout in turn into a room for half a minute. When he comes out, take down a list of furniture and articles which he notices. The boy who notices most wins. The simplest way of scoring is to make a list of the articles in the room on your scoring paper, with a column for marks for each scout against them, which can then easily be totaled up at foot. Follow the trail. Send out a hare, either walking or cycling, with a pocket full of corn, nutshells, confetti paper, or buttons, etc., and drop a few here and there to give a trail for the patrol to follow. Or go out with a piece of chalk and draw the patrol sign on walls, gateposts, pavements, lampposts, trees, etc., every here and there, and let the patrol hunt you by these marks. Patrol should wipe out all these marks as they pass them for tidiness, and so as not to mislead them for another day's practice. The other road signs should also be used, such as closing up certain roads as not used, and hiding a letter at some point, giving directions as to the next turn. Scout's nose indoors. Prepare a number of paper bags, all alike, and put in each a different smelling article, such as chopped onion in one, tan in another, rose leaves, leather, anise seed, violet powder, orange peel, etc. Put these packets in a row, a couple of feet apart, and let each competitor walk down the line and have 5 seconds sniff at each. At the end, he has 1 minute in which to write down or to state to the umpire the names of the different objects smelled from memory, in their correct order. Scout meets scout in town or country. Single scouts, or complete patrols, or pairs of scouts, to be taken out about 2 miles apart, and made to work toward each other, either alongside a road, or by giving each side a landmark to work to, such as a steep hill or big tree, which is directly behind the other party, and will thus ensure their coming together. The patrol which first sees the other wins. This is signified by the patrol leader holding up his patrol flag for the umpire to see, and sounding his whistle. A patrol need not keep together, but that patrol wins which first holds out its flag. So it is well for the scouts to be in touch with their patrol leaders by signal, voice, or message. Scouts may employ any ruse they like, such as climbing into trees, hiding in carts, etc., but they must not dress up in disguise. This may also be practiced at night. Shootout. 2 patrols compete. Targets. Bottles or bricks set up on end to represent the opposing patrol. Both patrols are drawn up in line at about 20 to 25 yards from the targets. At the word fire, they throw stones at the targets. Directly a target falls, the umpire directs the corresponding man of the other patrol to sit down, killed. The game goes on, if there are plenty of stones, till the whole of one patrol is killed. Or a certain number of stones can be given to each patrol, or a certain time limit, say 1 minute. Kim's game. Place about 20 or 30 small articles on a tray, or on the table or floor, such as 2 or 3 different kinds of buttons, pencils, corks, rags, nuts, stones, knives, string, photos, anything you can find, and cover them over with a cloth or coat. Make a list of these, and make a column opposite of the list for each boy's replies. Then uncover the articles for 1 minute by your watch, or while you count 60 at the rate of quick march. Then cover them over again. Take each boy separately, and let him whisper to you each of the articles that he can remember, and mark it off on your scoring sheet. The boy who remembers the greatest number wins the game. Morgan's game. Scouts are ordered to run to a certain boarding where an umpire is already posted to time them. They are each allowed to look at this for 1 minute, and then to run back to headquarters and report to the instructor all that was on the boarding in the way of advertisements. Snow fort. The snow fort may be built by one patrol according to their own ideas of fortification, with loopholes, etc., for looking out. When finished, it will be attacked by hostile patrols, using snowballs as ammunition. Every scout struck by a snowball is counted dead. The attackers should, as a rule, number at least twice the strength of the defenders. Siberian manhunt. One scout, as fugitive, runs away across the snow in any direction he may please until he finds a good hiding place, and there conceals himself. The remainder, after giving him 20 minutes start or more, proceed to follow him by his tracks. As they approach his hiding place, he shoots at them with snowballs, and everyone that is struck must fall out dead. The fugitive must be struck 3 times before he is counted dead. Hare and hounds. 2 or more persons representing the hares, and provided with a large quantity of corn, are given a start of several minutes, and run a certain length of time, then return by another route to the starting point, all the time scattering corn in their path. After the lapse of the number of minutes handicap given the hares, those representing the hounds start in pursuit, following by the corn, and trying to catch the hares before they reach the starting point in returning. The handicap given the hares should be small, depending on the running abilities of the hares and hounds. The fastest runners are usually picked for the hounds. Chalk the arrow. This is usually played in the city streets, one player running and trying to keep out of sight of the others who follow. The runner is given time to disappear around the first corner before the others start after him, and at every corner he turns, he marks with chalk an arrow pointing in the direction he takes. Those pursuing follow by the arrow, the first one seeing him being the runner for the next time. This may also be played by having any number run and only one follow, the first becoming it for the next time. Dodgeball. Of any number of players, half of that number forms a circle, while the other half stand inside of the ring, center, facing outward. Now, the game for those in the center is to dodge the ball which is thrown by any of those forming the circle with the intention of striking the center ones out. Every time a member is struck, he is dead, and takes his place among those of the circle. Now he has a chance to throw at those remaining in the center. This arrangement keeps all taking part busy. Only one is out at a time, this being kept up until finally only one is left. He is hailed the king. For next round, players exchange places, i.e., those who are in the center now form the circle. Note, if the touch is preceded by a bound of the ball, it does not count. Prisoner's base. Goals are marked off at both ends of the playground, the players divided into 2 equal divisions, occupying the 2 goals. About 10 paces to the right of each goal is a prison. A player advances toward the opposite goal. When one from that goal starts to catch him, he retreats, and one from his side runs to his rescue by trying to catch the pursuer, who in turn is succored by one from his side, and so on. Every player may catch anyone from the opposite side who has been out of goal longer than he has. Any player caught is conducted to the prison by his captor and must remain there until rescued by someone from his side who touches him with the hand. The one who does this is subject to being caught, like any other player. Throwing the spear. The game is an old Greek and Persian pastime. Throw the spear and speak the truth was a national maxim of the Persians that we may copy with advantage. The apparatus required is some light spears and an archery target. The spear should vary from 5 to 6 feet in length. The point should be shod with a steel tip having a socket into which the wooden handle is fitted, and made fast by small screws passing through holes in the sides of the metal, and then into the wood itself. The wood, for about a foot above the barb, should be about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, and from thence gradually taper to about 1/4 of an inch in thickness, until the end of the spear is reached. Some spears are fitted with feathers, like an arrow, but these are not necessary to obtain a good throw, and soon get dismantled and continually falling upon the ground. Any ordinary target will serve. It may be an archery target, a sack full of straw, or a sod bank. The object of the contest is to hit the target from a given mark, the firing line. Whoever throws nearest to the center of the target the greatest number of times out of 6 shots is hailed the winner. The best form for throwing is with the left foot forward, the leg preferably straight, body well back, its weight resting on the right leg. Now extend the left arm forward, in line with the shoulder, and over the left leg. Poise the spear horizontally in the right hand, holding at the center of gravity by the forefinger and thumb. Bring the right arm backward until the hand is behind the right shoulder. Now, inclining the point of the spear slightly upward, make your cast, bringing the right arm forward, followed by the right side of the body, the right leg forward, and the left arm backward. Count yourself fortunate if you even hit the target in the first few attempts, but practice will make a wonderful difference. The distance should be mutually agreed upon, but 50 feet for a boy of 15 and 100 feet for an adult will be found about right. To throw the javelin is another phase of this pastime. The javelin is 4 to 5 feet in length, 3/4 of an inch in thickness, and fitted with a barbed end, slightly heavier than the spear end. The object of the game is to throw the javelin as far as possible, but not at a target. Instead, the javelin must stick into the ground. In throwing the javelin, hold it in the right hand, the left leg and hand being advanced. The barb and arm at this point should be at the rear. Then, describing a semicircle with the arm over the right shoulder and leaning well to the rear, hurl the weapon as far as possible forward. End of Section 40. Games and Athletic Standards. The Games, Part 4. Section 41 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 41. Games and Athletic Standards. The Games, Part 5. Arctic Exhibition. Each patrol make a bobsleigh with ropes, harness, for 2 of their number to pull, or for dogs if they have them, and can train them to do the work. 2 scouts or so go a mile or 2 ahead, the remainder with the sleigh follow, finding the way by means of the spoor, and by such signs as the leading scouts may draw in the snow. All other drawings seen on the way are to be examined, noted, and their meaning read. The sleigh carries rations and cooking pots, etc. Build snow huts. These must be made narrow, according to the length of the sticks available for forming the roof, which can be made with brushwood and covered with snow. Dragging race. A line of patients from one patrol is laid out 50 feet distant from the start. Another patrol, each carrying a rope, run out, tie ropes to the patients, and drag them in. Time taken of the last, patrols change places. The one which completes the shortest time wins. Knots must be carefully tied, and patients' coats laid out under their heads. Far and near. Umpire goes along a given road or line of country with a patrol in patrol formation. He carries a scoring card with the name of each scout on it. Each scout looks out for the details required, and directly he notices one, he runs to the umpire and informs him or hands in the article. If it is an article he finds, the umpire enters a mark accordingly against his name. The scout who gains the most marks in the walk wins. Details like the following should be chosen to develop the scout's observation and to encourage him to look far and near, up and down, etc. The detail should be varied every time the game is played, and about 8 or 10 should be given at a time. Every match found, 1 point. Every button found, 1 point. Bird tracks, 2 points. Patch noticed on stranger's clothing or boots, 2 points. Gray horse seen, 2 points. Pigeon flying, 2 points. Sparrow sitting, 2 points. Ash tree, 2 points. Broken chimney pot, 2 points. Broken window, 1 point. Fire lighting race. To collect material, build and light a fire till the log given by umpire is alight. Follow my leader. With a large number of boys, this can be made a very effective display, and it is easy to do at a jog trot, an occasional knee-up with musical accompaniment. It also can be done at night, each boy carrying a Chinese lantern on top of his staff. If in a building, all lights, of course, would be turned down. A usual fault is that the exercise is kept on too long, till it wearies both audience and performers. Games and pathfinding. Instructor takes a patrol in patrolling formation into a strange town or into an intricate piece of strange country with a cycling map. He then gives instructions as to where he wants to go, makes each scout in turn lead the patrol, say for 7 minutes if cycling, 15 minutes if walking. This scout is to find the way entirely by the map, and points are given for ability in reading. Mountain scouting. This has been played by tourist clubs in the Lake District, and is very similar to the spider and fly game. 3 hares are sent out at daybreak to hide themselves about in the mountains. After breakfast, a party of hounds go out to find them before a certain hour, say 4 o'clock p.m. If they find them, even with field glasses, it counts, provided that the finder can say definitely who it was he spotted. Certain limits of ground must be given, beyond which anyone would be out of bounds, and therefore disqualified. Night errantry. Scouts go out singly or in pairs or as a patrol, if in a town, to find women or children in want of help, and to return and report on their honor what they have done. If in the country, call at any farms or cottages and ask to do odd jobs for nothing. The same can be made into a race called a good turn race. Unprepared plans. Give the plot of a short, simple play and assign to each player his part, with an outline of what he has to do and say, and then let them act it, making up the required conversation as they go along. This develops the power of imagination and expression on points kept in the mind, and is a valuable means of education. It is well, before starting, to act a play in this way, to be a little less ambitious, and to make 2 or 3 players merely carry out a conversation on given topics leading up to a given point, using their own words and imaginations in doing so. The treasure hunt. The treasure hunt needs observation and skill in tracking, and practically any number can take part in it. Several ways of playing the game are given below. Number 1. The treasure is hidden, and the scouts know what the treasure is. They are given the first clue, and from this, all the others can be traced. Such clues might be A, written on a gatepost. Go west and examine 3rd gate on north side of stream. B, on that gate, scouts sign pointing to notice board, on which is written, strike south by southeast telegraph post number 28, and so on. The clue should be so worded as to need some skill to understand, and the various points should be difficult of access from one another. This method might be used as a patrol competition, starting off patrols at 10-minute intervals, and at one particular clue there might be different orders for each patrol, to prevent the patrols from following the first. Number 2. The clues may be bits of colored wood tied to gates, hedges, etc. at about 3-yard intervals, leading in a certain direction, and when these clues come to the end, it should be known that the treasure is hidden within so many feet. To prevent this degenerating into a mere game of follow my leader, several tracks might be laid, working up to the same point, and false tracks could be laid, which only lead back again to the original. Number 3. Each competitor or patrol might be given a description of the way, each perhaps of a slightly different way. The description should make it necessary to go to each spot in turn, and prevent any cutting in the following way. Go to the tallest tree in a certain field. From there, go 100 yards north, and then walk straight toward a church tower which will be on your left, etc. All the description should be led by an equal journey to a certain spot where the treasure is hidden. The first to arrive at that spot should not let the others know it is the spot, but should search for the treasure in as casual a manner as possible. Will-o'-the-wisp. This game should take place across country at night. 2 scouts set off in a given direction with a lighted bullseye lantern. After 2 minutes have passed, the patrol or troop starts in pursuit. The lantern bearer must show his light at least every minute, concealing it for the rest of the time. The 2 scouts take turns in carrying the light, and so may relieve each other in difficulties, but either may be captured. The scout without the light can often mingle with the pursuers without being recognized, and relieve his friend when he is being hard pressed. They should arrange certain calls or signals between themselves. Treasure Island. A treasure is known to be hidden upon a certain island or bit of a shore marked off, and the man who hid it leaves a map with clues for finding it, compass, directions, tide marks, etc. This map is hidden somewhere near the landing place. The patrols come in turn to look for it. They have to row from a certain distance, land, find the map, and finally discover the treasure. They should be careful to leave no foot tracks, etc. near the treasure, because then the patrols that follow them will easily find it. The map and treasure are to be hidden afresh for the next patrol when they have been found. The patrol wins, which returns to the starting place with the treasure in the shortest time. This can be played on the river, the patrols having to row across the river to find the treasure. Horse and rider tourney. In playing this game, it is necessary to have a soft, velvety piece of grass, or if indoors, in the gymnasium, cover the floor with regular gymnasium mats. It requires 4 boys to play the game, 2 being horses, the other 2 riders. The riders mount their horses and dash at each other with great caution, striving to get a good hold of each other in such a way as to compel the opponent to dismount. This can be done either by dragging him from his mount or by making the horse and rider lose their balance so as to throw them off their feet. A great deal of sport can be gotten out of this game, and boys become very skillful after a little practice. Mumbly Peg. From Daniel Carter Beard, National Scout Commissioner. First, hold the right fist with the back to the ground and with the jackknife, with blade pointing to the right, resting on top of the closed fingers. The hand is swung to the right, up and over, describing a semicircle, so that the knife falls point downward and sticks, or should stick upright in the ground. If there is room to slip 2 fingers, one above the other, beneath the handle of the knife, and if the point of the knife is hidden in the ground, it counts as a fair stick or throw. Second, the next motion is the same as the one just described, but it is performed with the left. Third, take the point of the blade between the first and second fingers of the right hand, and fillip it with a jerk so that the knife turns once around in the air and strikes the point into the ground. Fourth, do the same with the left hand. Fifth, hold the knife as in the third and fourth positions, and bring the arm across the chest so that the knife handle touches the left ear. Take hold of the right ear with the left hand and fillip the knife so that it turns once or twice in the air and strikes on its point in the earth. Sixth, do the same with the left hand. Seventh, still holding the knife in the same manner, bring the handle up to the nose and fillip it over through the air so that it will stick to the ground. Eighth, do the same with the handle at the right eye. Ninth, repeat with the handle at the left eye. 10th, place the point of the blade on the top of the head, hold it in place with the forefinger, and with a downward push send it whirling down to earth, where it must stick with the point of the blade in the earth. 11th to 15th, hold the left hand with the fingers pointing upward, and beginning with the thumb, place the point of the knife on each finger as described above, and the forefinger of the right hand on the end of the knife handle. By a downward motion, throw the knife revolving through the air, so that it will alight with the point of the blade in the sod. 16th to 20th, repeat with the right hand up and the forefinger of the left hand on the knife handle. 21st, 22nd, do the same from each knee. 23rd, hold the point of the blade between the first and second fingers, and placing the hand on the forehead, fillip the knife back over the head, so that it will stick to the ground behind the person ready for the next motion. 24th, After 23, the knife is left in the ground. Then with the palm of the hand, strike the knife handle a smart blow that it will send it revolving over the ground for a yard, more or less, and cause it to stick in the ground where it stops. This is called plowing the field. When a miss is made, the next player takes his turn, and when the first player's turn comes again, he must try the feat over that he failed to perform last. A good player will sometimes go through almost all the 24 motions without failing to make a two-finger, that is, a fair stick, each time. But it is very unusual for anyone to run the game out in one inning. This is the game in 24 motions. Many boys play it double that number. Outdoor athletic standards. The athletic standards given below are those which most boys ought to be able to attain. They are the result of the experience of several physical directors who have made a special study of athletics and physical work among boys. The rules governing the events are found in the official handbook of the Athletic League of North America. These rules must be strictly adhered to. Events. Number 1. Running broad jump. Under 90 pounds, 12 feet. Under 110 pounds, 13 feet. Under 125 pounds, 14 feet. Under 140 pounds, 15 feet. Over 140 pounds, 16 feet. Number 2. Running high jump. Under 90 pounds, 3 feet 11 inches. Under 110 pounds, 4 feet 1 inch. Under 125 pounds, 4 feet 4 inches. Under 140 pounds, 4 feet 7 inches. Over 140 pounds, 4 feet 10 inches. Number 3. Standing broad jump. Under 90 pounds, 6 feet 6 inches. Under 110 pounds, 7 feet. Under 125 pounds, 7 feet 6 inches. Under 140 pounds, 8 feet. Over 140 pounds, 8 feet 6 inches. Number 4. Standing high jump. Under 90 pounds, 3 feet 2 inches. Under 110 pounds, 3 feet 4 inches. Under 125 pounds, 3 feet 6 inches. Under 140 pounds, 3 feet 8 inches. Over 140 pounds, 3 feet 10 inches. Number 5. Pull-up times. Under 90 pounds, 5. Under 110 pounds, 7. Under 125 pounds, 9. Under 140 pounds, 11. Over 140 pounds, 13. Number 6. 20-yard swim. Under 90 pounds, 20 seconds. Under 110 pounds, 18 seconds. Under 125 pounds, 16 seconds. Under 140 pounds, 14 seconds. Over 140 pounds, 12 seconds. Number 7. 40-yard swim. Under 90 pounds, 40 seconds. Under 110 pounds, 39 seconds. Under 125 pounds, 38 seconds. Under 140 pounds, 37 seconds. Over 140 pounds, 36 seconds. Number 8. 50-yard dash. Under 90 pounds, 7.8 seconds. Under 110 pounds, 7.4 seconds. Under 125 pounds, 7 seconds. Under 140 pounds, 6.6 seconds. Over 140 pounds, 6.2 seconds. Number 9. 8 potato race. Under 90 pounds, 45 seconds. Under 110 pounds, 43 seconds. Under 125 pounds, 41 seconds. Under 140 pounds, 39 seconds. Over 140 pounds, 37 seconds. Number 10. 8-pound shot put. Under 90 pounds, asterisk. Under 110 pounds, 25 feet. Under 125 pounds, 30 feet. Under 140 pounds, 35 feet. Over 140 pounds, 40 feet. Number 11. Push-up from floor. Under 90 pounds, asterisk. Under 110 pounds, 11. Under 125 pounds, 13. Under 140 pounds, 15. Over 140 pounds, 17. Number 12. Rope climb. Under 90 pounds, asterisk. Under 110 pounds, 14 seconds. Under 125 pounds, 12 seconds. Under 140 pounds, 10 seconds. Over 140 pounds, 8 seconds. Number 13. 100-yard dash. Under 90 pounds, asterisk. Under 110 pounds, asterisk. Under 125 pounds, 13 seconds. Under 140 pounds, 12.6 seconds. Over 140 pounds, 12.2 seconds. Asterisk. Should not attempt this event. For merit badge, a boy under 90 pounds must qualify in 7 of the first 9 events. A boy under 110 pounds must qualify in 10 of the first 12 events. All others must qualify in their proper class in 11 of the 13 events. End of Section 41, Games and Athletic Standards, the Games Part 5.
Section 42 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 42. Chapter 9. Patriotism and Citizenship by Waldo H. Sherman, author of Civics, Studies in American Citizenship. Our Country. America is the home of social, religious, and political liberty, the land of the free and the home of the brave. As a nation, we have always been rich in land, and for this reason millions of people have sought our shores. We have come into possession of our territory through treaty, purchase, and annexation. In speaking of our territorial area, we usually speak of the original territory and additions to same. When we speak of original territory, we mean that part of the United States which was ceded to us by Great Britain in the peace treaty of 1783, at the close of the War of the Revolution. This territory, in brief, is described as follows: east to the Atlantic Ocean, west to the Mississippi River, north to the Great Lakes in Canada, and as far south as the northern line of Florida. We sometimes hear it spoken of as the territory of the 13 original states, meaning the states that formed the government of the Constitution in 1789. However, if we look at the map, we shall see that the original territory includes not only the territory of the 13 original states, but comprises also land out of which 12 other states have been formed. Looking at this area today, however, it seems a small part of our country compared with our present limits. Additions. Louisiana Purchase. What is known as the Louisiana Purchase we bought from France in 1803. It consisted of 875,025 square miles, for which we paid $15 million. It is described as follows: west of the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains, north to Canada, and south to the Gulf of Mexico, exclusive of Texas. This is a territory greater than the present combined areas of Spain, Portugal, Italy, Hungary, and the Balkan states. Florida Purchase. In 1819 we purchased Florida from Spain at a cost of over $5 million, and this single state is larger in territorial area than the combined territory of Denmark, Netherlands, Belgium, and Switzerland. Texas. In 1845 Texas came to us by annexation, but the outcome of this annexation later on was our war with Mexico. In territorial area this is an empire in itself, larger than the whole German Empire. Oregon Territory. In 1846, by treaty with Great Britain, we acquired what is known as the Oregon Territory. This includes the states of Oregon, Washington, and Idaho. Mexican Cession and purchase from Texas. As an outcome of the Mexican War, we obtained from Mexico in 1848 the territory of California, Nevada, Utah, Arizona, and a part of New Mexico at a cost of $15 million, and in 1850 we purchased from Texas the remaining part of New Mexico and that part of Colorado not included in the Louisiana Purchase at a cost of $10 million. Gadsden Purchase. In 1853 we made what is known as the Gadsden Purchase, acquiring thus from Mexico a needed tract of land on the boundary between Mexico, Arizona, and New Mexico, paying for this tract $10,000,000. Alaska. In 1867, we paid Russia $7,000,000 and added Alaska to our possessions. This purchase is spoken of in history as Seward's folly, because the transaction, made while he was Secretary of State, was not generally considered a good bargain. Nevertheless, it has proved one of our most valuable possessions. Hawaii. In 1898, we reached out into the Pacific waters and annexed the beautiful Hawaiian or Sandwich Islands. Puerto Rico, Pine Islands, Guam, Philippine Islands. In 1898, the island of Puerto Rico, with an area of 3,600 square miles, came into our possession as an outcome of the Spanish-American War, likewise the Pine Islands, with their 882 square miles, Guam with 175 square miles, and the Philippine Islands with a territorial area of 143,000 square miles. But for these latter in settlement of a number of private claims, and to gain peaceable possession of various public lands, we paid Spain $20,000,000. Samoan Islands. In 1899, we acquired the Samoan Islands with an area of 73 square miles, and in 1901 some additional islands in the Philippines. Land settlements. The first permanent English settlements in America were made at Jamestown, Virginia, in 1607, and at Plymouth, Massachusetts, in 1620, and from these two settlements we may trace in large part the growth, character, and development of our national life. The story of the Pilgrim Fathers in Massachusetts has been told for generations in literature and in song, and can never cease to be of romantic and thrilling interest. The story of the settlement and dispersal of other nationalities in America, the Swedes in Delaware, the Dutch in New York, the Spanish and French in Florida, and along the banks of the Mississippi and Ohio rivers, all this is summed up in what is known as colonial history. In 1763, at the close of the French and Indian Wars, England had come into possession of practically all the territory east of the Mississippi, that territory which was ceded in 1783 as the original territory of the United States. You will sometimes hear it said that 13 is an unlucky number. Indeed, you may have known people so superstitious that they refuse to sit down at a table when the number is 13. Again, you may know it to be a fact that some hotels do not have a room numbered 13, and that many steamboats likewise follow the same custom in the stateroom arrangement. Strange superstition for Americans! It took 13 states to make our Union. We have made 13 additions to our territory. When George Washington was inaugurated as president, a salute of 13 guns was fired, and finally the foundation of the flag of our country bears 13 stripes. The American Revolution. The story of the American Revolution, 1775 to 1783, Declaration of Independence, 1776, the adoption of the Articles of Confederation, 1781, and finally the making and adoption of the Constitution of the United States in 1789. All is summed up in a period of 14 years, and may be told and written in the life of George Washington, who was indeed the father of his country. The cause of the American Revolution was England's oppression of her American colonists, and the injustice of taxation without representation, with other injustices, finally brought about rebellion. The war began in Massachusetts with the battles of Lexington and Concord, April 19, 1775, and ended at Yorktown, Virginia, October 19, 1781. The Treaty of Peace was signed at Paris, France, September 3, 1783, and November 25th of that year, known in history as Evacuation Day, the British took their departure down the bay of New York Harbor, and America was free. Now do we find ourselves at the fireside of American patriotism. Here is Washington. He is a Virginian, and the American people know him at this time as Colonel Washington. It is the 13th day of June, 1775, and the Second Continental Congress is in session at Philadelphia. John Adams of Massachusetts has the floor. He is to show himself at this time the master statesman. Justly has he been called the Colossus of the Revolution. On his way to Independence Hall this morning he meets his cousin, Samuel Adams, and tells him what he is going to do. "We must," he says, "act on this matter at once. We must make Congress declare for or against something. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm determined this very morning to make a direct motion that Congress shall adopt the army before Boston and appoint the Virginian Colonel Washington commander of it." Adams is now stating to the Congress the gravity of the situation. He points out the necessity of immediate action. The colonies must be united. The army must be brought together, disciplined, and trained for service, and, under Congress, a fitting commander appointed. "Such a gentleman," he said, "I have in mind. I mention no names, but every gentleman here knows him at once as a brave soldier and a man of affairs. He is a gentleman from Virginia, one of this body, and well known to all of us. He is a gentleman of skill and excellent universal character, and would command the approbation of all the colonies better than any other person in the Union." George Washington is in the hall. The eyes of all Congress have turned toward him. He is surprised, confused, and embarrassed, leaves his seat, and hurries into the library. Congress spent 2 days considering Adams' motion, for there were other men who had hoped for the appointment. But finally, on the 15th of June, 1775, a ballot was taken, and Washington was unanimously elected Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army. On July 2nd, 1775, he took command of the army at Cambridge, Massachusetts, and March 17th, 1776, the British were expelled from Boston. We now come to the Declaration of Independence, July 4th, 1776. It was written by Thomas Jefferson, at that time a young man of 33. The committee of the General Congress appointed to draft it consisted of the following: Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Roger Sherman, and Robert R. Livingston. The strong feeling of Thomas Jefferson as he wrote the Declaration is indicated by his statement that, "Rather than submit to the right of legislating for us assumed by the British Parliament, I would lend my hand to sink the whole island in the ocean." Here also we get a glimpse of one of the most interesting and delightful characters in the history of this period, Benjamin Franklin. History records that while Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence, a few verbal suggestions were made by Dr. Franklin, as the following conversation reported to have taken place between them would indicate. "Well, brother Jefferson," said Franklin, "is the fair copy made?" "All ready, doctor," replied Jefferson. "Will you hear it through once more?" "As many times as you wish," responded the smiling doctor with a merry twinkle in his eyes. "One can't get too much of a good thing, you know." Jefferson then read to Franklin the Declaration of Independence, which has been pronounced one of the world's greatest papers. "That's good, Thomas. That's right to the point. That will make King George wince. I wish I had done it myself." It is said Franklin would have put a joke into the Declaration of Independence if it had fallen to his lot to write that immortal document. The Declaration of Independence went forth to the world signed by one man, John Hancock, which explains the expression you sometimes hear, "Put your John Hancock there." It was, however, signed later by all the members of that Congress, 54 in number. This immortal document has been carefully preserved, and the original may be seen at Washington. The Declaration was a notice to Great Britain and to all the world that the American colonists would no longer be subject to Great Britain, that henceforth They were to be a free and independent people, holding Great Britain, as they held the rest of mankind, enemies in war, in peace friends. This declaration marks the birth of our nation. Our government fathers fully realized the step they were taking. They knew it meant a final breaking with the home government of England, but, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, in support of this declaration, they pledged to each other their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. Following the expulsion of the British from Boston, the battlefield of the Revolution changes to New York, moving to Harlem Heights and White Plains, then to New Jersey, Trenton, and Princeton, then to Pennsylvania, Brandywine, Westchester, Germantown, Valley Forge, and on to Monmouth. But here let us pause. It has been a terrible winter at Valley Forge. While the British at Philadelphia, 20 miles away, have been living in luxury, our Washington and his men have suffered bitterly with hunger and cold, and out of a list of 11,000 men, 3,000 at Valley Forge lay sick at one time. But at last the spring has come, and Washington has now been nearly 3 years in service. Listen! The order has gone forth. At 10:30 o'clock comes the signal, and the firing of a cannon sees all men under arms. At 11:30 o'clock the second signal is given, and the march begins. It is May 7th, 1778, and Washington is assembling his men. Great news has come, and it is fitting to return thanks to divine providence. So reads his proclamation. Now comes the third signal, the firing of 13 cannon. Another signal, and the whole army breaks into a loud huzzah, "Long live the King of France!" followed by a running fire of guns. On this same day, in the afternoon, Washington gives a banquet for his officers, aides, and guests, to which they march arm in arm, 13 abreast. What does it mean? It means that Benjamin Franklin has been heard from, and that an alliance with France, England's bitterest enemy, has been made. Some day when you are in Washington you may see directly in front of the White House Lafayette Park, and knowing the story of the Revolution, you understand why it is there. You also understand why Washington's army on that May morning shouted, "Long live the King of France!" But it is not our purpose here to tell the whole story. We can only touch the high points. Again the army moves to White Plains and on to Middlebrook and New Windsor, and Washington spends the winter, 1781, at Morristown, New Jersey. The end is approaching. He joins Lafayette at Yorktown, Virginia, and on October 19th, Cornwallis, the British general, surrenders to George Washington, commander-in-chief of the American army. Thus the conflict begun in one English settlement is ended in the other. Massachusetts marks the beginning, and Virginia the ending of the War of the Revolution. End of section 42. Recording by Bill Moseley, Llano County, Texas, USA. Section 43 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Moseley, Llano County, Texas, USA. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America, Section 43. The War of 1812 to 1815. The War of 1812 was a naval war. It was a battle for rights, the rights of our sailors, the rights of our commerce. American ships and cargoes were being confiscated. France and England and the Barbary pirates were engaged in a profitable war on our commerce, and last but not least, 20,000 American seamen had been pressed into service and were slaves on ships that were foreign, England especially claiming the right to search American ships and press into service all men found on board who were English by birth, though American by choice and adoption. Once a subject, always a subject, said Great Britain, but our answer in 1812 was, as it is now, any foreigner after 5 years' residence within our territory, who has complied with our naturalization laws and taken the oath of allegiance to our flag, becomes one of our citizens as completely as if he were native born. This war is sometimes spoken of as a leaderless war, but great leaders came out of it. The names of Hull, Perry, and Lawrence are memorable in its history. It was the war which made Andrew Jackson, known as Old Hickory, President of the United States in 1828. You will read the story of his great victory in the Battle of New Orleans. Some day you will read the life story of David Glasgow Farragut, of whom it is said that, with the exception of Nelson, the great English admiral, he was as great an admiral as ever sailed the broad or narrow seas. Although the great work of Farragut was in the Civil War, the story of his life began in the War of 1812, when he was but 10 years old. Admiral Farragut is reported as giving this explanation in the late years of his life of his success in the service of his country. Quote, "It was all owing to a resolution that I formed when I was 10 years old. My father was sent to New Orleans with the little navy we had to look after the treason of Burr. I accompanied him as cabin boy. I had some qualities that I thought made a man of me. I could swear like an old salt, could drink as stiff a glass of grog as if I had doubled Cape Horn, and could smoke like a locomotive. I was great at cards, and was fond of gambling in every shape. At the close of dinner one day, my father turned everybody out of the cabin, locked the door, and said to me, 'David, what do you mean to be?' 'I mean to follow the sea,' I said. 'Follow the sea!' exclaimed my father. 'Yes, be a poor, miserable, drunken sailor before the mast, kicked and cuffed about the world, and die in some fever hospital in a foreign clime?' 'No, father,' I replied, 'I will tread the quarter-deck, and command as you do.' 'No, David, no boy ever trod the quarter-deck with such principles as you have, and such habits as you exhibit. You will have to change your whole course of life if you ever become a man.' My father left me and went on deck. I was stunned by the rebuke, and overwhelmed with mortification. A poor, miserable, drunken sailor before the mast, kicked and cuffed about the world, and die in some fever hospital? That's my fate, is it? I'll change my life, and I will change it at once. I will never utter another oath, never drink another drop of intoxicating liquor, never gamble, and as God's my witness, I have kept these 3 vows to this hour." End quote. The Star-Spangled Banner. The sun is slowly sinking in the west. The men of the Army and Navy are drawn up at attention. At every fort, army post, and navy yard, and on every American battleship at home or abroad, the flag of our country is flying at full mast. The sunset gun will soon be fired, and night will follow the day as darkness follows the light. All is ready. The signal is given. The men salute, and the flag, to the band's accompaniment of the Star-Spangled Banner, slowly descends for the night, to be folded and kept for the morning's hoisting. And the Star-Spangled Banner in triumph shall wave, while the land of the free is the home of the brave. In the cemetery of Mount Olivet, near Frederick, Maryland, there is a spot where the flag of our country is never lowered. It is keeping watch by night as by day over the grave of Francis Scott Key, author of The Star-Spangled Banner. He was born in Frederick County, Maryland, August 1st, 1779, and died in Baltimore, January 11, 1843. The Congress of the United States has never formally adopted the Star-Spangled Banner as a national anthem, but it has become such through the recognition given it by the Army and Navy. It is played on all state occasions, at home or abroad, and is the response of our bands at all international gatherings. In the theater, at a public meeting, or at a banquet, whenever it is played, the people rise and remain standing to the end as a tribute to the flag of our country. The poem itself is descriptive of what the author saw and felt on the night of September 13th, 1814, as he watched the bombardment of Fort McHenry by the British during the War of 1812. The city of Washington had been sacked, bombarded, and burned by the British, and now, in their march of destruction, they were bombarding the fort to gain entrance to Baltimore's harbor, in which city they had purposed to spend the winter. We can well imagine the joy of Keyes' heart, the son of a Revolutionary patriot, held in custody on a British battleship, to see in the morning that our flag was still there, and to know, therefore, that there was still hope for our country. Then conquer we must, when our cause it is just, and this be our motto, in God is our trust. The birth of new states. The history of the 56 years between 1789 and 1845 is marked by the development of new states formed out of the territorial settlement of the wilderness. The people of our country have always been pioneering, going ahead of civilization, so to speak, but always taking it with them. Scouts they have been in every sense of the word, following the rivers, clearing the forests, fording the streams, braving the dangers, living the wild life, brave men and women. The first state to come into the Union of the 13 original states was Vermont, the Green Mountain State, 1791. Next came Kentucky, 1792, the Bluegrass State, the home of Daniel Boone, the great hunter and pioneer. 4 years later, 1796, came Tennessee, the Volunteer State, receiving this name because of its large number of volunteer soldiers for the Seminole War and the War of 1812. Next comes Ohio, 1803, the Buckeye, so called because of the large number of buckeye trees, the nut of which bears some resemblance to a buck's eye. This is the first state to be formed out of the public domain, known at this time as the Northwest Territory. The Land Ordinance Bill of 1785 and the Homestead Act of 1862 relate to the development and settlement of the public domain, the first being a plan of survey applied to all public lands owned by the United States government, the other being a law by which the possession of these lands was made possible to settlers. Following Ohio into the Union came Louisiana, 1812, the Creole state, whose people were descendants of the original French and Spanish settlers. This was the first state to be formed west of the Mississippi, and New Orleans, its chief city, known as the Crescent City, is one of the oldest in our country and full of historic interest. After the War of 1812, the new states began to come in rapidly. The admission of Indiana, 1816, the Hoosier, Mississippi, 1817, the Bayou, Illinois, the Prairie, 1818, Alabama, 1819, the Cotton, show that the pioneer settlements of our people had been closing in along the banks of the Ohio and the Mississippi rivers. We now go back to the far east, for the state of Maine, our pine tree state, has now been developed, and its admission, 1820, completes the coastline of states as far south as Georgia. The next state admitted is Missouri, 1821, the Iron, followed by Arkansas, the Bear, 1836, to be followed in turn by Michigan, 1836, the Lake or Wolverine State, the 13th state to be admitted, and the stars in our flag are now doubled. The first census of the United States was taken in 1790, and the Constitution provided that it must be taken every 10 years thereafter. In that year, the order of states in rank of population was as follows: Virginia first, Pennsylvania second, North Carolina third, Massachusetts fourth, and New York fifth. The census of 1820 makes a decided change, we find, in the order of population, and New York comes first, Virginia second, Pennsylvania third, North Carolina fourth, Ohio fifth, Kentucky sixth, and Massachusetts seventh. The states of Florida and Texas came into the Union in the same year, the one March 3rd and the other December 29th, 1845, and thereby hangs a tale. It had been claimed by our government that Texas was included in the Louisiana Purchase of 1803, but the Mexicans claimed it also, and in 1819, in order to close the deal for the purchase of Florida, our government was obliged to relinquish its claim to Texas. At this time the possession of Florida was more desirable and necessary to the peace of our country than the possession of Texas. It was under Spanish rule, overrun with outlaws, and a most undesirable neighbor, besides being very necessary to the rounding out of our coast territory. The Mexican War. The annexation and admission of Texas into the Union in 1845 came about through the pioneering and settlement of our people in her territory, where at first welcomed and encouraged by the Mexicans, they were later deluged in blood. The spirit of Americanism grew rampant under the barbaric and military despotism of the Mexican government, and in 1835 there was an uprising of the settlers, led by a pioneer, an ex-governor of Tennessee, General Samuel Houston, the man for whom the city of Houston, Texas, was named. At this time there were about 10,000 Americans in Texas, and on March 2, 1836, through their representatives in convention assembled, these Americans, in true revolutionary spirit, declared Texas an independent republic. The Mexican government tried to put down this rebellion, but met with a crushing defeat, and Texas, the Lone Star State, remained an independent republic up to the time of her annexation and admission as a state of the Union. The cause of the war with Mexico, then, was her resentment because Texas began to move for annexation to the United States. The fact that Texas had been for many years an independent republic, and been so recognized by the United States, Great Britain, France, and some smaller countries, gave Texas the right on her part to ask for annexation, and the United States the right to annex her. But in order to bring Texas into the Union, and save her people from the Mexicans, the United States was obliged to declare war against Mexico. This she did May 13, 1845, although Texas was not admitted as a state until December 29th of that year. The war lasted nearly 3 years, peace being declared February 2, 1848. As an outcome of the war, the peaceful possession of Texas was secured, and also possession of the territory of California, Nevada, Utah, Arizona, and a part of Colorado and New Mexico, for which territory, however, our government in final settlement paid Mexico $15 million. End of section 43. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA.
Section 44 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America, Section 44. New States, 1845 through 1861. During the Mexican War, Iowa, the Hawkeye State, came into the Union, followed by the state of Wisconsin, 1848, the Badger. Next comes the story of the 49ers, and California, 1850. The Golden State enters the Union, and then comes Minnesota, 1858, the North Star State, and the Great Lakes are walled in, this state completing the circuit. Oregon, 1859, the Beaver follows, then the Garden of the West, Kansas, 1861, and the Civil War is upon us. Of course, we do not mean to say that Kansas was the cause of the Civil War, although it had much to do with it. The Civil War, 1861 through 1865. The Civil War was a war between states, in the government of the United States, between states that were slave and states that were free. The rights of property ownership are involved in state rights, and slaves held as property in slave-holding states were not recognized as such in states that were free. Therefore, the principle of slavery became involved not alone in the individual ownership of slaves, but also in the rights of a state and the relationship of states to each other in the government of the United States. At the close of the Revolutionary War, one of the first things to be settled was the boundaries as between states of the land comprising the 13 original states, and as an outcome of this settlement, there came into possession of the United States all of that territory ceded by Great Britain in 1783, which was not included in the boundaries of those states. This territory, in brief, may be described as the territory east of the Mississippi and north and south of the Ohio River, and out of this territory, and that west of the Mississippi added later, 1803, through the Louisiana Purchase, most of the new states were formed that came into the Union before the Civil War, and this was the beginning of what is known as the public domain, that is, land owned by the federal government. In 1785, Congress passed a law which has become general in its application to all public lands of the United States. It is a law for the uniform survey of public lands into townships 6 miles square, subdivided into sections containing 640 acres and quarter sections containing 160 acres. The purpose of the government in making this survey was to make public lands in the territories of the government easy of settlement, and as the townships became settled, to develop in them the local township form of government. The territory north of the Ohio River was designated the Northwest Territory. As soon as the public lands in this territory were thrown open to settlers, they began to pour in. Indeed, in many instances, they went ahead of the survey. The next step taken by Congress was to pass a law in 1787 for the government and protection of those settlers in this Northwest Territory, and in this law Congress made provision that slavery should be prohibited. Therefore, states formed in this territory had to come into the Union as free states. This was a restriction of slavery, however, which did not apply to the territory south of the Ohio nor west of the Mississippi, so that when a new state came into the Union, formed out of either one of these territories, it became a great political factor in our government, either for or against slavery. In the passing of the years, many changes were taking place in our government, but there came a time when the people began to realize that slavery was spreading and that our government was politically divided between states that were slave and states that were free, or in other words, that in the principle of slavery, the peace and preservation of the Union were involved. And thus it happened that the slave-holding states not being able to live at peace in the Union, decided to go out of it and live by themselves. The right of a state to leave the Union was called the right of secession, a right which the North held did not exist under the Constitution. Nevertheless, one by one, under the leadership of South Carolina, December 20th, 1860, the slave-holding states announced their secession, either by act of state legislature or in convention assembled, and on February 4th, 1861, there had been formed in our government a Southern Confederacy. At this time the whole number of states in the Union was 32, and of this number 11 entered the Southern Confederacy. The first shot was fired by the Southern Confederacy on April 12, 1861, against Fort Sumter, a fortification of the federal government, over which floated the Stars and Stripes. The war lasted 4 years, ending on April 9, 1865, when Robert E. Lee, Commander-in-Chief of the Army of the Southern Confederacy, surrendered to Ulysses S. Grant, Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Army. Abraham Lincoln. The central figure in the Civil War is Abraham Lincoln, in heart, brain, and character, not only one of our greatest Americans, but one of the world's greatest men. Lincoln was born February 12, 1809, in Hardin County, Kentucky. His parents had come to this then pioneer state from Virginia, and his grandfather, whose Christian name he bore, moved there as early as 1781, where a few years later he was killed by the Indians while trying to make a home in the forest. When Lincoln was 8 years old, his people moved to the new state of Indiana about the time it came into the Union, and there he lived until he was 21, when he went to Illinois, from which state, eventually, he was elected president. In 1859, when he was beginning to gain some recognition as a national figure, he was asked to write a little sketch of his life, and in the letter enclosing it he said, quote, "There is not much of it, for the reason, I suppose, there is not much of me." End quote. In this sketch, which is indeed brief, he tells us he was raised to farm work until he was 22, that up to that time he had had little education, and when he became of age he did not know much beyond reading, writing, and ciphering to the rule of 3. He clerked for 1 year in a store and was elected and served as captain of the volunteers in the Black Hawk War. Later on he ran for the state legislature, 1832, and was defeated, though successful, in the 3 succeeding elections. While in the state legislature he studied law and later went to Springfield to practice it. The only other public office he makes note of is his election to the lower house of Congress for 1 term, 1846. He returned to Springfield and took up more earnestly the study and practice of law. He entered with spirit into the political campaigns, and constantly was growing in public esteem. His public debates with Douglas, 1858, made him a familiar figure throughout the state of Illinois, and his profound knowledge and masterful handling of questions debated, his convincing and unanswerable arguments, his clear grasp of the political situation, began to gain the attention of Eastern politicians, convincing them and the country at large that they had a mighty force to reckon with in the prairie state of Illinois. Although he lost the election to the United States Senate, and Douglas won, the campaign had pushed him to the front as a national figure, and paved the way for his presidential nomination. In 1860, at the Republican convention assembled in Chicago, Abraham Lincoln was nominated for president. In November he was elected, and March 4th, 1861, he was inaugurated. His address at this time was an earnest plea for peace and friendship between the North and the South. Quote, "We are not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have strained, it must not break our bond of affection." End quote. But the war tide was rising and could not be stemmed. 4 years of bitter conflict ensued. Lincoln's emancipation of the slaves was made only after he had convinced himself it could not be longer deferred and preserve the Union. "My paramount duty," he said, "is to save the Union, and not either to destroy or save slavery. What I do about slavery and the colored race, I do because I believe it helps to save the Union, and what I forbear because I do not believe it would save the Union." His Emancipation Proclamation, officially freeing the slaves, was finally issued in September 1862, to take effect January 1st of the following year. Lincoln was elected to the presidency for the second term and inaugurated March 4th, 1865, while the war was still on. His second inaugural address closes with these words with which every boy should be familiar, voicing as they do the exalted spirit of a great and good man. "With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow, and for his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations." The war ended on April 9th of this same year, and on April 14th the President, weary with the cares of state, but with the burden of the war clouds lifted, had gone to Ford's Theater in Washington for an evening's entertainment and pleasure, accompanied by Mrs. Lincoln. The box which the President occupied had been most elaborately decorated with the flag of the country. His coming had been heralded abroad, and the audience that had assembled in his honor was large, brilliant, and joyously happy over the assured preservation of the Union. In the midst of the play, the assassin, J. Wilkes Booth, entered the box and fired the fatal shot. The body of the bleeding President was taken to a house across the street, where the next morning, at 7:20 o'clock, he died. Thus the emancipator of the slave, the friend of the whole people, and the savior of our country, died a martyr to the cause of freedom. Washington has been called the aristocrat, and Lincoln the man of the people. The one had culture, wealth, and social position. The other lacked all of these in his early years. Lincoln's early life was cradled in the woods, and all of life out of doors had been his in the new and pioneer states of the wilderness. He grew up not knowing many people, but somehow in his upcoming there was developed in his life a great heart full of tenderness and kindly feeling. Doubtless it was the very hardships of life that made him what he was. At any rate, he was one of the greatest and noblest figures in all history. He was called Honest Abe by those who knew him because always, even in little things, he wanted to see perfect justice done. And thus it was, when he came to things of large importance, that the man was only a boy grown tall, not only in stature, but in the things that make for righteousness in a nation. End of section 44. Recording by Bill Moseley, Llano County, Texas, USA. Section 45 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Moseley, Llano County, Texas, USA. The Spanish-American War, 1889. The war with Spain was not of this country's seeking. The island of Cuba, whose distress had aroused the sympathy of the whole world, was our near neighbor, and to sit idly by and witness the inhuman treatment practiced by the Spanish soldiery upon the helpless islanders would hardly be a part credible to any people. It was not our intention at first to do other than to relieve the suffering and distress of Cuba, near at hand, and this we tried to do peaceably in the supplying of food and other necessities of life. As the next step, the United States sent a remonstrance to Spain, telling her she should send a more humane governor to the island. But as matters grew worse instead of better, even under a change of governors, the sympathy of the United States became daily more deeply enlisted in the freedom of the Cubans. The battleship Maine was sent to Havana Harbor to protect, if need be, the Americans and American interests in Cuba. On the night of February 15, 1898, an explosion occurred, sinking the ship almost immediately. With the destruction of the Maine, whether by accident or intent, with the appalling loss of 256 men, including 2 officers, relations with Spain became more and more strained, until war seemed inevitable. On April 11, 1898, President McKinley, in a special message to Congress, said, quote, "In the name of humanity and civilization, the war in Cuba must stop." End quote. War, indeed, was formally declared April 25th, and in the brief space of 114 days history had added to its annals the blockading of Cuban ports, whereby the Spanish fleet was trapped, the invasion and siege of the island by United States regulars, volunteers, and Rough Riders, the destruction of the Pacific Spanish fleet in Manila Bay by Admiral Dewey, and finally the destruction of the remainder of the Spanish fleet under command of Admiral Cervera, Sunday morning, July 3rd. The final outcome of this war was the freedom of Cuba and the possession by the United States of Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippine Islands. Peace. There is no country in the world less warlike than ours, and no country in the world that more potently argues for universal peace. We have never departed from the spirit of our Declaration of Independence, quote, "that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." End quote. We put it in our Constitution when we said, quote, "In order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, we do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America." End quote. Such has been, then, and always must be our program, the chart and compass of all our ways. The American flag. A star for every state, and a state for every star. The flag of one's country is its dearest possession, emblem of home and country and native land. This is what one thinks and feels when he sees the flag, and this is what it means. Our flag is the emblem of liberty, the emblem of hope, the emblem of peace and goodwill toward men. There is a story, quite generally believed, that the first flag was planned and made in 1776 by Betsy Ross, who kept an upholstery shop on Arch Street, Philadelphia, and that this, a year later, was adopted by Congress. The special committee appointed to design a national flag consisted of George Washington, Robert Morris, and Colonel George Ross, uncle of the late husband of Betsy Ross. The star that the committee decided upon had 6 points, but Mrs. Ross advised the 5-pointed star, which has ever since been used in the United States flag. The flag thus designed was colored by a local artist, and from this colored copy Betsy Ross made the first American flag. When Washington was in command at Cambridge in January 1776, the flag used by him consisted of a banner of 13 red and white stripes with the British Union Jack in the upper left-hand corner. The Betsy Ross House has been purchased by the American Flag House and Betsy Ross Memorial Association, and is pointed out as one of the interesting historical places in Philadelphia. The official history of our flag begins on June 14th, 1777, when the American Congress adopted the following resolution proposed by John Adams: Resolved, that the flag of the 13 United States be 13 stripes, alternate red and white, that the Union be 13 stars, white on a blue field, representing a new constellation. We take, said Washington, quote, the star from heaven, the red from our mother country, separating it by white stripes, thus showing that we have separated from her, and the white stripes shall go down to posterity, representing liberty. End quote. In designing the flag, there was much discussion as to the arrangement of the stars in the field of blue. It was thought at one time that a new stripe, as well as a new star, should be added for each new state admitted to the Union. Indeed, in 1794, Congress passed an act to the effect that on and after May 1st, 1795, the flag of the United States be 15 stripes, alternate red and white, and that the Union be 15 stars, white in a field of blue. These additional stars and stripes were for the states of Vermont and Kentucky. The impracticality of adding a stripe for each state was apparent as other states began to be admitted. Moreover, the flag of 15 stripes, it was thought, did not properly represent the Union. Therefore, on April 14, 1818, after a period of 21 years in which the flag of 15 stripes had been used, Congress passed an act which finally fixed the general flag of our country, which reads as follows: An Act to establish the flag of the United States. Section 1. Be it enacted, etc., that from and after the 4th day of July next, the flag of the United States be 13 horizontal stripes, alternate red and white, that the Union have 20 stars, white in a blue field. Section 2. Be it further enacted that, on the admission of every new state into the Union, 1 star be added to the union of the flag, and that such addition shall take effect on the 4th day of July succeeding such admission. Flag Day. June 14th, the anniversary of the adoption of the flag, is celebrated as Flag Day in many of our states. In order to show proper respect for the flag, the following rules should be observed. It should not be hoisted before sunrise, nor allowed to remain up after sunset. At retreat, sunset, civilian spectators should stand at attention and give the military salute. When the national colors are passing on parade or review, the spectators should, if walking, halt, and if sitting, rise and stand at attention and uncover. When the flag is flown at half staff as a sign of mourning, it should be hoisted to full staff at the conclusion of the funeral. In placing the flag at half mast, it should first be hoisted to the top of the staff, and then lowered to position, and preliminary to lowering from half staff, it should first be raised to top. On Memorial Day, May 30th, the flag should fly at half mast from sunrise until noon, and full staff from noon to sunset. Taken from The Sons of the Revolution, State of New York. The Scouts pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to my flag and to the republic for which it stands, one nation indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Congress. The Congress of the United States is its law-making body and is composed of the Senate and House of Representatives. Senators are elected for 6 years, 2 from each state, representatives for 2 years, each state being represented in proportion to its population. The Vice President of the United States is the President of the Senate, and the presiding officer of the House of Representatives is chosen by the members from their number. He is called the Speaker. The salary of the senators and representatives is $7,500 a year, and 20 cents per mile is allowed for traveling to and from Washington. The Speaker's salary is $12,000 a year. The President. The President is elected for a term of 4 years. He lives during his term of office at the White House, where presidential receptions and social affairs of state are held. The President's offices are connected with the White House. Here he receives his callers, and here the meetings of his cabinet are held. The salary of the President is $75,000 a year. The Cabinet. The members of the Cabinet are the officers and the heads of the several departments of the administrative government. They are appointed by the President with the advice and consent of the Senate. The members of the Cabinet are as follows: Secretary of State, Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary of War, Attorney General, Postmaster General, Secretary of the Navy, Secretary of the Interior, Secretary of Agriculture, Secretary of Commerce and Labor. The members of the Cabinet are such men as the President believes are qualified to serve during his administration of office, and are usually members of the same political party as the President. United States Courts. The Supreme Court of the United States is at Washington, D.C., but there are other courts of the United States held in the several states called district courts. Washington, D.C. The capital at Washington is the home of Congress and the Supreme Court, the Library of Congress, the Treasury, Army and Navy, Pension, Post Office, and many other buildings of public character are located in Washington. These, during certain hours, are open to visitors. The Army. The President, in accordance with the Constitution, is Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States and of the militia of the several states when called to the actual service of the United States. The law provides that the total strength of the Army shall not exceed at any one time 100,000. As now organized, 1910, the total strength of the staff and line is 76,911, not including the provisional force and the hospital corps. These figures include the Puerto Rico Regiment of Infantry, the Service School Detachments, the Military Academy, officers, soldiers, and cadets, the Indian Scouts, 52,000 native scouts of the Philippine Islands, 193 first lieutenants of the Medical Reserve Corps on active duty, and 11,777 recruits, etc. They do not include the veterinary surgeons, the officers of the Medical Reserve Corps not on active duty, nor the retired officers and enlisted men of the Army. The appropriation for the maintenance of the Army for the year 1909 through 10 was $100,330,181. Militia. The law of our country states that in time of war every able-bodied male citizen between the ages of 18 and 45 shall be counted a member of the state militia. The state militia is divided into two classes: one, the organized, known as the National Guard, and the other, the unorganized, known as the Reserve Militia. The membership of the National Guard is voluntary. One may join or not as he chooses, except that in some states the law requires that students at the state university shall receive military training for at least a part of their university course, and during that time they are accounted a part of the National Guard of the state. The governor of each state holds the same relationship to the state militia as the president to the Army and Navy. He is commander-in-chief. Military Academy. The United States Military Academy is at West Point, New York, on the Hudson River. The number of students is limited to 533, and appointments to the Academy are made in accordance with the rule which permits each United States Senator and each Congressman to have one representative, and also gives the President the right to make 40 appointments at large. Candidates for appointment must be between the ages of 17 and 22, must pass the required physical examination, also an examination in English grammar, composition and literature, algebra and geometry, geography, and history. The course of instruction is 4 years, the discipline very strict. Only one leave of absence is granted during the entire 4 years, and this comes at the close of the second year. The pay is $709.50 per year, and on graduation a cadet is commissioned a second lieutenant. To receive an appointment to West Point, one must apply to his United States Senator, or to a congressman in the state in which he lives, or to the President. End of section 45. Recording by Bill Moseley, Llano County, Texas, USA. Section 46 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Moseley, Llano County, Texas, USA. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 46. State Government. The states of the United States are not all alike either in constitution or government, although there is a likeness at many points. For instance, each state has about the same officers: a governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, treasurer, auditor, adjutant general, superintendent of schools, etc. Each state has its own state legislature, a Senate to which state senators are elected, and a House of Representatives, sometimes called the Assembly, to which state representatives or assemblymen are elected. Each state legislature makes laws only for its own state. Therefore, not all state laws are alike. Indeed, there is a great deal of individuality to each state, and rightly so, as each person has its own individuality, and as each family has its own characteristics, so each state has an individuality and characteristics peculiar to itself. The history of each state reveals its character. So also the climate, the hills, the valleys, the mountains, the plains, the lakes, the rivers, the harbors, the schools, the colleges, the towns, the villages, and the cities within its borders all help in forming the character of a state. Towns, villages, and cities. The government of the town or the village or the city is called local government. It is government close at hand, home government. And out of the home government of each town, village, and city in a state must come, by the votes of the people at the ballot box, the men whom they choose as their representatives in the government of the state and the nation, for the people rule through representatives of their own choosing. Politics. In every presidential election, the people, through the rule of the majority, as determined by the Constitution, elect their chief magistrate, the President, who becomes the first citizen of the nation, and is entitled Mr. President. The people of a state, by the same rule, elect their chief magistrate, and entitle him His Excellency the Governor. He is the state's chief or leading citizen. The people of the city, by the same rule, elect their chief magistrate, and entitle him His Honor the Mayor, the city's leading citizen. The people of the town, in the New England states, elect their chief officers 3 to 5 men, and entitle them the select men, although in towns of the middle and western states they are called supervisors. So likewise the people in town, village, and city, by the same rule of the majority, elect aldermen, councilmen, state senators, representatives or assemblymen, and congressmen. And these state legislatures in turn elect, according to the Constitution of the United States, the state's United States senators, 2 in number. Thus, by the rule of the majority, are all officers of town, village, and city, county, and state elected, except such few as are appointed by law to offices by superior officers, heads of departments, bureaus, or districts of supervision or administration. Property. The ownership of property, both real and personal, and the protection of that ownership, is made possible in the organization of society, termed the government, and in the power of that government to make and enforce its laws. Real property is the kind of property which pertains to land, the ownership of which is transferred from one person to another, either by a deed recorded in the office of the Register of Deeds in the county courthouse, or else transferred by descent or by rule through the administration of the county court, usually called the probate court. The latter proceeding is in the case of the owner's death, when his property is divided by the court and distributed to the heirs, the family, or other relatives according to his will, or in case no will is left, the law provides for the manner of its distribution. The Register of Deeds, County Courthouse. The record title, therefore, of all real property is to be found in the office of the Register of Deeds in the county courthouse. It makes no difference what kind of real property it is, acre property or city property. Here the title of ownership is always to be found, the books of record being always open to the public. Thus, when one buys a piece of real property, a home for instance, he should receive from the owner a deed and an abstract of title, which is a paper showing the title as it appears on the records, and this title, when not vouched for as perfect by an abstract title company, should be passed upon by a lawyer in order that any flaw or defect therein may be made right before the deed is passed from one owner to another. In some states, however, the law does not require the owner to furnish an abstract. When the title is proved or pronounced good, the deed should at once be placed on record. Personal property. Personal property is that form of property which, in general terms, is stated as movable, such as animals, furniture, clothing, tools, implements, money, stocks, bonds, mortgages, etc., the transfer of which from one owner to another is not as a rule a matter of public record, although in the case of a bill of sale, sometimes made of some forms of personal property, the county record may give evidence thereof. Therefore it is that in the matter of taxation, the tax record or assessment comes under 2 general heads: a tax on real property and a tax on personal property. Property and government. It is desirable to be a property owner so long as the government under which one lives protects one in his property ownership. The government must do two things. It must protect the person and his personal rights as a citizen, and it must also protect property and the rights of property ownership from enemies within, as from without. In order that this may be done, and done in all fairness and justice, we elect some citizens to make laws and term them legislators. We elect others to enforce or administer the laws and term them executives, the president, the governor, and the mayor coming under this head. We elect other citizens to enforce and interpret the laws, and we term them judges and officers of the court. In fact, it is a principle in our government that no man or set of men shall have authority in all departments of government, legislative, executive, and judicial. You will see that the Constitution of the United States is divided into these three departments of government, and the state constitutions and city charters are, as a rule, likewise divided. You will understand that any property you may obtain will be valuable to you only in proportion as you are protected in your rights of ownership by the government, and that the government not only protects your property, it also protects your life and its interests, as well as the life and interests of all other citizens. The building and maintenance of schools and colleges, libraries, art and natural history museums, parks, playgrounds, hospitals, etc., are carried on at the expense of the government by means of taxation, inasmuch as these things are in the interest of mankind and for its upbuilding. In the city, the protection of life and property is found in one or the other of these different departments: police, fire, health, street cleaning, parks, water supply, etc. And every good citizen should lend his hand to help, in every way possible, the enforcement of law in each department. Citizenship. In any form of government, problems are continually arising as to the rights of property and the rights of persons, and it is well for us to remember this distinction, that the end of society, and by that term we mean government, is not the protection of property, but rather the upbuilding of mankind. If we bear this in mind, and act upon it as a principle in life, we shall find ourselves standing and voting on the right side of public questions. We shall also be able to mark the man in private or public life who shows by his talk or his actions that he thinks more of property rights than he does of the rights of individuals. Any business that does not benefit society, but on the other hand degrades it, whether run by an individual or individuals in a firm, company, or corporation, is a business that ought by the law to be put out of existence. This is why the business of gambling, for instance, is made unlawful. Also why the government had the right to make lotteries unlawful. Also why some states, for instance New York, have passed laws making bookmaking at racetracks unlawful. For all of these things degrade and do not upbuild mankind. It is for everyone then to apply this principle to the town, village, or city in which he lives, and determine just what stand he will take as to endorsing and protecting such business interests in his community. One is likely to find in any community men who seem to care nothing for any interests other than their own. They stand for property rights because it is in their interest to do so, but for the rights of mankind, the rights of society, apparently they care nothing. Here is the distinction, then, between the good citizen and the bad citizen, the desirable and the undesirable citizen. Practical citizenship. In nearly every town, village, and city of any size or importance, there is at least one individual, and usually groups of individuals, working for the betterment of society. They are people who take an interest in the people about them and do what they can to improve the conditions of life in the community. If one were to take a survey of the whole country and make a study of the social workers, the men and women who give freely of their time and of their money to make the world a better and happier place to live in, he would come to see that such service is a kind of service that grows out of the heart, and is the fruit of the kindly spirit which prompts the good turn daily. In doing the good turn daily, then, one has abundant opportunity to do his part toward the social betterment of the community in which he lives. There are so many ways that one hardly knows what to write down as the most important, because all are important. It is not alone in big things, but in the little things as well, that the really great work is done. The community, the town, the village, or the city in which one lives, has many problems to solve. The streets in the community are always interesting, and one can do much in the streets to help keep them clean, attractive, and pleasing, as well as safe for the people and horses passing through. In a city where there is a large population, the lives of the people are in greater danger at all times than in the country, and that is the reason why the city has to be so organized in its government that it can make special laws, or ordinances as they are called, for its own special protection against the dangers of city life. The policemen of a city, wherever stationed in the daytime or in the nighttime, are there to protect the lives and property of individuals, at street crossings, at public buildings, in theaters, in the parks, and on playgrounds, and it is the privilege as well as the duty of all citizens to help them in every way possible to do their work well. In the good turn daily, one may be able to help in more ways than one if he is on the lookout. A scout's honor is to be trusted, to obey the laws, and to see that they are not disobeyed by others. A scout's duty is to be useful and to help others. He must be prepared at any time to save life or to help injured persons. There are often accidents in the streets, many avoidable ones, due simply to carelessness. For instance, some boys were careless and threw broken glass bottles into the street, and a passing automobile came to a standstill because of a punctured tire. The man who owned the automobile and was driving it got out and called one of the boys on the street to come over to him. He did not call this particular boy because he thought he had thrown the glass, but because he thought he was a boy who would appreciate what he wanted to say to him. He told the boy that he had just had a new tire put on his machine, and appealed to him as to whether or not he thought he had been treated right through the carelessness of the one who threw that glass into the street. The boy said no, he didn't think he had been, and after a little more talk, added that he would do all in his power in that neighborhood to see that such things were kept out of the street in the future. The boy was in line for the making of a first-class scout, and the man to whom he had been talking, being a good scout commissioner, had won the boy because, instead of being angry, he had been kind, courteous, and friendly, all qualifications of a good scout. A scout is a friend to animals. Yes, said the stable keeper, I have 2 good horses laid up, each injured by stepping on a nail in a board in the street. You know people are awfully careless about such things. There are some people who never go out of their way to do helpful things, just as some people never go out of their way to know people and for that reason are often alone and lonesome. It is the little things that count, just such little things as picking up from the street a board with a nail in it and putting it aside. Even that is a good turn. Lincoln once said, in speaking of a man whom he thought lacking in sympathy, quote, "He was so put up by nature that a lash upon his back would hurt him, but a lash upon anybody else's back does not hurt him." End quote. There are many people in the world who seem to be like that man. Not so many who feel that way towards mankind, possibly, but many who thoughtlessly feel and act that way toward animals. The lash on the back of an animal, the horse, the cow, the dog, hurts, and the good scout always takes the animal's part. He is kind to animals. In the city, people often become careless as to the necessary precautions against fire, and for this reason many lives are lost. In all well-regulated school systems, each school building is properly provided with fire escapes, and the children regularly disciplined in fire drills. Proper fire precautions are not yet generally required by law, as they should be in great buildings, factories, or workshops where men and women are employed in large numbers. If a scout should be employed in such a place, he might make himself very serviceable in case of a fire, because, having thought of it beforehand, he would know what to do, his motto being, "Be prepared." One very important thing in city life is the protection of one's health. It is essential to have good food, pure water, plenty of good fresh air, things not always easily obtainable, but always most necessary. The scout learns through the many activities of scouting something of the marketplaces and sources of supply for food. He has some idea as to the cost of living in his own home, and should become a good marketer himself, making himself competent to judge of the quality and prices of food. If he is wide awake and intelligent, he knows the products of his own county as well as those of the state. He knows what food products are shipped in, and sometimes finds that it would be cheaper, and more profitable as well, to produce them in his own community. An industrious scout may often make his own pocket money in this way, or provide funds towards his own education. In the Constitution of the United States is written this law, quote, "No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States." End quote. The purpose of this law is to defeat any attempt to elevate one citizen above another in rank of social or political preferment. Ours is a country free from the entanglements of social distinction, such as mark one man or family from another by way of title or patent of nobility, and yet in our country of uncrowned kings and unknighted men we would not forget the real deeds of valor, the services rendered, or the victories won. For it was the purpose in the mind and in the heart of our fathers who framed the Constitution that each succeeding generation should rise to the duties and responsibilities of the state, that the virtues of the state should not descend or be lodged in one family or any selected number of families, but rather should be in the keeping of all the families, in the care and keeping of all the people. Thus do we remember our Washington and our Lincoln. They served the generation to which they belonged. They lived and passed out of their generation having served the state, and all the virtues, cares, and responsibilities of the state, the government that is, they left to the generations that should come after them. And therefore each generation, as it comes and goes, must rise or fall in proportion as it raises or lowers the citizenship standard. For each generation must prove its own worth, as must each individual his own virtues. Practical citizenship. as set forth in a letter from Colonel Theodore Roosevelt, Honorary Vice President, Boy Scouts of America. The Outlook, 287 Fourth Avenue, New York. Office of Theodore Roosevelt, July 20th, 1911. My dear Sir, I quite agree with Judge Lindsay that the Boy Scout movement is of peculiar importance to the whole country. It has already done much good, and it will do far more, for it is in its essence a practical scheme through which to impart a proper standard of ethical conduct, proper standards of fair play and consideration for others, and courage and decency, to boys who have never been reached and never will be reached by the ordinary type of preaching, lay or clerical. I have been particularly interested in that extract of a letter from a scoutmaster in the Philippines, which runs as follows: "It might interest you to know that at a recent fire in Manila, which devastated acres of ground and rendered 3,000 people homeless, that 2 patrols of the Manila Scouts reached the fire almost with the fire companies, reported to the proper authorities, and worked for hours under very trying conditions, helping frightened natives into places of safety, removing valuables and other articles from houses that apparently were in the path of the flames, and performing cheerfully and efficiently all the tasks given to them by the fireman and scoutmaster. They were complimented in the public press and in a kind editorial about their work. During the recent Carnival, the services of the boys were requested by the Carnival officers, and for a period of 10 days they were on duty performing all manner of service in the Carnival grounds, directing strangers to hotels and acting as guides and helpers in 100 ways." What these Boy Scouts of the Philippines have just done, I think our Boy Scouts in every town and country district should train themselves to be able to do. The movement is one for efficiency and patriotism. It does not try to make soldiers of Boy Scouts, but to make boys who will turn out as men to be fine citizens, and who will, if their country needs them, make better soldiers for having been scouts. No one can be a good American unless he is a good citizen, and every boy ought to train himself so that, as a man, he will be able to do his full duty to the community. I want to see the Boy Scouts not merely utter fine sentiments, but act on them; not merely sing, "My country 'tis of thee," but act in a way that will give them a country to be proud of. No man is a good citizen unless he so acts as to show that he actually uses the 10 Commandments, and translates the Golden Rule into his life conduct. And I don't mean by this in exceptional cases under spectacular circumstances, but I mean applying the 10 Commandments and the Golden Rule in the ordinary affairs of everyday life. I hope the Boy Scouts will practice truth and square dealing and courage and honesty, so that when, as young men, they begin to take part not only in earning their own livelihood, but in governing the community, they will be able to show in practical fashion their insistence upon the great truth that the 8th and 9th Commandments are directly related to everyday life, not only between men as such in their private relations, but between men and the government of which they are part. Indeed, the boys, even while only boys, can have a very real effect upon the conduct of the grown-up members of the community, for decency and square dealing are just as contagious as vice and corruption. Every healthy boy ought to feel and will feel that in order to amount to anything, it is necessary to have a constructive and not merely a destructive nature. And if he can keep this feeling as he grows up, he has taken his first step toward good citizenship. The man who tears down and criticizes and scolds may be a good citizen, but only in a negative sense. And if he never does anything else, he is apt not to be a good citizen at all. The man who counts and the boy who counts are the man and boy who steadily endeavor to build up, to improve, to better living conditions everywhere and all about them. But the boy can do an immense amount right in the present, entirely aside from training himself to be a good citizen in the future, and he can only do this if he associates himself with other boys. Let the Boy Scouts see to it that the best use is made of the parks and playgrounds in their villages and hometowns. A gang of toughs may make a playground impossible, and if the Boy Scouts in the neighborhood of that particular playground are fit for their work, they will show that they won't permit any such gang of toughs to have its way. Moreover, let the Boy Scouts take the lead in seeing that the parks and playgrounds are turned to a really good account. I hope, by the way, that one of the prime teachings among the Boy Scouts will be the teaching against vandalism. Let it be a point of honor to protect birds, trees, and flowers, and so to make our country more beautiful and not more ugly because we have lived in it. The same qualities that mean success or failure to the nation as a whole mean success or failure in men and boys individually. The Boy Scouts must war against the same foes and vices that most hurt the nation, and they must try to develop the same virtues that the nation most needs. To be helpless, self-indulgent, or wasteful will turn the boy into a mighty poor kind of a man, just as the indulgence in such vices by the men of a nation means the ruin of the nation. Let the boy stand stoutly against his enemies, both from without and from within. Let him show courage in confronting fearlessly one set of enemies and in controlling and mastering the others. Any boy is worth nothing if he has not got courage. Courage to stand up against the forces of evil, and courage to stand up in the right path. Let him be unselfish and gentle, as well as strong and brave. It should be a matter of pride to him that he is not afraid of anyone, and that he scorns not to be gentle and considerate to everyone, and especially to those who are weaker than he is. If he doesn't treat his mother and sisters well, then he is a poor creature no matter what else he does, just as a man who doesn't treat his wife well is a poor kind of citizen, no matter what his other qualities may be. And by the way, don't ever forget to let the boy know that courtesy, politeness, and good manners must not be neglected. They are not little things, because they are used at every turn in daily life. Let the boy remember also that in addition to courage, unselfishness, and fair dealing, he must have efficiency, he must have knowledge, he must cultivate a sound body and a good mind, and train himself so that he can act with quick decision in any crisis that may arise. Mind, eye, muscle, all must be trained so that the boy can master himself, and thereby learn to master his fate. I heartily wish all good luck to the movement. Very sincerely yours, Theodore Roosevelt. Mr. James E. West, Executive Secretary, Boy Scouts of America, New York City. America. My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountain side let freedom ring. My native country thee, land of the noble free, thy name I love thy rocks and rills, thy woods and templed hills. My heart with rapture thrills like that above. Let music swell the breeze, and ring from all the trees sweet freedom's song. Let mortal tongues awake, let all that breathe partake, let rocks their silence break, the sound prolong. Our fathers' God, to thee, author of liberty, to thee we sing. Long may our land be bright with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God, our King. Samuel F. Smith, 1832. The Star-Spangled Banner Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, or the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there? Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? On the shore dimly seen through the mists of the deep, where the foe's haughty host in dread silence reposes, what is that which the breeze, or the towering steep as it fitfully blows, half conceals, half discloses? Now it catches the gleam of the morning's first beam, in full glory reflected, now shines on the stream. 'Tis the star-spangled banner. Oh, long may it wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. And where is that band who so vauntingly swore, mid the havoc of war and the battle's confusion, a home and a country they'd leave us no more? Their blood has washed out their foul footsteps' pollution. No refuge could save the hireling enslaved from the terror of flight, or the gloom of the grave, and the star-spangled banner in triumph shall wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Oh, thus be it ever, when free men shall stand between their loved homes and foul war's desolation, blessed with victory and peace. May the heaven-rescued land praise the power that hath made and preserved us a nation. Then conquer we must, when our cause it is just, and this be our motto: in God is our trust. And the star-spangled banner in triumph shall wave, while the land of the free is the home of the brave. Francis Scott Key, 1814. End of section 46. Recording by Bill Moseley, Llano County, Texas, USA.
Section 47 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 47. Appendix. Boy Scout Equipment. As stated in the chapter on Scoutcraft, for the convenience of boys who wish to secure uniforms or other equipment, the National Council has made arrangements with certain manufacturers to furnish such parts of the equipment as are most needed by boys. A number of these manufacturers have taken advertising space in this book, and it is desired that in case goods are ordered as a result of their advertisement, they be informed of the fact. Some of them have made arrangements for the distribution of material through Mr. Sigmund Eisner of Red Bank, New Jersey, who has the contract for making the official uniforms. It should be remembered at all times that the sole purpose of the National Council in entering into any arrangement whatever with manufacturers is to secure a low price on the very best material possible. The manufacturers have agreed to sell all the material listed in this book at a uniform price in all parts of the country. In case local dealers or agents for the national outfitter ask a price different from that given in the price list herewith, national headquarters should be notified. Every effort is made to have all parts of the uniform and equipment available to scouts through local dealers. If such arrangements have not been made in your community, the national headquarters will be glad to help in making such an arrangement. Many scout masters prefer to order uniforms and other supplies direct from national headquarters. In order to cover the expense involved
in handling these supplies, the manufacturers in some cases have agreed to allow national headquarters the same trade discount allowed to local dealers. Trade through national headquarters, if sufficiently large, will help to meet a part of the current expenses of the national organization. In this suggested list of equipment, all articles marked with a star may be secured either through a local dealer or by ordering direct through national headquarters in New York City. Directions for ordering. Important. When ordering supplies, care should be taken to see that the exact amount of remittance is included with the order. If check is used, add New York Exchange. Make checks and money orders payable to Boy Scouts of America. All orders received without the proper remittance will be shipped COD or held until remittance arrives. Axe. Any local hardware dealer can suggest quite a variety of good axes which may be used by the Scout, but because of quality and price, the Boy Scout axe is suggested. Weight without handle, 12 ounces. Made of one piece of solid steel, special temper, axe pattern, hickory handle, missionized, hand-forged, non-rusting finish. Price 35 cents. Axe scabbard or shield, 25 cents extra. Bandana or neckerchief. These are so common that every boy will recognize at once what is meant by a bandana. The members of each patrol wear bandanas made in the colors of their patrol. These can be purchased at any local dry goods store at 10 or 15 cents each. Belts. Any good belt will meet the Scout's needs, but for his convenience the belt illustrated herewith is suggested. Price 40 cents. Breeches. Standard material, belt guides, pockets, full pattern, legs laced below the knee, the lacing to be covered by stockings or leggings. Order by age according to following table. Boys' sizes, price $1. Extra sizes. Breeches above 18-year size will be made to order and will cost 25 cents more per garment. Bugle. It is recommended that the standard bugle used in an army or drum corps be used. Each patrol should purchase these from a local music store. Camp knives, forks, and spoons. Ordinary table knives, forks, and spoons may be used. An inexpensive knife, fork, and spoon for use in camps, like set illustrated herewith, may be secured for about 8 cents per dozen through almost any local hardware store. Canteen. A canteen of this design may be carried by each Scout on hikes and long tramps. Many Army supply houses carry these in stock where they may be secured if desired. Coats. Standard material, 4 bellows pockets, standing collar, dull metal buttons with Boy Scout emblem. Order by age according to following table. Boys' sizes, price $1.35. Extra sizes. Coats above 18-year size will be made as extra size and will cost 25 cents more per garment than boys' sizes. Norfolk coat for Scoutmasters. Made of standard olive drab cotton cloth, 2 pleats, front and back. With belt, price $3. Compass. Every Scout should learn how to use his watch as a compass. However, should he desire to own a compass, he will find no difficulty in securing one at any local jeweler's. Drinking cup. A drinking cup for individual use is recommended. The folding cup shown in the illustration is made of brass and is nickel-plated, price 10 cents. Drum. The selection of this is left to each local troop desiring this piece of equipment. Place your order with local music dealer. First aid kit. This kit for the use of the individual Scout can be secured through this office or the Red Cross Society in Washington, New York, and San Francisco. Price 25 cents. Hats. 4 hats are suggested as follows. 1. Boy Scout hat, olive drab felt, standard quality, detachable ties. Price $1.15. 2. Boy Scout summer hat, olive drab drill, inside seams reinforced with leather, eyelets and crown for ventilation, detachable ties, price 50 cents. 3. Boy Scout hat, extra fine fur felt, made for hard service, price $2. 4. Scoutmaster's hat, quality same as above, but larger dimensions, Price $2.50. Be sure to indicate size desired when ordering. Haversack, waterproof canvas, leather straps, buckles, and separate pockets. Scout emblem on flap. Price 60 cents. Hospital Corps pouch. This pouch has been made up specially by the American Red Cross Society and contains the following: 1 shears, 1 tweezers, 1 carbolized Vaseline, 1 package safety pins, 2 wire gauze splints, 1 2-ounce bottle aromatic spirits of ammonia, 1 ARC first aid outfit, cardboard, 2 1-yard packages sterilized gauze, 3 1-inch bandages, 3 2 1/2-inch bandages, 2 triangular bandages cartons, 1 USA tourniquet. Arrange with the American Red Cross Society for purchase of these. Price $1. Knickerbockers, Boy Scout olive drab drill, belt guides, pockets, knee buckles, full pattern. Price 75 cents. Knives, number 1, price $1. A stag handle, brass lining, German silver bolsters and shield, large polished cutting blade, screwdriver, can opener, and leather boring tool. U.S. Patent 6-10-02. Number 2, price 50 cents. Genuine ebony handle, brass lining, German silver bolsters and shield. Large cutting blade can be opened without using the fingernail. Shackle for hanging to belt. Lanyard. This piece of equipment is so simple in construction that every scout ought to make his own lanyard. These are used for carrying the scout whistle or knife. Leggings, puttees. The style of leggings is the same as United States Army puttee legging, made of best waterproof Army duck. Price 55 cents. Mess kits. Number 1, price 75 cents. Coffee or tea can, cup, stew or fry pan with cover, 1 broiler, 2 handles. Number 2, price 50 cents. Coffee or tea can, cup, stew or fry pan, 1 handle. Patrol flags. The patrol flags are made from a good quality muslin or wool bunting in the colors of the local patrol. Scouts make their own patrol flags. Material may be purchased at a local dry goods store. The size of the flag is 11 inches by 27 inches. Emblems can be secured from national headquarters. Ponchos. A good poncho is almost an absolute necessity for the scout when on a march or in camp. Ponchos suitable for scout purchases can be secured from local dealers at prices from $2.50 upward. Shelter tents. Scouts should make their own tents. Directions for making tents are given in the text of this book. Shirts. Boy Scout shirt. Standard material, 2 bellows pockets. Open front, coat style, standard buttons same as coat. Order by size, price $1. Summer shirts. Same as above, lightweight, price 75 cents. Shorts. Standard material, belt guides, full running pant pattern, especially desirable for summer use. Order according to age and waist measurement. Price 50 cents. Shoes. Any good shoe that is made up for the purpose of ease and comfort in tramping will serve the Boy Scouts' needs. The Boy Scout shoe is convenient, inexpensive, and especially designed for scouting. Price $2.50. Signal flags. These can be made from muslin or bunting, which may be secured at local stores. It is recommended that each scout make his own flags. Regulation sizes of the semaphore, 18 inches by 18 inches, and the Morse or Meyer flag, 24 inches by 24 inches, as shown in illustration. Staff. Ash or bamboo, 2 meters, 6 feet 6 1/2 inches in length, and about 1 1/2 inches in diameter. Marked off on one side in centimeters up to 1/2 meter, and the balance in meters. On the other side it should be marked off in inches up to 1 foot, and the balance in feet. The staff should have a blunt end. Scouts should make their own staffs whenever it is possible for them to secure the lumber. Hoe or rake handles make excellent staffs. These can be procured through any local dealer at a nominal sum. The Scout Staff and its uses. Many boys, upon taking up the Scout movement, are dubious about the value of the Scout staff, and many friends of the movement ask, why does a Boy Scout carry a staff? Experience has proven it to be one of the most helpful articles of equipment. In order to show this, we are reproducing, through the courtesy of Lieutenant General Sir Robert S.S. Baden-Powell, illustrations from printed matter used by the English Boy Scouts. These illustrations show a number of different ways in which the staff will prove a handy and valuable article, in fact essential to the Scout outfit. The staff is very useful for beating out brush fires and outbreaks which occur on open hearths. Wading a stream, 2 or 3 Scouts grasp the staff like this. Both patrol tents and teepees can be made with the aid of the staff. An improvised stretcher of coats and staves. A line of Scouts linked together on a night march. When anyone falls through some ice, throw him your staff so that he can grasp it like this until you get a rope and pull him out. When climbing gates, you can give yourself a push-up with your staff. For erecting a flagstaff and forming a fence, the staff is very useful. A clear view can be had by looking through a small hole drilled in the staff. Measuring distances, self-defense, making splints, jumping ditches, making rafts, bridge building, climbing a mountain. Carry the staff crosswise, and if you slip, lean inwards upon it against the side of the mountain. The weight of your body will then drive the end of the staff into the earth and so anchor you. Levering up logs and stones. Rope ladders. Feeling the way over marshy ground. Recovering objects floating in the water. First tie a line to the center of the staff, then tie a piece of string to each end of the staff, and the other ends of these strings being tied to the center. That will keep the staff at right angles to the line that is in your hand. By swinging the staff out over the water, beyond the floating article, you will be able to draw the ladder in close to shore. Stockings. To match uniforms made of heavy material and suitable for scouting. Price 30 cents in cotton, $1.25 in wool. Sweaters. Any local clothing store will be able to secure for the scout the kind and quality of sweater needed. Telegraph instruments. Beginner's telegraph instruments to be used in learning the Morse code may be secured through any electrical supply house. The instrument illustrated, 5 ohms, price $1.30. Tracking irons. Excellent tracking irons can be made of 7/8-inch heavy band iron, using the design presented here. Any local blacksmith will gladly assist the boys in making their irons. Troop colors. Made of superior wool bunting, upper half red, lower half white. Reproduction of the official badge superimposed in green and gold. Sufficient space left for troop number and name of city. Size of flag 22 inches by 36 inches. Letters to be attached by the local troop. Price without letters, $1. Trousers. Full length for scoutmasters, made of standard olive drab cotton cloth, belt loop, price $2. If breeches are preferred, they may be had at same price. Better quality of Boy Scout suits, made of U.S. Army standard olive drab cloth. Coat $2.50, breeches $2. Watch. Every scout should possess a good watch. No particular make of watch is recommended. The choice of this article is left entirely with the boy and may be bought through a local jeweler. Water bottle. In some cases where the individual scout is not furnished with a canteen, the patrol may desire to carry a supply of water on the march. For this purpose, water bottles capable of carrying a large quantity of water may be secured. These should be purchased through some army supply house. Whistles. Scout standard whistle for use in signaling by whistle. Made of brass, gunmetal finish, ring at end to attach to lanyard. Price 10 cents. Suggestions for measuring. Name, street, city. Coat measure. L, all around at breast under coat. M, all around at waist under coat. Sleeve. C to D, from center of collar seam to shoulder seam. Then E to elbow. F to full length. Breeches. M, all around at waist under coat. Leggings. G, size of calf. H, size of instep. Hat. Size of hat. Size of linen collar worn. Answer following questions plainly. Age, height, weight. End of section 47.
Section 48 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joseph Tabler. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 48. Books for Reference. This list of reference books has been prepared for the use of Scouts to supplement information given in the handbook prepared for their use. It has been the aim to give as wide a selection as possible in order that the Boy Scout might not fail to find in the local public library some book on any subject in which he may have particular interest. The list includes literature directly or indirectly related to scouting, as well as some appropriate books of fiction. For convenience, the books have been listed in accordance with the subject headings of the various chapters of the handbook. Some of the most experienced librarians of the country have submitted material which has aided in the preparation of this list. For this kindly cooperation, sincere thanks is given. Many of the books have been carefully reviewed by someone connected with the Boy Scouts, and in many cases, through the courtesy of the publishers, copies of these books are available for reference purposes at the office of the national headquarters. Suggestions for additions or improvements upon this list will be gladly received at any time. Communications should be addressed to the Executive Secretary, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Transcriber's note. In the following list of books, the first line is the title, the second the author, the third the publisher. The author and/or publisher may be omitted. Scoutcraft. Notes on Scouting and Reconnaissance. James F. M. Livingston. London, Close. Pioneering and Map Making for Boy Scouts. C. R. Enoch. London, Pearson. Scouting for Boys. Lieutenant General Robert Baden-Powell. C. Arthur Pearson, Limited, Henrietta Street, London. 3 Amateur Scouts. Jadburns. Lippincott. The Boy Scouts. Chipman. Burt Company. Yarns for Boy Scouts. Lieutenant General Robert Baden-Powell. C. Arthur Pearson, Limited, Henrietta Street, London. Woodcraft. Animals. American Natural History. Hornaday. Animal Artisans. C. J. Cornish, Longmans, Green and Company. Animals at Home. Lillian Bartlett, American Book Company. Animal Heroes. Seton, Century Company. A Wilderness Dog. Biography of a Grizzly. Seton, Scribner's. Biography of a Silver Fox. Seton, Scribner's. Claws and Hoofs. James Johannett, American Book Company. Dan Beard's Animal Book and Campfire Stories. D.C. Beard, Scribner's. Familiar Animals and Their Wild Kindred. John Monteith, American Book Company. Four-Footed Americans and Their Kin. M.C. Wright. Good Hunting. Theodore Roosevelt, Harper Brothers. Habits of Animals. E. Ingersoll. Half Hours with the Lower Animals. C. G. Holder, American Book Company. Haunter of Pine Gloom. C. G. D. Roberts. Haunters of the Silences. C. G. D. Roberts, Grosset and Dunlap. Homes, Haunts, and Habits of Wild Animals. I. T. Johnson. House in the Water. C. G. D. Roberts. Jock of the Bushvold. Sir P. Fitzpatrick, Longmans, Green and Company. Jungle Book. Kipling. Second Jungle Book. Kipling. Kindred of the Wild. C. G. D. Roberts. King of the Mamazeckle, C.G.D. Roberts. Crag and Johnny Bear, Seton, Scribners. Life Histories of North America, Seton, Scribners. Little Beasts of Field and Wood, Cram. Little Brother to the Bear, W.J. Long, Gin and Company. Lives of the Fur Folk, M.D. Haviland, Longman's Green and Company. Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, 2, and 3, The University Society. Lobo, Rag, and Vixen, Seton, Scribners. Lives of the Hunted, Seton, Scribners. Moosewaw, W.A. Fraser. My Dogs in the Northland, E.R. Young, Revell and Company. Monarch, the Big Bear of Talak, Seton, Scribners. Red Fox, C.G.D. Roberts. Shaggy Coat, C. Hawks. Shovelhorns, Biography of a Moose, C. Hawks. Some Curious Flyers, Creepers, and Swimmers, J. Johannut, American Book Company. Some Useful Animals and What They Do for Us, J. C. Monteith, American Book Company. Squirrel and Other Fur Bearers, John Burroughs. Stories of Animal Life, C. F. Holder, American Book Company. Stories of Humble Friends, Catherine Pyle, American Book Company. Story of the Trapper, A. C. Laut. The Romance of Animal Arts and Crafts, H. Coupin and John Lay, Lippincott. The Romance of the Animal World, Edmund Selous, Seeley and Company. The Wolf Patrol, John Finnemore. Trapper Jim, Edwin Sandys. Ways of Woodfolk, W. J. Long. Wild Animals at Play, Seton, Doubleday, Page and Company. Wild Animals I Have Known, Seton, Scribners. Wilderness Ways, W. J. Long. Wildlife in the Rockies, Enos A. Mills, Houghton Mifflin Company. Wildlife of Orchard and Field, Ingersoll. Wolf, the Storm Leader, Frank Caldwell, Dodd Mead and Company. Woodfolk at School, W. J. Long, Gin and Company. Astronomy. A Field Book of the Stars, W. F. Olcott, Putnam. Astronomy, Julia McNair Wright, Penn Publishing Company. Astronomy by Observation, Eliza A. Bowen, American Book Company. Astronomy for Everybody, Simon Newcomb, Doubleday, Page and Company. Astronomy with an Opera Glass, G. P. Service. A Study of the Sky, H. A. Howe, Scribners. Astronomy with the Naked Eye, P. Service, G. Harper Brothers. Children's Book of the Stars, Milton, Macmillan Company. Earth and Sky Every Child Should Know, J. E. Rogers. How to Identify the Stars, W. J. Milham. How to Locate the Stars, Heinz Noble and Company. Popular Astronomy, G. Flammarion. Round the Year with the Stars, G. P. Service. Starland, Ball, Gin and Company. Steele's Popular Astronomy, J. D. Steele, American Book Company. The Friendly Stars, M. E. Martin. The Romance of Modern Astronomy, McPherson, Lippincott. Birds. Bird Guide, Part 1, Water Birds, Chester A. Reed, Doubleday, Page and Company. Bird Guide, Part 2, Land Birds, Neltje Blanchan, Doubleday, Page and Company. Bird Homes, A. E. Dugmore, Doubleday, Page and Company. Birds in Their Relation to Men, Weed and Beerborn, Lippincott. Bird Life, Frank Chapman, Appleton. Bird Neighbors, Neltje Blanchan, Doubleday, Page and Company. Bird Neighbors, John Burroughs, Doubleday, Page and Company. Birds of Eastern North America, Chapman, Appleton. Birds That Every Child Should Know, Neltje Blanchan, Doubleday, Page and Company. Birds That Hunt and Are Hunted, Neltje Blanchan, Doubleday, Page and Company. Birds Through the Year, A.F. Gilmore, American Book Company. Citizen Bird, M.O. Wright. Elo the Eagle and Other Stories, Floyd Brawleyan, Pacific Publishing Company. Everyday Birds, Bradford Torrey. Field Book of Wild Birds and Their Music, F.S. Matthews, Putnam's Sons. First Book of Birds, H.M. Miller. Second Book of Birds, H.M. Miller. Flamingo Feather, Monroe. How to Attract the Birds, Neltje Blanchan, Doubleday, Page and Company. How to Attract the Birds, Trafton. How to Know the Birds, H.and.E. Parkhurst, Scribner's. How to Know the Wild Birds of Ohio, Dietrich Lang. How to Study Birds in Birdland, Leander S. Kaiser, McClurg Company. Land Birds East of the Rockies, C.A. Reed. Lord of the Air, C.G.D. Roberts. Nestlings of Forest and Marsh, Irene G. Wheelock, McClurg Company. Our Birds and How to Know Them, J.B. Grant, Scribner's. Our Own Birds, William L. Bailey, Lippincott. Tenants of the Trees, C. Hawks. The Blue Goose Chase, H.K. Job. The Romance of Bird Life, John Lay, Lippincott. Short Stories of Our Shy Neighbors, Mrs. M.A.B. Keeley, American Book Company. The Sport of Bird Study, Job, Outing Publishing Company. Wild Birds of City Parks. Fish and Fishing. Book of Aquaria, Bateman and Bennett, L. Upcott Gill. Boy's Own Guide to Fishing, J. H. Keene. Denizens of the Deep, Frank T. Bullen, Revell Company. Familiar Fish, Eugene McCarthy. Favorite Fish and Fishing, J. A. Henshaw, Outing Publishing Company. Fine Art of Fishing, S. G. Camp, Outing Publishing Company. Fishing and Shooting Sketches, Grover Cleveland, Outing Publishing Company. Fishing Kits and Equipment, G. S. Camp, New York Outing Company. Fish Stories, Holder and Jordan. Half Hours with Fishes, Reptiles and Birds, Holder, American Book Company. Home Aquarium and How to Care for It, Eugene Smith, Dutton. The Angler's Guide, Wainwright Randall. The Book of Fish and Fishing, Lewis Reed, Scribner's. The Little Water Folks, Hawks, Crowell Company. Tricks and Knacks of Fishing, Horton Manufacturing Company. Water Wonders Every Child Should Know, J. M. Thompson. Flowers, Ferns, and Grasses. Botany, Julia McNair Wright, Penn Publishing Company. Botany for Children, Harriet C. Cooper, Crowell Company. Common Plants, George O. Goodall, D.C. Heath and Company. Elementary Botany with Spring Flora, W. A. Kellerman, Heinz Noble and Company. Field Book of American Flowers, P. Schuyler Matthews. Flora of the Southern United States, A. W. Chapman. Flower Guide, C. A. and C. K. Reed. Gardening for Profit, P. Henderson. Grasses, Sedges, and Rushes of the North United States, Edward Noble. How to Collect and Preserve Plants and Seaweeds, Heinz Noble and Company. How to Know the Ferns, Frances Theodora Parsons. How to Know the Wildflowers, Parsons. Illustrated Flora of the United States and Canada, N. L. Britton and Addison Brown. Lessons with Plants, Bailey. Manual of Gardening, L. H. Bailey. Nature's Garden, Neltje Blanchan, Doubleday, Page and Company. New England Ferns and Their Common Allies, Helen Eastman. New Manual of Botany, Asa Gray. New Manual of Botany of the Central Rocky Mountains, J.M. Coulter, revised by Avon Nelson. Our Garden Flowers, Harriet Louise Keeler. Plants and Their Children, William Starr Dana, American Book Company. Rocky Mountain Wildflower Studies, Burton O. Longyear. Southern Wildflowers and Trees, Alice Lounsbury. The Fern Collector's Guide, Willard Nelson Clute. The Garden Yard, B. Hall. Young Folks Nature Field Book, J. Alden Loring, Dana Estes Company. Fungi. Edible Fungi of New York, Charles H. Peck, New York State Museum. Flowerless Plants, Ferns, Mushrooms, Mosses, Lichens, and Seaweeds, E. H. Hale. Mushrooms, Atkinson, Holt and Company. 1000 American Fungi, McIlvaine and McAdam, Bobbs, Merrill and Company. Studies of American Fungi, Atkinson. The Mushroom, M. E. Hard, Ohio Library Company. The Mushroom Book, Nina L. Marshall, Doubleday, Page and Company. Handicraft. Clay Modeling, Paul N. Hasluck, David McKay. Dynamos and Electric Motors, Paul N. Hasluck, David McKay. Electric Bells, Paul N. Hasluck, David McKay. Electroplating, Paul N. Hasluck, David McKay. Glass Writing, Embossing, and Fascia Work, Paul N. Hasluck, David McKay. How to Make Baskets, Mary White, Doubleday, Page and Company. Leatherworking, Paul N. Hasluck, David McKay. Photography, Paul N. Hasluck, David McKay. Photographic Cameras, Paul N. Hasluck, David McKay. Photographic Chemistry, Paul N. Hasluck, David McKay. Photographic Studies, Paul N. Hasluck, David McKay. Upholstery, Paul N. Hasluck, David McKay. Insects and Butterflies. Ants, Their Structure, Development, and Behavior, W. M. Wheeler, Columbia University Press. Beehives and Appliances, Paul Hasluck, David McKay. Directions for Collecting and Preserving Insects, Nathan Banks, U.S. National Museum Bulletin. Everyday Butterflies. How to Keep Bees, Anna B. Comstock, Doubleday, Page Company. How to Know the Butterflies, J. H. and Mrs. Comstock, D. Appleton and Company. Insect Life, Comstock. Little Busy Bodies, Marks Moody, Harper Brothers. Manual for the Study of Insects, J. H. and A. B. Comstock. Moths and Butterflies, Julia P. Ballard, Putnam's Sons. Our Insect Friends and Enemies, J. B. Smith, Lippincott. Our Insect Friends and Foes, B. S. Cregan, Putnam's Sons. The Butterfly Book, W. J. Holland, Doubleday, Page and Company. The Housefly Disease Carrier, L. O. Howard, Stokes Company. The Moth Book, W. J. Holland, Doubleday, Page and Company. The Romance of Insect Life, Edmund Selous, Seeley and Company. The Way of the Six-Footed. Rocks and Pebbles. About Pebbles, Alpheus Hyatt, D.C. Heath and Company. Boy Mineral Collectors, J. G. Kelly. Common Minerals and Rocks, William O. Crosby, D.C. Heath and Company. Stories of Rocks and Minerals, H. W. Fairbanks. The Boy Geologist at School and in Camp, E. G. Houston. The Earth and Its Story, A. Heilprin. The Romance of Modern Geology, Grew, Lippincott. Reptiles. Poisonous Snakes of North America, Leonard Stechnegger, Government Printing Office. The Reptile Book, Ditmar, Doubleday, Page and Company. Shells and Shellfish. American Marine Shells, Bulletin No. 37, U.S. National Museum, Washington. Mollusks of the Chicago Area, F. C. Baker, Chicago Academy. The Little Water Folk, Sea Hawks, Crowell Company. The Limnidae of North America, F.C. Baker, Chicago Academy of Sciences. The Shell Book, Julia E. Rogers, Doubleday, Page & Company. West Coast Shells, Josiah Keep. Worms and Crustacea, Hyatt, D.C. Heath & Company. Trees and Shrubs. A Guide to the Trees, Alice Lounsbury. Familiar Trees and Their Leaves, Matthews. Field and Forest Handybook, Dan C. Beard. First Book of Forestry, Roth. Forest Trees and Forest Scenery, Schwartz, Grafton Press. Handbook of Trees of New England, Dame and Brooks, Ginn & Company. Handbook of the Trees of the Northern United States and Canada, Huff. How to Tell the Trees, Heinz Noble & Company. How to Know Wild Fruits, Maud C. Peterson. Manual of the Trees of North America, Charles Sprague Sargent. North American Trees, Britain. North American Forests and Forestry, Brunken, Putnam. Our Native Trees, Keeler, Scribners. Our Northern Shrubs, Harriet L. Keeler. Our Shrubs of the United States, Apgar. Practical Forestry for Beginners in Forestry, J. C. Gifford. School of the Woods, W. J. Long. Studies of Trees in Winter, Huntington, Sargent. 10 Common Trees, Susan Stokes, American Book Company. The Forest, S. E. White. The Forester's Manual, or Forest Trees That Every Scout Should Know, Seaton, Doubleday, Page & Company. The Magic Forest, White, Grosset & Dunlap. The Tree Book, Julia E. Rogers, Doubleday, Page & Company. The Way of the Woods, Breck, Putnam's Sons. Trees of the Northern United States, Austin C. Apgar. The Trees of California, Jepson. The Woodsman's Handbook, United States Department of Agriculture Bulletin No. 36. Trees That Every Child Should Know, J. E. Rogers. Miscellaneous Woodcraft. Adventures in the Great Forests, H. W. Hurst, Lippincott. Adventures of Buffalo Bill, Cody. Adventures of Four-Footed Folk, Bell M. Brain, Fleming H. Revell. A Journey to Nature, J. P. Mowbray, Grosset & Dunlap. American Boy's Handybook, Beard. Amateur Taxidermist, Scorso. A Watcher in the Woods, D. L. Sharp, Century Company. Bent Ironwork, Hasluck, David McKay. Birch Bark Roll, Seaton. Boots and Saddles, Custer. Boy Craftsman, A. W. Hall. Boy Pioneers, Dan Beard, Scribners. Boy's Book of Airships, H. Delacombe. Boy's Workshop, Cragen. Boy with the United States Foresters, Robert Wheeler. Box Furniture, Louise Brigham, Century Company. Diomed, Sargent, Grosset & Dunlap. Chats on Photography, Wallington, Lippincott. Electricity, Fowler, Penn Publishing Company. Electric Instrument Making for Amateurs, Bottom. Electricity for Boys, Adams. Electricity for Everybody, Atkinson. Electricity for Young People, Jenks. Electricity Made Easy, E. J. Houston and A. E. Kennelly. Excursions, Thoreau, Houghton Mifflin Company. Famous Indian Chiefs, Johnston. Field and Forest Handybook, Beard, Scribners. 4 Afoot, Barber. Frank, the Young Naturalist, Castleman, Hearst Company. Frontiersman's Pocketbook, Pocock. Harper's How to Understand Electricity, Onken and Baker. Harper's Indoor Book for Boys, Adams, Harper Brothers. Harper's Outdoor Book for Boys, Adams. Home Mechanics for Amateurs, G. M. Hopkins. How Two Boys Made Their Own Electrical Apparatus, T.M. St. John. In American Fields and Forests, H.D. Thoreau et al. Indoor and Outdoor Handicraft, Beard, Scribners. Jack of All Trades, Dan Beard, Scribners. Lake Rim Athletic Club, Hughes. Last of the Mohicans, Cooper, Houghton Mifflin Company. Log Cabins and Cottages, Wicks, Forest and Stream. Long Trail, Garland. Making Wireless Outfits, Harrison. Nature Study, F.L. Holtz, Scribners. On Horseback in Virginia, C.D. Warner, Houghton Mifflin Company. Our National Parks, John Muir, Houghton Mifflin Company. Outdoor Handybook, Dan Beard, Scribners. Outdoors, Indoors, and Up the Chimney, C. McIlvaine, Sunday School Times. Out of Doors, M. Ellsworth Olson, Pacific Publishing Company. Romance of Modern Photography, Gibson, Lippincott. Scholars ABC of Electricity, Meadowcraft, Heinz Noble and Company. Scientific American Boy, Bond, Munn and Company. Scientific American Boy at School, Bond. Scientific American Reference Book, Bond, Munn and Company. Secret of the Woods, William J. Long, Gin and Company. Sportsman Joe, Sandys. Taxidermy, Hasluck, McKay. The Boy Electrician, Houston, Lippincott. The Boy's Book of Conservation, Small, Maynard and Company. The Boy's Book of Inventions, Bacon, Doubleday, Page and Company. The Boy's Second Book of Inventions, Baker, Doubleday, Page and Company. The Boy's Book of Model Airplanes, Collins, Century Company. The Boy's Book of Steamships, Howden. The Camp at Willow, Clump, Island, Bond. The Frog Book, Dickerman, Doubleday, Page and Company. The Complete Photographer, Bailey, Doubleday, Page and Company. The Mountains, S.E. White. The Open Window, Gross and Dunlap. The Young Electrician, H. Hall, Macmillan Company. The Young Mechanic, Putnam's Sons. Things a Boy Should Know About Electricity, T.M. St. John. Things a Boy Should Know About Wireless, St. John. Trapper Jim, Sandys. Two Little Savages, Seaton. Vehicles of the Air, Longheed, Riley and Britton Company. Walden, or Life in the Woods, Thoreau, Houghton Mifflin Company. Ways of Nature, Burroughs, Houghton Mifflin Company. Wilderness Homes, Kemp, Outing Publishing Company. Wild Neighbors, Ingersoll. Wireless Telegraphy, A.F. Collins. Woodcraft, Sears, Century Company. Wood Myth and Fable, Seaton, Century Company. Wonders of Man and Nature, R. Whiting. Woodcraft, Nessmuk, Forest and Stream. Woodworking for Beginners, Wheeler. Young Folks' Nature Field Book, J. A. Loring, Dana Estes Company. Campcraft. Around the Campfire, C. G. D. Roberts. An Old-Fashioned Sugar Camp, P. G. Houston, Revell Company. At Home in the Water, Corson, Association Press. Billy and Camp, Carr, McClurg Company. Boat Building and Boating for Beginners, Dan Beard, Scribners. Boat Sailing, Kensley, Outing Company. Building Model Boats, Hasluck, David McKay. Camp and Trail, Isabel Hornibrook. Camp and Trail, S.E. White, Outing Publishing Company. Camp and Trail Methods, Kephart. Camp Cookery, Horace Kephart, Outing Publishing Company. Campfire and Wigwam, Ellis, Winston Company. Campfire Musings, W. C. Gray, Revell. Camping and Camp Cooking, Bates. Camping and Camp Outfits, G. O. Shields. Camping for Boys, Gibson, Association Press. Camping Out, Stevens, Hurst and Company. Camp Kits and Camp Life, Hanks, Scribners. Camp Life in the Woods, Gibson. Camp Mates, C. K. Monroe. Canoe Mates, Kirk Monroe. Canoe and Boat Building, Stevens, Forest and Stream. Canoe and Camp Cookery, Seneca, Forest and Stream. Canoe Boys and Campfires, Graydon, Grosset and Dunlap. Captain Thomas A. Scott, Master Diver, F. H. Smith. Comrades in Camp, Victor, Chatterton Company. Economical Cookbook, Mrs. Sarah Paul, John C. Winston and Company. Every Boy His Own Cook, Atkinson Rice. Guns, Ammunition and Tackle, Money et al. Harper's Camping and Scouting, Grinnell and Swan. How to Swim, Dalton. Knotting and Splicing Ropes and Cordage, Hasluck. Plates accompanying Canoe and Boat Building for Amateurs, Forest and Stream Publishing Company. Practical Rowing with Scull and Sweep, Stevens. Ropes, Their Knots and Splices, Cunard. Swimming, Brewster, Houghton Mifflin Company. Swimming, Sinclair. The Art of Swimming, Nelligan. The Boat Sailor's Manual, Queltrow, Scribner's. The Book of Camping and Woodcraft, Kephart, Outing Publishing Company. The Kidnapped Campers, Canfield. Watchers of the Campfires, C.G.D. Roberts. Tracks Trailing and Signaling. Along Four-Footed Trails, Ruth A. Cook, James Pott and Company. Black Bear, Wright. Comrades of the Trails, Roberts. First Across the Continent, Brooks. Footprints in the Forest, Ellis, Winston Company. Graphology, Howard, Penn Publishing Company. Grizzly Bear, Wright. International Code of Signals, U.S. Government Printing Office. Northern Trails, Books 1 and 2, William J. Long, Gin and Company. Our Country's Flag, E.S. Holden. Phrenology, Olin, Penn Publishing Company. Physiognomy, Lomlax, Penn Publishing Company. Return to the Trails, C.G.D. Roberts. Sign Language, Seton, Doubleday, Page and Company. The Trail of the Badger, Hamp. The Trail to the Woods, Hawks, American Book Company. Tracks and Tracking, Bruner, Outing Publishing Company. Trail of the Sandhill Stag, Seton. Watchers of the Trails, C.G.D. Roberts. Young Trailers, Altscheller. Health and Endurance. Body and Its Defenses, Jewett. Confidential Talks with Young Men, Sperry, Ravel. Control of Body and Mind, Jewett, Gin and Company. Daily Training, Benson and Miles. From Youth into Manhood, Hall. Good Health, Jewett, Gin and Company. Health, Walter C. Wood, Penn Publishing Company. Health, Strength and Power, Sargent. Home Treatment and Care of the Sick, Lovering, Otis Clapp and Son. How to Keep Well, Wilson, Crowell. Japanese Physical Training, Hancock. My System, Muller. Rural Hygiene, Brewer, Lippincott. Chivalry. Adaptability, Ellen E. Kenyon Warner, Heinz Noble and Company. Adventure Among Red Indians, Hearst, Lippincott. Age of Chivalry, Bulfinch. An Iron Will, Orson Swett Marden, Crowell. A Skilled Workman, W. A. Bodell, Revell Company. Aspiration and Achievement, Frederick A. Atkins, Revell Company. Aspirations and Influence, H. Clay Trumbull, Sunday School Times. Book of Famous Verse, Agnes Repellier. Boy's King Arthur, Lanier. Boy's Life of Captain John Smith, Johnson. Careers of Danger and Daring, Cleveland Moffett. Character Shaping and Character Working, H. Clay Trumbull, Sunday School Times. Character, The Grandest Thing, Orson Swett Marden, Crowell Company. Cheerfulness as a Life Power, Orson Swett Marden, Crowell Company. Daniel Boone, Backwoodsman, Forbes Lindsay, Lippincott. Duty, Ellen E. Kenyon Warner, Heinz Noble and Company. Duty Knowing and Duty Doing, H. Clay Trumbull, Sunday School Times. Economy, Orison Swett Marden, Crowell Company. Every Man a King, Orison Swett Marden, Crowell Company. Famous Scouts, Johnston. Fidelity, Ellen E. Kenyon Warner, Heinz Noble and Company. First Battles, Frederick A. Atkins, Revell Company. Four American Pioneers, Perry and Beebe. Getting One's Bearings, Alexander Mackenzie, Revell Company. Good Manners and Success, Orison Swett Marden, Crowell Company. He Can Who Thinks He Can, Orison Swett Marden, Crowell Company. Heroes Every Child Should Know, H. W. Mabie, Houghton Mifflin Company. Heroes of Chivalry, Louise Maitland. Heroes of Pioneering, Sanderson, Lippincott. Heroes of the Storm, O'Connor, Houghton. Hero Myths and Legends of the British Race, M. O. Urbett, Crowell Company. John James Audubon, Audubon, Putnam. John Smith, Gentleman and Adventurer, Lindsay, Lippincott. Knight Errant, Davidson, Lippincott. Knighthood in Germ and Flower, Cox. Last of the Great Scouts, Wetmore. Lessons on Manners, Julia M. Dewey, Heinz Noble and Company. Levels of Living, Henry F. Cope, Revell. Life of Kit Carson, Ellis, Grosset & Dunlap. Little Jarvis, Sewell. Loyalty, McClure, Revell Company. Making the Most of Ourselves, Calvin Dill Wilson, McClurg Company. Men of Iron, Pyle. Moral Muscle, Frederick A. Atkins, Revell Company. My Young Man, Louis Albert Banks, Funk and Wagnalls Company. Ourselves and Others, H. Clay Trumbull, Sunday School Times. Page, Esquire and Knight, Lansing. Peace, Power and Plenty, Orison Swett Marden, Crowell Company. Possibilities, McClure, Revell Company. Rising in the World or Architects, H. Clay Trumbull, Sunday School Times. Practical Paradoxes, Orison Swett Marden, Crowell Company. Royal Manhood, James I. Vance, Revell Company. Rushing to the Front, Orison Swett Marden, Crowell Company. Seeing and Being, H. Clay Trumbull, Sunday School Times. Self-Control and Its Kingship and Majesty, William Coe Jordan, Revell Company. Self-Reliance, Ellen E. Kenyon Warner, Heinz Noble and Company. Stories of Charlemagne, Church. Stories of King Arthur, Waldo Cutler, Crowell Company. Stories of King Arthur and His Knights, Pyle. Stories of King Arthur and the Round Table, Beatrice Clay. Stories of the Great West, Roosevelt. Story of the Cowboy, Huff. Successful Men of Today, Wilbur F. Crafts, Funk and Wagnalls. Success in Life, Emil Reich, Duffield Company. Success Word, Edward Bach, Revell Company. Talks with Great Workers, Orison Swett Marden, Crowell Company. Tendency, James I. Vance, Revell Company. The Book of King Arthur and His Noble Knights, Mary MacLeod, Frederick A. Stokes. The Boys' Googleane, Eleanor Hull, Crowell Company. The Christian Gentleman, Louis Albert Banks, Funk and Wagnalls. The Crown of Individuality, William George Jordan, Revell Company. The Hour of Opportunity, Orison Swett Marden, Crowell Company. The Kingship of Self-Control, William George Jordan, Revell Company. The Majesty of Calmness, William George Jordan, Revell Company. The Making of a Man, Robert Elliott Spear, Revell Company. The Marks of a Man, Robert Elliott Spear, Revell Company. The Optimistic Life, Orison Swett Marden, Crowell Company. The Oregon Trail, Parkman, Lippincott. The Power of Personality, Orison Swett Marden, Crowell Company. The Romance of Early Exploration, Williams Lippincott. The Secret of Achievement, Orson Swett Marden, Crowell Company. The Story of Hereward, Douglas C. Stedman, Crowell Company. The Vision of Sir Launfal, James Russell Lowell, Barson Hopkins. The Young Man Entering Business, Orson Swett Marden, Crowell Company. Thoroughness, Davidson, Revell Company. True Manhood, James Cardinal Gibbons, McClurg Company. 20th Century Knighthood, Banks, Funk and Wagnalls. What Shall Our Boys Do for a Living, Charles F. Wingate, Doubleday, Page and Company. Winning Their Way, Ferris. With Spurs of Gold, F. W. Green and D. V. Kirk. Young Men Who Overcame, Robert E. Spear, Revell Company. First Aid to the Injured. American Red Cross Abridged Textbook and First Aid, Major Charles Lynch. Backwoods Surgery and Medicine, Moody. Boys Coastwise, Riding. Emergencies, C. V. Gullock. Exercise in Education and Medicine, R. T. Mackenzie. Fighting a Fire, C. T. Hill. First Aid in Illness and Injury, Pilcher. First Aid to the Injured, F. J. Warwick. Penn Publishing Company. Health, Strength and Power, D. A. Sargent. Heroes of the Lifeboat and Rocket, Ballantyne. Heroes of the Storm, Douglas. Lifeboat and Its Work, Lewis. Nursing, S. Virginia Leaves. Penn Publishing Company. Our Seacoast Heroes, Daunt. Stories of the Lifeboat, Mundell. The Beach Patrol, Drysdale. The Lifeboat, Ballantyne. Games. Book of Athletic and Outdoor Sports, Bingham. Book of College Sports, Walter Camp. Boys' Book of Sports, Fanny Thompson, Century Company. Boys' Drill Regulations. Games for Everybody, Macy Hoffman, Dodge Publishing Company. Games for All Occasions, Mary E. Blaine, Barson Hopkins. Games and Songs of American Children, Newell, Harper Brothers. Education by Play and Games, G. E. Johnson, Gin and Company. Money-Making Entertainments, Rook and Goodfellow, Penn Publishing Company. Play, Emma D. Angel, Little Brown and Company. Practical Track and Field Athletics, Graham and Clark, Duffield Company. Social Activities for Men and Boys, A. M. Chesley, Association Press. Outdoor Games for All Seasons, Beard, Scribners. Patriotism and Citizenship. Abraham Lincoln, Baldwin, American Book Company. Abraham Lincoln, Boy and Man, Morgan. American Hero Stories, Eva M. Tappan, Houghton. American Leaders and Heroes, W. F. Gordy, Scribners. A Message to Garcia, Hubbard. An American Book of Golden Deeds, James Baldwin, American Book Company. Battles for the Union, Prescott Holmes, Henry Altimus Company. Battle of the War for Independence, Prescott Holmes, Henry Altimus Company. Boy's Life of Abraham Lincoln, Nicolay, Century Company. Boy's Life of Ulysses S. Grant, Nicolay, Century Company. Civics, Studies in American Citizenship, Sherman, Macmillan Company. Discovery of the Old Northwest, J. Baldwin. Essentials in Civil Government, S. E. Forman, American Book Company. Famous American Statesmen, Sarah K. Bolton, Crowell Company. Famous Voyages and Explorers, Sarah K. Bolton, Crowell Company. Four American Explorers, Kingsley, American Book Company. Four American Indians, Edson L. Whitney and Francis M. Perry, American Book Company. Four Great Americans, James Baldwin, American Book Company. Good Citizenship, Julia Richmond. Good Citizenship, Grover Cleveland, Henry Altimus Company. Great Words from Great Americans, G. P. Putnam's Son. Guide to United States History, Henry W. Elson, Baker Taylor Company. Heroes of the Army in America, Charles Morris, Lippincott. Heroes of Discovery in America, Charles Morris, Lippincott. Heroes of the Navy in America, Charles Morris, Lippincott. Heroes of Progress in America, Charles Morris, Lippincott. Heroes of the United States Navy, Hartwell Jones, Henry Ultimus Company. Hero Tales from American History, Lodge and Roosevelt. History of New York City, Charles E. Todd, American Book Company. Historic Americans, E.S. Brooks, Crowell Company. Home Life in Colonial Days, Alice Morse Earle, Grosset & Dunlap. How the People Rule, Hoxie. Lessons for Junior Citizens, Mabel Hill. Lewis and Clark, Lytton, Houghton Mifflin Company. Life at West Point, Hancock, Putnam. Life of Lincoln for Boys, Sparhawk, Crowell Company. Lyra Heroica, William Ernest Henley, Scribners. Makers and Defenders of America, Anna E. Foote and A. W. Skinner, American Book Company. Man Without a Country, E. E. Hale, Crowell and Company. New Century History of the United States, Edward Eggleston, American Book Company. North America, Frank G. Carpenter, American Book Company. Our Country's Flag and the Flags of Foreign Countries, Holden. Our Country's Story, Eva M. Tappan, Houghton Mifflin Company. Pathfinders of the West, Lout, Grosset & Dunlap. Patriotic Citizenship. Poor Boys Who Became Famous, Sarah K. Bolton, Crowell. Poems of American Citizenship, Brander Matthews, Scribners. Politics for Young Americans, Charles Nordhoff, American Book Company. Poor Richard's Almanac, Benjamin Franklin, Duffield Company. Popular Patriotic Poems Explained, Murphy, Heinz Noble and Company. Potter's Advanced Geography, Eliza H. Horton, Heinz Noble and Company. Stories of Heroic Deeds, James Joanot, American Book Company. Stories of Our Country, James Joanot, American Book Company. Story of the American Merchant Marine, J. R. Spears, Macmillan Company. Story of the Great Republic, H. A. Gerber, American Book Company. 10 Boys from History, Sweetser, Duffield Company. 10 Great Events in History, James Joanot, American Book Company. The True Citizen and How to Become One, W. F. Marwick and W. A. Smith, American Book Company. The Century Book for Young Americans, Brooks. The Citizen, Shaler. The Community and the Citizen, Arthur Dunn, D.C. Heath and Company. The Good Neighbor in the Modern City, Mary Richmond, Lippincott. The Ship of State, Youth's Companion, Ginn and Company. The Pilgrims, F. S. Noble, Pilgrim Press. The Story of Our Navy for Young Americans, Abbott, Dodd Mead and Company. The Story of Our Great Lakes, E. Channing and M. F. Lansing, Macmillan Company. The Story of the 13 Colonies, Gerber, American Book Company. The Young Alaskans, Huff. The Young Citizen, Dole, Heath. Training for Citizenship, Smith, Longmans Green Company. Uncle Sam's Business, Marriott. U.S., Townsend, Lothrop. Washington and His Generals, Headley, Hearst and Company. Washington's Farewell Address, Duffield Company. When America Became a Nation, Jenks, Crowell Company. When America Was New, Tudor Jenks, Crowell Company. When America Won Liberty, Tudor Jenks, Crowell Company. Young Americans, Judson. Young Continentals at Bunker Hill, McIntyre, Penn Publishing Company. Young Continentals at Lexington, McIntyre, Penn Publishing Company. Young People's History of the War with Spain, Prescott Holmes, Henry Ultimus Company. Miscellaneous. A Guide to Biography, Burton E. Stevenson, Baker Taylor Company. American Indians, Young. A Vagabond Journey Around the World, Franck, Century Company. Book of Golden Deeds, Catlin. Boy's Life of Captain John Smith, Eleanor Johnson, Crowell Company. Boy Wanted, W. Waterman. Childhood of Jishub the Ojibwa, Jenks. Choosing a Life Work, L. R. Fisk, Eaton and Mains Company. Choosing a Vocation, Parsons. Christopher Carson, known as Kit Carson, J.S.C. Ebbett. Courage, Charles Wagner. David Crockett, His Life and Adventures, J.S.C. Ebbett. Dashing Paul Jones, Frank Sheridan, David McKay. David Crockett, Scout, Allen. Famous Indian Chiefs, O.W. Howard, Century Company. First Across the Continent, N. Brooks. Handy Parliamentary Rules, Craig, Heinz Noble and Company. Heroes of the Polar Seas, J.K. McLean, Lippincott. How George Rogers Clark Won the Northwest, R.G. Thwaites. Incentives for Life, J.W. Ludlow, Revell Company. Indian Boyhood, Eastman. Indian Fights and Fighters, Brady. Indian Story and Song, Fletcher. Letters to American Boys, Carruth. Life of David Crockett, E.S. Ellis. Life of John Gutenberg, Emily C. Pearson, Hearst and Company. Life Questions of High School Boys, Jenks, Association Press. Living Races of Mankind, Volume 4 and 5, The University Society. Loyalty, J.G.R. McCleve, Revell Company. Lure of the Labrador Wild, Wallace. Northland Heroes, Florence Holbrook, Houghton Mifflin Company. Old Santa Fe Trail, H. Inman. Pony Tracks, F. Remington. Punishment of the Stingy, Grinnell. Pushing to the Front, Marden. Romance of Early Exploration, Williams, Seeley Company. Self-Help, Smiles. Some Merry Adventures of Robin Hood, Pyle, Scribner's. Story of a Scout, Fenimore. Starting in Life, Fowler. Story of the Indian, Grinnell. Success, O.S. Marden. Successful Careers, Fay, Crowell Company. The American Shotgun, Askins, Outing Publishing Company. The Children's Life of Lincoln, M. Louise Putnam, McClurg Company. The Blazed Trail, White. The Boy General, Mrs. E.B. Custer. The Boy on a Farm at Work and at Play, Jacob Abbott, American Book Company. The Heart of the Ancient Wood, C.G.D. Roberts, Wessel's Company. The Romance of Polar Exploration, G.F. Scott, Seeley and Company. The 7 Ages of Washington, Owen Wister, Grosset & Dunlap. The Way of an Indian, F. Remington. Stories for Scouts. Adrift on an Ice Pan, W.T. Grenfell. American Life and Adventure, Eggleston, American Book Company. Arizona Nights, S.E. White. Around the World with the Battleships, Miller, McClurg Company. Backwoodsman, D. Roberts. Black Rock, Gordon, Ralph Connor pseudonym. Bob Burton, Horatio Alger, Jr., Winston Company. Bar B. Boys or the Young Cowpunchers, Edwin S. Sabin, Kroll Company. Battling for Atlanta, Byron A. Dunn, McClurg Company. Boys of Other Countries, Taylor, Putnam's Sons. Boy Trappers, Harry Castleman, Hearst and Company. Camping on the St. Lawrence, E.T. Tomlinson. Cattle Brands, A. Adams. Cattle Ranch to College, Russell, Doubleday. Chilhowie Boys, Morrison, Crowell Company. Chilhowie Boys in Harness, Sarah E. Morrison, Crowell Company. Chilhowie Boys in War Times, Sarah E. Morrison, Crowell Company. Cast Up by the Sea, Sir Samuel W. Baker, Hearst and Company. Cruise of the Canoe Club, W. L. Alden. Cruise of the Ghost, W. L. Alden. Dale and Fraser, Sheepmen, S. F. Hamp. Dashing Paul Jones, Sheridan, David McKay. Dare Boys of 1776, Stephen Angus Company, A. L. Chatterton Company. Dory Mates, C. R. Monroe. Forest Runners, Altschuler. For Freedom's Cause, T. C. Harbuck. David McKay. Fox Hunting, C. A. Stevens, Hearst and Company. Frank in the Woods, Castleman, Hearst and Company. Freckles, Porter, Grosset & Dunlap. From Atlanta to the Sea, Byron A. Dunn, A. C. McClurg Company. Frontier Boys on the Overland Trail, Win Roosevelt, Chatterton Company. General Nelson Scout, Byron A. Dunn, A. C. McClurg, Huckleberry Finn, Twain. Hans Brinker of the Silver Skates, Mary Mapes Dodge, Grosset and Dunlap. In the Clouds for Uncle Sam, Ashton Lamar, Riley and Britton. Ivanhoe, Scott. Jack Among the Indians, G.B. Grinnell. Kim, Kipling. Kidnapped, Stevenson. Knights Who Fought the Dragon, Edwin Leslie, Sunday School Times Company. Larry Dieter's Great Search, Howard R. Garris, Grosset and Dunlap. Little Metacomet, Hezekiah Butterworth, Crowell Company. Little Smoke, W. O. Stoddard. Log of a Cowboy, A. Adams. Luke Walton, Horatio Alger, Jr., Winston Company. Marching Against the Iroquois, Everett T. Tomlinson. Marion and His Men, John De Morgan, David McKay. Master of the Strong Hearts, E. S. Brooks. Off the Rocks, Grenfell, S. S. Terns. On the Indian Trail, Edgerton R. Young, Revell Company. On the Old Kearsarge, Cyrus Townsend Brady, Scribner's. On General Thomas's Staff, Byron A. Dunn, McClurg. Paul Revere, John De Morgan, David McKay. Peggy Owen, Lucy Foster Madison, Penn Publishing Company. Raiding with Morgan, Byron A. Dunn, McClurg. Range and Trail, or the Barbies' Great Drive, Edwin L. Sabin, T. Y. Crowell Company. Rip Van Winkle, Washington Irving, Burson Hopkins. Robinson Crusoe, Defoe, Houghton Mifflin Company. Silent Places, S. E. White. Stories of the Good Greenwood, C. Hawkes, Crowell Company. Story of Sunny Sahib, S. J. Duncan. Sheridan's Troopers on the Borders, De B. Randolph Kern, David McKay. Sir Raoul, James M. Ludlow, Revell Company. Stories from Life, Orison Swett Marden, American Book Company. Struggling Upward, Alger, Jr., Winstead Company. Swiss Family Robinson, J. D. Wyss. Talking Leaves, W. O. Stoddard. Tan and Freckles, C. L. Bryson, Revell Company. 10 Years Before the Mast, Dana, Jr., Houghton Mifflin Company. The Airship Boys, Sailor, Riley and Britton. The Boy Aviators in Nicaragua, Wilbur Lawton, Hurston Company. The Boy Aviators in Africa, Wilbur Lawton, Hurston Company. The Boy Aviators Polar Dash, Wilbur Lawton, Hurston Company. The Boy Aviators in Record Flight, Wilbur Lawton, Hurston Company. The Boy Aviators in Secret Service, Wilbur Lawton, Hurston Company. The Boy Aviators Treasure Quest, Wilbur Lawton, Hurston Company. The Boy Fortune Hunters in Alaska, F. Aches, Riley and Britton. The Boy Fortune Hunters in Panama, F. Aches, Riley and Britton. The Hill, Horace A. Vatchell, Dodd Mead Company. The Pilot, Cooper. The Pioneers, Cooper. The Spy, Cooper. Washington's Young Spy, T. C. Harbaugh, David McKay. Waste Not, Want Not Stories, Clifton Johnson, American Book Company. With Fighting Jack Barry, John T. McIntyre, Lippincott. With Flintlock and Fife, Everett T. Tomlinson, Grosset and Dunlap. With Sully into the Siouxland, Joseph Mills Hanson, McClurg. Wolf Hunters, Joseph Oliver Curwood, Bobbs Merrill Company. Work and Win, Edward S. Ellis, A. L. Burt Company. End of Section 48. End of the Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America.